although with some conditions that they will continue to charge on the ship tankers. In fact, this is remains to be seen how it will unfold. But this, in fact, is a big breather, as our guests have earlier pointed out, that the world is still watching, and it remains to be seen how it unfolds. Yes.
Viewers, we're getting you some live visuals. In fact, from Israel, this is where Iranian missiles were spotted flying over the skies of Jerusalem right after there was a declaration about the 2-week ceasefire from Donald Trump and from Iran as well. Now, Israel, in fact, has come out to saying that they support the ceasefire, which has been declared by President Trump. They have accepted the conditions. But right now, negotiations are on to come out with the final agreement. In these 2 weeks, negotiations will take place between the two sides. But right after there was the declaration, the announcement by President Trump, we are looking at visuals coming to light of Iranian missiles still flying over Jerusalem. So we could be looking at some rogue elements which are not on board with this ceasefire agreement within Iran, because we have seen IRGC and several militias, exercising a major control. And in fact, the executive branch was given lesser role than IRGC. We have seen right after Mujtaba Khamenei took over the country, and now we're looking at, despite the declaration of a ceasefire, a 2-week conditional pause of this conflict, Iranian missiles were seen flying over the skies of Jerusalem. So now this could be some rogue elements, or we could see a complete cessation of this conflict for about 2 weeks. We are already looking at major impact, positive in fact, on the oil market. Brent crude is now down by 5%. WTI crude is down by 8.5%. So markets, oil markets especially, are reacting very positively to the announcement of 2-week pause in this conflict. But the big question, of course, now remains, will this peace hold in West Asia? It is a fragile condition right now. All right, in fact, we'll get you more developments regarding the recent breaking news we're getting from the war region in West Asia. Let's get you the breakdown of what exactly the either side has said. Now, Trump declared this deal, saying that a 2-week ceasefire has come into being. He announced a pause for 2 weeks. He also said that talks involved in this case Pakistan's Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif and their army chief Asim Munir as well. He also said that right now this pause in conflict is subject to the condition that Strait of Hormuz will be reopened by Iran. Now, that's the basic condition Donald Trump announced, while claiming that all the military objectives of the United States against Iran have been achieved. Now, this is what Donald Trump declared as he announced a 2-week ceasefire. He also said that there's a 10-point proposal which will be factored in to finalize the US-Iran agreement. Now, those are the major points of what Donald Trump said while he announced the ceasefire, the 2-week ceasefire that is now into effect. Now, Donald Trump declared that he will factor into the 10-point proposal put forward by Iran, and while also declaring that this ceasefire, in fact, is subjected to the condition of Strait of Hormuz being reopened by Iran. Now, my colleague Amrita will also walk our viewers through the 10-point proposal that Iran has put forward.
Yes, in fact, the 10-point, the key point proposed by Iran. And in fact, the first point being that there will be no aggression by US and Israel against Iran. And second point being that Iran will still claim complete control over the Strait of Hormuz. And this is one of the big contentions in the agreement. And next, Iran control over Hormuz, that they will also take some compensation for passage of ships as well. And the fourth point, they have also pointed out that there will be lifting of all the primary sanctions that was placed against Iran, and not just the primary, also the secondary sanctions. We all know that so many heavy sanctions was placed against Iran even before the war has started, and Iran has also proposed a termination of the United Nations Security Council resolution that has been placed against Iran with respect to the war that had escalated the past 40 days, and also the IAEA resolution, a termination of that resolution as well. And Iran, in fact, regarding the Strait of Hormuz, that there will be payment of compensation from ships that pass through the strait, and a withdrawal of the U.S. combat forces, all U.S. combat forces to be withdrawn from Iran's ground, and the last point being the cessation of any war hostilities over Lebanon. And we all know that Lebanon has in fact suffered heavily with many bombings incurred from the IDF, and that was in fact targeting Hezbollah elements and infrastructure for the past 40 days. As the war was announced against Israel, Hezbollah has in fact started to strike as a defense forces, siding with Iran. And well, as of now, there has been no numbers released of how many Hezbollah terrorists have been in fact killed, but we all know that in Lebanon it continues to suffer many civilian casualties, in fact. And even now, we are still seeing that as Trump and Iran has agreed to a 2-week ceasefire, there are in fact some rogue elements still firing missiles and drones, as Kuwait has also reportedly said that its air defenses intercepted some alert systems, sounding alert regarding any hostile drones being intercepted by its defense systems. And also Israeli media has just claimed that just 1 minute after the agreement was reached between the two nations, that an Iranian missile flew over Jerusalem. So this could be some other rogue elements, as Ishita, you also pointed out earlier, that there could be some elements who are not in fact fully on with the agreement that has been reached between the two nations. But again, with the heavy consequences that this war has incurred, especially regarding the economy of all of the region that is dependent on the Strait of Hormuz, and also the trickle-down effect of that. And that may be one of the key reasons. And also I want to raise that Donald Trump is in fact facing a lot of domestic pressure with the huge amounts, expenses incurred in this war, almost $40+ billion. So this could be also one of the main reasons that Donald Trump has in fact agreed to this, because earlier in all of his social media posts, we see that he was growing impatient to reach an agreement here as well, Ishita.
Right, of course, Amrita, we have seen, a pressure growing on Donald Trump to end this conflict. Gas prices were soaring in the U.S. They were past $4 per gallon, and his approval ratings, in fact, were also going down. And we have been looking at several impact of this war. Markets are reacting positively. And at this point now, we're joined by Sierra Claire. She's a foreign policy expert. She's joining us live from Los Angeles. Thank you, Sarah, for joining us on Republic. I want to ask you, what's been the immediate impact in Washington after Donald Trump declared this 2-week conditional ceasefire?
Well, I think there's been a lot of talk that that Trump was looking for an off-ramp, or that Iran controlled this. I don't think that's true. I think the fact that this is what Trump has been saying. They need to open the strait first, because to show that they're reasonable and that they are not going to hold the world hostage through keeping the strait closed. And so that's the first concession that we got. And the main point that we need to see in these negotiations going forward is what's going to happen to the enriched uranium in Iran. I know that's a top priority for the American side. So we'll see if Iran can agree to turn it over to either the IAEA or the U.S. And I think that's going to be critical.
Right, Sierra, but at the same time, Donald Trump also did mention that the 10-point proposal by Iran is the basis on which negotiations are underway. He says it is workable. Now, all the 10 points which have been raised by Iran stand in complete contradiction to what Donald Trump has been saying from day one of this war. It mentions about uranium enrichment, it mentions about withdrawal of US combat forces, and Iran maintaining control over the Strait of Hormuz.
Well, I think that President Trump said all of these 10 points that he's seen were workable. So I don't know if we're seeing the same 10 points that he's seeing. I mean, the Iranian regime has been putting out propaganda all week saying that they weren't even part of these negotiations. So I'm very hesitant to understand that those are, in fact, the 10 points. However, I think the sign that President Trump was looking for is that he's negotiating with somebody reasonable. And so, maybe those are the 10 points, but President Trump feels now that these are people that he can deal with. These are not the radical regime leaders that we've unfortunately had to take out because none of them were willing to open the strait and signal that they were reasonable people to negotiate with.
And also, Sierra, my question to you is that we have been seeing a lot of social media posts coming in from US President Donald Trump for the past few days, in fact, every single day. And do you think that Donald Trump was growing impatient to reach to an agreement, whatever agreement, in fact, at this point, because his earlier 15-point agreement plan was completely rejected by Iran and has now agreed to a plan that, in fact, favors Iran more than the United States, as my colleague has pointed out just now? And also, do you think that this is because of the domestic pressure that Donald Trump is facing in the U.S.?
Well, look, Americans don't like to be at war, but that's not really how our national security program works. The president gets the classified intelligence and he makes the ultimate decision. And so when we need to be at war for national security reasons, that's the president who makes that decision. And it can be an unpopular one, but, that's the job of being a president. And no, I don't think that President Trump was impatient. I mean, I think he's always impatient. He wants to see peace, and he wants to see the Iranian country, start to get rebuilt, because we've had to devastate a lot of their military and their country. So he's always impatient for peace. But in terms of getting a deal, he wasn't just going to take any deal. I think that President Trump, when he is, putting out all of these messages, we also have to remember that he's talking to the Iranian regime as well. I mean, we're all seeing it, but this is part of him talking to the Iranian regime. And part of the reason why we're now seeing a successful, start to some negotiations is because President Trump's threats were credible.
All right, Sierra, do continue to stay with us on this broadcast. We're getting some breaking news developments at this hour. Chinese officials, in fact, have encouraged Iran to find paths to ceasefires. What sources are now saying that it was China which pushed Iran to come to the table, to come to the negotiating table and agree to this ceasefire. Very last minute now, we had been seeing other parties also acting as mediators between US and Iran, but it seems it was China as well which entered this mediation very last minute to encourage Iran to opt for the path of a ceasefire. Now remember, this also comes after China and Russia both vetoed a resolution in United Nations to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, but we are looking at more role now being played by China as well in these negotiations which were underway between US and Iran. Now, Sierra, in fact, continues to stay with us. Sierra, coming back to you now, peace that right now we have in West Asia is fragile. We're looking at negotiations still underway, but we have to admit that there will be give and take from both the sides in this. So how do you think both the sides can reach a middle ground with this, and what are the concessions that US will be willing to give?
Well, I think that the as I said, the main point for the U.S. is the enriched uranium and whether the Iranians are going to be willing to let us go in and get that or to hand it over with, official sources verifying what they're handing over and all of those type of things. In terms of concessions, I'm not sure what the U.S. needs to concede. We still maintain quite a bit of leverage over Iran. President Trump is obviously negotiating and he's willing to negotiate. One of the things that he's been saying is that we could take the oil and we could control the oil through the control of Karg Island. That's something that we didn't do because, again, the Iranian regime showed that they're reasonable, so we're starting talks. But I think that, the fact that we are saying we're going to allow Iran to make money from their oil industry, which is going to go towards rebuilding their country. We're not going to be taking any of that profit from them. That's already a concession right there.
Sierra, but what's interesting is the fact that this war started when Strait of Hormuz was actually opened. And eventually, Donald Trump's goal began to shift around the Strait of Hormuz to keep it open at this point. And somewhere, the goal of enriched uranium took a backseat.
Well, of course, President Trump cares about the global economic impacts that were happening because the strait was closed. So I do believe that he's always looking at that and, watching, not wanting to let the world fall into total chaos. But I don't think that the enriched uranium, took a back seat. I think that what President Trump has always said was that he was willing to start negotiations when Iran opened the strait. And he did not concede, over this time period where there were real economic impacts, including in the USA, not so much as other places, but still. And he did not concede that because that if he had, it would have signaled that Iran could hold the world hostage by doing that. And we did not give them that control.
And also, Sierra, the one statement was coming in from Iran just a few days ago when Donald Trump has issued this deadline that all the bridges and all the power plants, electricity center sites will be blown up. And then just moments before the deadline was up, he agreed to this 10-point plan. Now, my question to you is that Iran issued one statement saying that whatever happens, the next stage will not be where a Strait of Hormuz will go back to the pre-war status, saying that there will be a new world order in the strait. And now with the 10-point agreement in place, we see that this is in fact favoring Iran because they are still controlling over the Strait of Hormuz, the passage of ships, and they will be charging compensations for ships to pass in this Strait of Hormuz as well. So what is going on here? Because we still see that even though Donald Trump said that they will be having this compensation, that in fact U.S. should be collecting tolls on the ships in the Strait of Hormuz, while also saying that the United States does not have to depend on the Strait of Hormuz earlier. And now with Iran saying that the new normal will be different, it will not go back to the earlier stages. So what are your thoughts on that?
Well, I think President Trump is a businessman at heart, and he understands that the Iranian regime will need funds to, start rebuilding their country. Not hopefully on the military side, but for the humanitarian efforts. And so, it's possible that that's part of the agreement. I don't know. I have no way of verifying if in fact, the agreement is going to say that Iran can actually charge a fee for ships passing through. I think the other thing to think about here is the Gulf partners and what their voice is going to be in this. The United States has very close partnerships with all of these countries and grown even closer throughout this conflict. So it's possible that they may have input as well. And, whether that looks like Iran totally giving up the strait, I don't think that would happen. But there may be some increased cooperation, not with the U.S. necessarily, but with some of these other Gulf countries who are Arab countries that Iran, probably should have been working with earlier on.
Yes, and also, Sarah, we also want to know from you regarding some of the alliances that Donald Trump has spoken about, especially the NATO allies, that they have refused to take part in this war. And in fact, it may be so that this will come to such a ceasefire maybe. And now, what will be Donald Trump's stance now that there's a ceasefire in place for almost 2 weeks? There will be negotiations going on after that, and a 10-point plan or a 15-point plan in place. What will be his statements or his stance, in fact, on the NATO alliance or even the Gulf alliance as well?
Well, the NATO alliance, nobody knows whether or not we're actually going to pull out of it. I think that's a kind of a leap, but it's very well possible after what we've seen from our so-called allies. But I would look at what are the immediate consequences that has happened to our European allies. Are they prepared to suffer the consequences of being aligned with places like Iran and China and Russia? I don't think their citizens are prepared for that. Look at Venezuela and them being a strong ally with China. When the United States came after Venezuela, they were isolated. There were no countries around them in South America that were really willing to provide any meaningful military support. Is that what some of these European countries who've been, some of the worst ones, some of them haven't been so bad, but there's a few of them that have really been very vocal. And is that what they're willing to endure, is to be isolated with their neighbors in Europe who are maintaining good relationships with the US, and with that, and then them being isolated? So there's a lot of consequences, and they're already starting to see some of the consequences. The UAE is pulling out of deals with France and things like that. So I think the immediate consequences are the thing to look at here.
All right, Sierra, continue to stay with us. We'll come back to you for more analysis. But right now, we're getting some breaking news developments. Now, markets have already started reacting to Donald Trump's conditional ceasefire, and crude oil prices, in fact, have plunged on the news of ceasefire deal between US and Iran. We're looking at oil prices coming down. In fact, Brent crude has now come down by 14%. That's a major tumbling of oil prices that we're looking at right now, while markets all across the world are reacting very positively to this ceasefire. In fact, we have seen futures for the S&P 500, they were up by 2.2%, while US crude oil futures, in fact, have fell for more than 15%. So oil prices are now coming down, while we're looking at markets reacting very positively to this conditional ceasefire declared by Donald Trump. To give you some numbers, Brent crude, in fact, has now come down by over 14%. All right, in fact, earlier when the war was going on, we were looking at Brent crude reaching somewhere over $115 per barrel, but now we're looking at a major tumbling of oil prices underway as Donald Trump has now declared a conditional ceasefire, while markets all around the world, they are reacting very positively to this ceasefire. In fact, to give you some developments, it started with Japan's Nikkei rising by more than 4%. South Korea's Kospi also gaining 6%. So markets in Asia are reacting very positively. Looking at futures for US crude oil also sinking by 14%, while Brent crude, which is in fact the standard for oil prices all across the world, has now dropped by over 14%. So definitely a positive impact is what we are witnessing on the oil markets all across the world, and markets as well reacting very positively to these developments. Now, markets, in fact, the world over were impacted by this conflict. They were opening in red continuously for days. We had seen that. All right, Sierra continues to stay with us. Sierra, I want to ask you, we had seen there was much pressure on Donald Trump. His approval ratings were down. Gas prices in the US, they were soaring. They had passed $4 per gallon. What has been the immediate impact of this announcement of the ceasefire?
Yeah, I mean, I think that oil prices coming down is great news for everybody. Of course, I'm sure many people in the United States will be relieved as well. And for partners across the world who have seen sharper increases than even we have in the United States, I think it's overall good news. And the market does react to to President Trump's statements and to this ceasefire. So I think that's a good sign that people feel confident that it is going to hold for at least the 2 weeks.
Right, of course, but I want to ask you one question that, experts are also asking world over. What did the United States achieve out of this 40-day war against Iran? Because a regime change clearly did not happen. There is still no clarity about enriched uranium. Only one factor that Donald Trump claimed to his victory is about reopening of Strait of Hormuz. But this strait was actually opened before the war began. So in terms of the objectives, what did U.S. gain out of this conflict according to you?
Well, that's an interesting question. A lot of people are talking about this. They're missing the point, I think. What did the U.S. gain? Well, we stopped Iran from building a ballistic missile program that could reach the shores of the United States. We've taken out every part of their nuclear apparatus, including some of their nuclear power plants, places that were involved in their nuclear weapons program as well. And, these were real credible threats to the United States. So an expert that I just spoke to earlier today said there could have even possibly been nuclear warheads in Iran, and then they were trying to develop.
Really sorry to interrupt you, but the U.S. intelligence reports have pointed it out that there was no imminent threat from Iran for the United States.
Well, there are varying intelligence reports that say different things, and many of the intelligence reports that President Trump and his team were looking at are probably still remain classified. But I think the military threat was a major threat that is now, very well degraded, that does not pose a threat to the United States' actual shores any longer. Getting the Iranian regime, you said there's no regime change, but there is a more reasonable Iranian regime that is actually willing to take part in negotiations with the U.S. and maybe in the future with others as well. The Iranian regime also was not willing to negotiate with anybody in the Gulf. They weren't talking to their neighbors. They were using threats. So I think there's wins actually beyond just for the United States.
All right, Sarah, thank you for your inputs and joining us on this broadcast. We will get back to you for more latest updates as well. Thank you so much for joining us. All right, viewers, we have another development coming in now. The U.S. military has halted all offensive operations against Iran, with a U.S. official now confirming that defensive measures and operations will still be in effect, although this development comes after President Donald Trump announced a 2-week ceasefire agreement with Iran, conditional on the fact that the Strait of Hormuz be reopened. So the United States military has now halted all offensive operations, although defensive forces will still be on. And as the agreement has just been announced, the U.S. has put its actions at play with halting operations against Iran. Now, Ishita, this is a big action, a big step, again, coming in from United States, although, of course, defensive actions across all the military bases will still be in place, but offensive actions have now gone down, in fact, halted immediately. Maybe after this step taken up by the United States, Iran will maybe continue to do so, because just before we were seeing that some rogue elements were firing missiles into the Gulf nations as well. All right. All right, now we are joined by Or Shakit, a U.S. correspondent, and from Israel. Hayom, thank you so much for joining us on Republic. Now, my first question is that, as we've just heard, that now U.S. has halted operations, offensive operations, in fact, against Iran. So do you think that Iran will also follow suit and now hold any other strikes? Because just before we was just seeing that even a missile was flying across over Jerusalem just a minute after the agreement was struck, and also some rogue elements were firing, and Kuwait air defenses were intercepting some drone attacks as well. So will this be the first step of many to de-escalation? Your thoughts?
Well, thank you, and good morning and good evening from New York. Thank you very much for having me. As it pertains to your question, I agree with the factual basis. It is true that after the ceasefire was announced at around 6:30 p.m. Eastern Time, Iran has attacked Israel in a barrage of rockets. That also includes, according to my knowledge, at least 5 Gulf countries. But this is not something that Israel is unfamiliar with. Matter of fact, whenever Israel has signed any kind of a ceasefire with a proxy, that being Hezbollah or Hamas or even the Houthis in Yemen, there was a period of a few hours in which it was some kind of a gray zone, in which many rockets were still launched until the end of the hostilities. What will happen in a few hours, that remains to be seen, but it's not a scenario that is untypical to these kind of circumstances.
Right, but I want to ask you, Mr. Shakir, that it seems that this agreement right now, which is in place, a 2-week conditional ceasefire, it's between the US and Iran. And Israel, in fact, is now still continuing with attacks. We are looking at strikes taking place across Iran against specific targets.
Again, that is very much a mirror image to what happened after the announcement of the end of hostilities in what is known as the 12-day war, or Operation Rising Lion, where there was a window of a few hours in which Iran attacked Israel and Israel continued to retaliate. I don't believe that this is something that would continue, provided that all of the parties would abide to their agreements. Obviously, with Iran, it's not a rational actor necessarily, so you don't really know. But odds are that the hostilities would stop for the time being during this 2-week period. And what you're seeing in Iran right now is basically a response to the attacks of Iran on Israel.
All right, or Mr. Shakir, what I would like to know from you is that we have seen the 10-point agreement in place, where Iran has been saying the number one point being all hostilities, all offenses to be halted. And also there's one key point where Iran also says that attack against Lebanon should be ceased as well. So do you think, according to you, with this agreement in place, that Israel will also hold its offensive strikes against Lebanon now?
Yeah, so this is something that, in addition to the Iranian announcement, is something that's been announced by Pakistan as well. It is my understanding from our sources that Israel does intend to abide by the ceasefire agreement, and that includes the extension of it with the recent escalation of hostilities with Hezbollah in Lebanon. Now, again, things are still fluid on the ground, so the full details, not from Iran, have yet to be published in their entirety. We've definitely seen the Iranian perspective, but from the U.S. side of things, the details haven't been announced yet in full. So it remains to be seen. From my understanding, and based on the recent reporting in CNN and other places, it does in fact seem that Israel will abide to the agreement, and that extends to the Lebanese front as well.
All right, Mr. Shakir, I take your point. And now we're also being joined by Major Samarpal Toor, a defense expert, as well as Charles A. Kapchan, a senior fellow, Council of Foreign Relations. Thank you to both of you for joining us on Republic. Now, coming to you, Charles, Donald Trump, in fact, has declared the conditional ceasefire. It's a 2-week ceasefire by the United States. Iran claims it's a victory for them, while Trump says negotiations still going on to finalize the agreement, while all military objectives have been met. How do you read this?
I think that both sides blinked. I think that the Iranians were already getting hit hard and were probably taking quite seriously Trump's threat to start going after all kinds of civilian targets, power plants, desalination plants, bridges, train tracks. that would have caused damage that would take years and years to recover from and bring this war directly home to millions and millions of Iranians. And Trump confronted a war that exploded in ways that he did not expect. I think he thought the regime was going to fall in a matter of days. He never dreamed that there would be a retaliatory strike that disrupts the global economy on this scale. Both sides, I think, decided to take a step back, to take a breath, and to see if they can't end this conflict at the negotiating table. But there are still many uncertainties, lots of hard work, lots of unknowns in the days ahead. You were just talking to Orr about the continuation of Iranian strikes against Israel, the region. Let's see if those die down in the next few hours. But I think a bigger question is, will Iran open the straits? That's key to Donald Trump. He needs the oil, the gas, the helium, the fertilizer to be flowing again if you're going to bring down prices, if you're going to increase supply. And then there's the question of the follow-on conversations that will be taking place in Islamabad starting on Friday. Is there common ground? You know, if you look at what the Iranians have been saying, they want all the sanctions down. They want to control the Strait of Hormuz.
Right.
They want to charge tankers to go through the Strait of Hormuz. They're saying nothing about the key goals of Donald Trump, the end of enrichment, getting out the highly enriched uranium, putting a cap on ballistic missiles, ending support to extremist proxies in the region. So right now, the two sides are extremely far apart. We have to wait and see whether both are willing to make concessions to find enough common ground at the negotiating table to actually bring this war to a durable end.
Right, we'll have to see whether this peace will hold or not, because right now Trump's 15-point plan, they stand in complete contradiction to what Iran has proposed in its 10-point plan.
That's exactly right. And I think most of what's in the 10-point plan, at least as far as it's been reported, they're deal breakers for the United States. And even though Trump has said we've accomplished much of what we wanted to do militarily, and some of that is true, right? The Air Force has been destroyed. The Iranian Navy has been sunk. Many of the ballistic missiles and the missile launchers have been destroyed. Many of the factories that make missile fuel have been destroyed. But there is a residual capability, and if there isn't agreement to prevent Iran from rebuilding, then you have a regime that is wounded, that is angry, that is out for revenge, that may be even more hardline than the regime that was under the control of the father Khamenei. Now you've got the son Khamenei, Mojtaba, who may be harder line than his father, right? Unless you get a deal that puts constraints on this regime, there's no way that Donald Trump is going to be able to call this a victory.
Right.
All right. Shivam, this side would like to once again welcome all the guests that we are having here. We have Mr. Shaked here, Major Samarpal Toor is also with us, and Mr. Charles is also with us. Major Samarpal Toor, first question to you from my side. This is now Pakistan who is taking credit of the negotiations, and this is not a ceasefire as we speak. It's just a temporary pause of 2 weeks. Now, as we speak, there are strikes happening. There are missiles being intercepted. What's your take on what really unfolded? And Iran on one side is claiming, a certain section is claiming that Trump has surrendered, and this is the result that we have achieved a 2-week pause. Now, but what's your take on that?
My take is that, firstly, the Mosaic doctrine. Now, for how long will the 31 province IRGC leaders will be in synchronization with one another and in agreement to the ceasefire, number one? Number two, knowing the Iranian society and structure, I think Mojtaba Khamenei will lose face if he agrees to a ceasefire for a long term, because they are negotiating with the Americans who've actually taken out Mojtaba Khomeiни's father. And Mojtaba Khomeini himself has been injured. So, there is a lot at stake, especially the reputation and the stance that they want to take. Thirdly, there will be pressure from Russia and China to keep this war going on because you see, Iran is being used as a proxy by the Russians, North Koreans, and the Chinese. And like similar to what Ukraine is being used as a proxy by the West and the Europeans against the Russians. So definitely, you see, this ceasefire will not last very long, number one. And even if it does last, I think there is going to be sporadic fighting that will keep going on. And moreover, the main objective is the 460 kg of unaccounted for enriched uranium. Where is that? There is a possibility that it might be used in dirty bombs. Scientists have given accountability that with that amount of enriched uranium, if it gets up to a weapon grade
Yeah.
above 80%, you can make 10 nuclear warheads with that.
Yeah.
So the threat still looms. There is nothing that has been negated, and the threat is real and present. So I certainly feel that this ceasefire is temporary, and no matter what, there are 13 terror proxies which still exist and thrive on the behest of the Iranian regime.
Yes.
What about them? What about the killing of the Jews which is taking place every day? Is that going to stop? Is the Hezbollah going to stop? Are the Houthis going to stop? So I do not see an end to this. But yes, a tactical respite, yes, it will bring in a tactical respite.
Yeah.
And probably maybe after 2 weeks, they'll go in for more specific targets.
But what about the role of Pakistan, Major Tur? The role of Pakistan, was it just a medium? Because we have his tweet also, and probably he's using AI for that, I believe. Draft a message, and there are screenshots which are being shared. Draft Pakistan's PM message on X. And was Pakistan just a medium, and he's calling everybody to come for a meeting on 10th of April? So Pakistan is taking all the credit, but we must never forget that Pakistan was once used as a base for operations against Iran. This was confirmed by one of the IRGC officials also. So what role does Pakistan play in all of this? What's happening? Is Pakistan doing what it is being told by United States of America and by Iran, or there's something other than this to it, the story?
See, Pakistan is already into a war with Afghanistan. Secondly, they've committed their troops to the Saudi Arabia as per their defense agreement, which it is failing to comply. It is even promised its troops for the International Stabilization Force. It is failing to comply. And then, it's got its Afghanistan border closed because of the war going on. It's got the Indian border closed because of Operation Sindoor and the terrorism that emanates from Pakistan. And then the border with Iran, that remains closed because they've already had their ISIs raised anti-Shia terror group, especially Jaish-e-Adal, to kill the Iranians at the Iranian-Pakistani border. So the Iranians do not trust the Pakistanis.
Yes.
And so I certainly feel that the Pakistan economy is taken a battering so bad that in case if this war goes on for another few weeks, probably the Pakistan either government will collapse or without any choice, out of compulsion, the Pakistan military will have to commit itself to support America for the ground operations from Pakistan border, oblique go with Saudi Arabia and fight it out with Iran. So either ways, Pakistan is in a fix and it cannot afford war at all. And, it is certainly going to be a very temporary ceasefire. That is what I foresee right now.
Definitely, definitely. Let me take one reaction. Ishita is also with me, but I have a very important question, and this is for Mr. Shaked. Shaked, do you think Israel will also agree to all the terms, or will it continue its strikes? We are getting reports that the strikes are on. Will it stop bombing the Hezbollah terrorist organization, as you say, in Beirut, in Lebanon? Will Israel be agreeing to all the peace term plans? Your response on that? And after that, Mr. Kupchan.
I believe that if the agreement does indeed contain a component of a ceasefire on the Lebanese front as well, then there would be a significant American pressure to stop the hostilities on that front as well. But if I may, I think it's very important to understand and just to correlate with some of the previous statements that were made. This, according to my sources, has been coordinated. The temporary ceasefire has been coordinated with Israel, with the United States. Iran has basically reopened the Strait of Hormuz without receiving any of its prior demands, such as the commitment to a permanent end of the war, compensation, and the lifting of heavy sanctions from prior times. Senior officials in the Trump administration made it clear to Israel that during the negotiations to be held over the next few weeks, 2 weeks to be exact, the United States will firmly insist on the removal of nuclear material, which has been referred to earlier, a halt to enrichment, and the elimination of ballistic missile threat, among other things. So that's something very important to note here, because it is something that, according to my sources, has been coordinated with the United States.
All right, Mr. Shaked, do continue to stay with us. We'll come back to all our guests for further analysis, but right now we're getting some breaking news developments at this moment. Now, after U.S. halted all the operations against Iran, reports are now suggesting that Israel is still attacking Iran, striking launch sites all across Iranian landscape. So we are looking at Israel not on board with this 2-week conditional ceasefire declared by Donald Trump, as strikes are still on and IDF is still conducting attacks against Iran. Now, Mr. Charles, coming to you on this, what do you think about Israel's reaction on this, and do you think Israel, in fact, will come on board? Because we are looking at IDF still conducting strikes, still hitting Iran's launch pads all across Iranian landscape.
Well, let's wait until we have more clear information. But as was reported at the beginning of the show, if you have these missiles that are continuing to land in Israel, Israel is going to respond, and Israel is going to go after the launch sites where those missiles are coming in from. I do think, and here I agree with Orr, that there is a lot of coordination going on between the United States and Israel. And I also believe that if Donald Trump believes that it's time for a ceasefire, and that he wants to give negotiations a serious chance to work, he will tell the Israelis to stop, and the Israelis will stop. This is not an operation that the Israelis are going to continue on their own. Netanyahu cannot afford to break ranks with Donald Trump on this issue. So if, in fact, there is an Israeli attack that's taking place, I think it's very much a tit-for-tat response to the missiles that are still coming in from Iran. And I do think that if, in fact, this ceasefire holds, that is to say, we see it take effect over the next 24 to 48 hours, if we begin to see the strait open up and ships move through it, that there will be a serious conversation between the United States and Iran to try to make this a durable peace. It will not be an easy conversation, because a lot of the points that have been articulated by Orr just now on getting rid of the highly enriched uranium, on ending on a permanent basis the enrichment of uranium, and the whole question of Iran's role in the region, these are going to be tough issues, and Iran, at least so far, has not yet agreed to make serious concessions on any of those core issues. Core both for the United States and for Israel.
Right. Yeah. Mr. Charles, you stated in your earlier answer that there has been a considerable damage done to Iran's navy, to Iran's army. But I want to ask you, the objectives with which the U.S. began this war, now of regime change, of ensuring that Iran does not possess a nuclear weapon. Now, those objectives have not been met, because clearly not a regime change on ground, and there's no clarity on where the enriched uranium is right now. So what do you think the U.S. gained out of this 40 days of conflict?
Well, I do think that both Trump and Netanyahu went into this war believing that they would be able to achieve regime change. And I do also believe that for both of them, they were thinking about legacy. Donald Trump wanted to go down in history as the American president who had the guts to do what none of his predecessors had to do, and that is take down the Islamic Republic. Well, it didn't work, and there has been a blowback on the global economy and the price of oil and gasoline that I think has gone well beyond what Trump wanted, and has in many respects created political peril, not just for Trump, but for the Republicans heading into the midterms. And the affordability crisis that Americans complained about even before the Iran war has only gotten worse. But I do think that on those core issues of no more enrichment, of Iran never getting a nuclear weapon, of getting the highly enriched uranium out of the country, Trump can't really afford to make major concessions here, because then, as you said, this would be a pointless war. This would be a war that did not achieve its objectives. And then, in fact, you can see this happening again 6 months from now or a year from now, because Iran rebuilds its centrifuges, because Iran rebuilds its missile capabilities. And then the United States and Israel have to perform what they call mow the lawn, go back and do this.
So you mean to
again.
say that it might provide Iran with a window to prepare for future actions, for future wars in this case also. I would request everybody to stay with me, all the guests. We have a big breaking news development. We'll go to that and we'll take a reaction from all of you on that. It's about the oil prices. And this is something that concerned the entire globe. Now, oil prices crashed 14% within minutes as Donald Trump announces ceasefire. Now, Brent cracks below $100 per barrel. Meanwhile, Indian markets are set to open higher, and Gift Nifty hinting at a gap up opening of over 750 points. Asian markets are trading higher. South Korea's Kospi has jumped 5%. Now, this was a much needed relief, a sigh of relief for the global markets, because there had been a global bloodbath in the markets as we speak, whether it be Asian markets or European markets, and especially the way the oil prices shot up. All right, we have Pranav with us on a phone line for more details. He tracks markets. He's an expert on that. Pranav, the market has started reacting, and especially it was mostly about the oil, and the oil prices crashed 14%. That's the latest what we have. Give us the latest updates on that, Pranav.
Well, yes, what we're seeing right now is a complete cracking of oil prices, given that after the ceasefire and the fact that they seem to have agreed to open Strait of Hormuz at least for the next 2 weeks, oil has crashed about 13 to 14%. Brent is trading right now at $95.39 a barrel, and oil is trading at $97.3 a barrel, and that impact is likely to be seen across the markets as well. Remember, the oil had almost touched about $120 per barrel mark in the peak of the war, but now what we're seeing is a massive fall in the prices of oil. And that is the sentiment that is likely to get reflected across Asian markets as they open shortly.
Right, of course, and the Indian market is also expected to open higher as we're looking at this announcement of Donald Trump's ceasefire. What can we expect from the Indian market as well, Pranav?
Well, investors and traders are eagerly waiting for the markets to open. As of now, the only indicator that hints that the market will open very, very strong is Gift Nifty, which is the Nifty futures trading at the Gift City. That's about 800. That's already jumped as we speak, about 800 points. So we're expecting a very, very strong opening for the first time probably ever since the war began. So we are expecting Indian markets to open higher. The Asian markets are already higher, and that is what the Indian markets are likely to track. Australian markets, Japan's Nikkei, Hong Kong's Hang Seng, all are trading up right now on a positive sentiment of the ceasefire announcement.
All right, so markets are reacting positively to Donald Trump's ceasefire. Thank you, Pranav, for joining us and giving us all those details. Now, moving on to more breaking news developments coming in at this hour. Sure.
Yeah, we have a very big breaking news development indeed, and this is about Mojtaba Khamenei, the supreme leader. We're getting that there are reports that Mojtaba Khamenei orders a halt to fire across all units. Now, this is an order from the Supreme Commander hours after Gulf and Israel strikes following ceasefire. This is official. This becomes official. This coming from the supreme leader of Iran, that is Mojtaba Khamenei. Big breaking news development. Mojtaba Khamenei has ordered IRGC, the Iranian army, to halt fire, to not continue with its operations across all units, hours after Gulf and Israel strikes following ceasefire. So there were reports of missiles being intercepted at various places, strikes happening as we speak. Israel continues to be at war, but now this is official statement which has been released as per Iranian media reports. Mojtaba has ordered halt on firing across all units. We continue to be with our guests and we need a reaction on that. All right, we have Mr. Shaked. Mr. Shaked, your reaction. Now, this becomes official. This is Mojtaba Khamenei asking everybody to stop the war. Do you think this will continue, or the proxies will keep on fighting like the way you kept on fighting? Israel kept on fighting with Hamas. Now, Houthis are there. Hezbollah is there. Will the war continue with the proxies now, from now onwards?
That really depends on what the Iranians would actually do. But I just want to touch base on the announcement itself and the claims that Mojtaba Khamenei himself was the one that issued the message. This is yet another written message in a series of previous written messages from prior. Mr. Khamenei has not been seen in public since the beginning of this war, and there are serious doubts that he's actually capable of appearing in public or being in any condition to issue any policy commands, let alone statements such as this one that we just saw. So I would treat that with a grain of salt as to the source of this message, because there are many intelligence reports that suggest that Mr. Khamenei is incapable of issuing messages as such. Now, as it pertains to the ability of Iran to actually enforce that, let's analyze it both domestically and outwardly as it pertains to the proxies. Domestically, it's a question of, first of all, will. It might be a tactic where they issue one message and they actually do something else on the ground with regards to their instructions to the military forces of Iran, to the IRGC. And in addition to that, don't forget that there's an issue with communications, which is something that the Iranian regime has battled since the beginning of this war. Do not forget that the US and Israel took out many of their communication systems. So there's a question to be made here of whether, if the message was issued, then it is indeed legitimate, whether it actually reached all of the sources, the forces rather, on the ground. As it pertains to the proxies, it really depends on whether Iran actually issued an order for the proxies to stop. My belief is that if and when it actually does so, they will cease from their hostile actions. But if Iran did not issue that, in fact, then we will continue seeing this escalation to continue on these fronts.
Mr. Shaked. So we'll have to see whether the proxies will also fall in line with this ceasefire or not. Major Tur, coming to you now, we are looking at reports coming to light hinting at possible in-person meeting between Iran and the US delegations. We could have Kushner, Vance and Witkoff now traveling to Islamabad to hold this meet. Do you think there is a possibility of in-person talks now taking place given the trust deficit that's still there?
As a military veteran, this is a tactical halt. This is to, regroup, reorganize, readjust your troops, and you adjust the reinforcements. Then you go in fresh with the new set of operations, missions, aim, and objectives. Because you see, there are very few unrealistic demands, like withdrawal of US combat forces from the region. I mean, are they really serious about this statement? Then payment of compensation to Iran. What for? And cessation of war at all fronts. Are we sure that all the 31 IRGC commanders will comply to that, and for how long? So you see, and then they are asking for dropping of all the sanctions, primary and secondary. Then they've also accepted the uranium enrichment. That's a red flag. I mean, they are not supposed to do that at all. And probably this war began because we had the intelligence that they had been enriching the uranium. And now that admitting it, that they have enriched uranium is, I mean, if you're committing a sin and accepting that you've committed it, well, you're responsible for, I mean, you have to acknowledge it. You have to give it back. because that is the major threat. See, this is a regime which has thrived on the slogan and the propaganda, death to America, death to Israel. IRGC is a purely, it's an indoctrinated force. So I certainly feel that they too want a tactical pause. They want a respite. And moreover, all their airstrips are still intact. So what guarantee is there that the Chinese aircrafts, the Russian aircrafts will not fly into Iran, will not replenish their missile arsenal?
Yeah.
What guarantees are there?
Yeah.
So I
But
certainly
there's
feel-
also a question, Major Toor. What guarantees are there that Iran does not have a nuclear weapon? They could already be in possession of some dirty bomb or something of that sort, because that might not be very much difficult, that they have already enriched uranium, and most of their the work that they do is mostly, it's secret. So should we trust Iran in this case? And also when it comes to the announcement, when it pertains to nuclear enrichment, Pezeshkian also already confirmed that the previous supreme leader had made this a point that the religion does not allow them to use nuclear bombs. That's against their religion. Should we take it at face value, the statements that are being made on the nuclear assets and the possibility of nuclear strikes, or you think they might have dirty bombs already, and this was one of the intel that US might have had?
See, there is a particular term in Islam called al-taqiyya.
Yeah.
It permits you to tell a lie to protect your motives as per Islam.
Okay.
So, I mean, how can you trust the Iranians? If you have to go, if they had problems with the Americans, they should have only targeted the American military bases. They should not have gone in for the economical lifelines of the GCC countries. What was their intent to do that? And because of that, the other countries which are not involved in this conflict had to actually come in, because the major source of energy is the oil. And it is the exact thing. Oil hubs have been targeted and destroyed by the Iranians. So what is their intent? What is their mindset? This is what speaks of their reliability. So I certainly feel that they will get it back. It's just a matter of time. And moreover, their proxies are not going to stop. Okay. They have the Houthis, they have the Hamas, they have the Islamic Jihad, they have the Hezbollah, they have the Fatemiyyun Brigade, they have the Zainabiyyun Division. There are 5 separate terror Shia outfits in Iraq. So I certainly feel that there is no stopping to this at the moment. It can have a temporary halt. The momentum in the battle will definitely go down because all the sides are exhausted at the moment. But once they replenish and they are ready again, it is going to begin again. Because the demands by Iran are very unrealistic. They are impractical. Because now that they've admitted to enriched uranium, I think all the more reason they are going to go after it until and unless they submit that uranium to the IAEA under the observation of the United Nations. Otherwise, I do not see this stopping so
All right, Major Toor, so you say the peace is still fragile. We could be looking at this ceasefire, in fact, breaking.
It's not exactly a ceasefire, I would like to repeat. It's a temporary pause. We must not exactly call it a ceasefire because it's just a 2-week pause. And we know they have tried to achieve, to strike a ceasefire many a times, but that was not achieved. And you never know what the next step of Donald Trump is. And does Iran really trust Donald Trump in all the cases? There were talks happening even before the strikes took place. Ishita.
Right, of course, there is a trust deficit that exists between the two sides. It's still a 2-week pause, and we'll have to see how that, pans out for both the sides. Mr. Charles, coming to you now on this. Israel is still striking. Israeli official has come out making a statement that we're still attacking. And this is right after White House declared that Israel is on board with this ceasefire. So do you think there's some sort of disagreement or some sort of rift between Israel and the US as far as this pause or ceasefire is concerned?
I think that everything else being equal, the Israelis probably would have liked to continue the military operation further to do more damage to Iran's ability to threaten Israel and to threaten the region and to rebuild. That having been said, I think the Israelis are going to follow Trump's lead. that they will pause their operations. We've seen after ceasefires have taken effect that there are exchanges back and forth that don't mean that the ceasefire, it's not operating. It just means that it takes time to be fully implemented. And I do think that we will see this implemented. I think the statements that came out from Mujtaba Khamenei, whether it was from him or from people around him, the statement that we saw earlier from the Iranian foreign minister, they're taking this seriously. They seem ready to cease their military operations as well as to open the Strait of Hormuz. And I think it is a good sign that you have a face-to-face meeting with Vance, with Witkoff, with Kushner sitting down with Iranian counterparts. Right. Because in the end of the day, that kind of face-to-face meeting is the only way that you're going to get a serious breakthrough. So let's wait and see where that conversation goes.
Yes. Mr. Charles, I have one other question to you. Who will be paying for the damages? Who will be paying for the damages which were in Iran, mostly in Iran? Will there be a toll system for the ships that are passing, or will US be paying? We don't think so that the US will be paying, Donald Trump would be paying for all the damage that has been done in Iran. But what's your take on that?
I think it's unrealistic for Iran to ask for reparations. This is a war that Israel, the United States, in fact, many other countries see as in some ways punishment for Iran troublemaking, Iran efforts to destabilize the region. This is not a regime that has a lot of goodwill. And in that sense, I think it's very different than, say, Ukraine, where when the war with Russia comes to an end, I think you'll see a lot of countries step up to the plate to help Ukraine get back on its feet. I don't think that is the case with the Islamic Republic. Iran does not have a lot of goodwill, except perhaps from the Russians and the Chinese. But the Russians and the Chinese are not doing very much to come to Iran's assistance here, although we do hear that the Chinese helped broker the ceasefire that took effect tonight. But the bottom line is, I think Iran is going to be hard-pressed to get the resources that it needs to rebuild. It's very hard for me to imagine that Donald Trump is going to agree to a deal that allows Iran to control the Strait of Hormuz, as well as to charge $1, $2, $3 million for tankers, for cargo ships passing through that strait. So I think Iran is going to be painfully hurt for quite some time. But again, I think the key issue is, can we get some kind of assurances that this won't happen again 6 months or a year from now? And that will take agreements, ironclad agreements, that Iran is not going to rebuild its enrichment facilities, that it's not going to again enrich to 60%. We have very good reason to distrust Iran. Why were they enriching uranium to 80%? Why were they hiding their facilities? Why did they have a weapons program? And when Iran behaves in that way, when it supports Hamas and Hezbollah and the Houthis and militias in Iraq and Syria, I think the international community has reasons not to trust the Islamic Republic.
But why does America trust Pakistan?
Only
Mr. Charles,
ironclad agreements.
You're always suspicious about Iran having nuclear weapons or possessing nuclear weapons-grade rich uranium. But why you allow Pakistan to have the nuclear weapons? Does America trust Pakistan in this case? Do you think Pakistan is more trustworthy of handling nuclear weapons comparatively to Iran?
Well, the problem is that once countries have nuclear weapons, it's hard to get rid of them. Why is the United States engaging in military operations against Iran, but not North Korea? The answer is because North Korea already has nuclear weapons, and as a consequence, launching a military operation against that country would be very dangerous. And so in some ways, I think the Israelis, the Americans are getting ahead of the curve here, and they don't want to end up in a situation in which they allow Iran to have a nuclear weapon, in which case a military action to take out Iran's threats to the region becomes much, much more dangerous.
All right, all right.
All right, Mr. Charles and our other guests as well, do continue to stay with us on the broadcast. We'll come back to you, but right now we're getting some breaking news developments. We've received a statement, in fact, coming in from White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt, who now says, hailing Operation Epic Fury, she has now said that U.S. has achieved significant military objectives in the last 38 days, exceeding initial expectations of a 4 to 6 week operation. She also added that U.S. military capabilities have now created leverage for diplomatic negotiations, leading to the reopening of Strait of Hormuz, while emphasizing that Trump has now credited his administration's efforts for securing a potential and long-term peace deal with Iran. So that's the statement we're getting in from the White House regarding this Operation Epic Fury. In fact, we have the Secretary of the White House, Caroline Leavitt, hailing the operation, while also saying that U.S. has achieved significant military objectives in just 38 days. Now, that's the statement coming in. Going back to our guests as well, Mr. Shakir, they're coming to you now. White House says they have achieved their military objectives in the last 38 days. They exceeded their initial expectation of this operation of about 4 to 6 weeks. But I want to ask you, the way U.S. has exited this conflict, do you think they underestimated Iran's capabilities, the scale and the intensity of the attacks that would come in from Tehran, given they were looking for an off-ramp, they were giving all the chances, all the extensions to Tehran to come back to the negotiating table?
Well, one important thing to know here is that it's not over. This is very much an active conflict with a temporary pause, as the other contributors here suggested. So this is not the final key for what we now know as the Iran war. Has the U.S. underestimated Iranian capabilities? That's up to the intelligence services of the United States to decide. I'm not a U.S. intelligence expert. There are some reports, including one that appeared in the New York Times today, in which it allegedly indicated that there were some expectations. The other panelists mentioned how there was a theoretical hope that the regime would be toppled fairly quickly, very much in a similar fashion to circumstances such as what happened with Venezuela and other military circumstances as well. That, of course, was not the case. The leadership has indeed changed, but their merit and their intentions have not significantly changed. So while there is definitely a change in leadership personnel, it doesn't seem like a lot of people are being convinced by Trump saying that there is a de facto regime change. And I think that in that sense, there might have been some gaps in expectations. That being said, one cannot disregard or undermine the importance of the degradation of Iran's military capabilities. I mean, if you were to ask Israel right now, if the U.S. walks away, was this something that was worthwhile? The answer would be very clear. The answer is yes. Why? Because regardless of whether we'll end up with some kind of a framework that would establish that Iran would have its enriched uranium taken away, and some of the guarantees that Israel strives for, and that the U.S. reassured that they would make sure that would be included in such a framework. Iran is objectively, militarily, a fraction of what it was before, and that's something very significant.
Yeah. Major Tour continues to be with us. Don't you think, Mr. Tour, by any which ways, by any means necessary, Iran, though it shows that it's going along with everyone, keeps steadily pushing its uranium enrichment plan forward. So this clearly establishes that Iran is adamant, it's on the path of creating a nuclear weapon, and anytime soon it will be capable of making a nuclear bomb. No matter how many wars happen, how many of the ceasefire happen, negotiations happen, but that is one of the primary target of Iran, because it wants to be safe, surrounded by all the nuclear-powered countries. The primary enemy, the nuclear weapon holder, is the U.S. government, the U.S. military, U.S. Army, sir.
As Marco Rubio has given a statement 2 days ago, that despite sanctions, it's okay that you make nuclear reactors, but they are supposed to be above ground. They've made missile cities, missile storage dumps all underground. And it's not that they're small facilities, they are massive. From point A to point B, it goes up to kilometers. So where did the money come from? And the North Koreans have helped engineer these underground tunnel networks for them. And so imagine their intent that for the last 47 years, despite sanctions, this is what they've been preparing themselves for. So it'll be a blunder if anyone falls for the Iranians' peace proposal. And moreover, out of those 10 points, 70% of them are impractical, which is not going to happen. And what is the guarantee that the Iranians are not going to go ahead with a nuclear bomb? Oh, one more big question. What if they already have one? Then what? Then what are you going to do? So, the pause for 47 years in the name of sanctions has resulted in tackling Iran as a menace with an upgraded missile technology and rocket technology, which they have acquired from Pakistan, the AQ Khan network. They've smuggled in the technology from North Korea. They've taken assistance from the Chinese. The Russians are already helping them. In fact, the F-15E, which was downed, and the A-10 were the courtesy of the man-pads provided by the Chinese. So what guarantee is there that, they are not going to be equipped with these weapon systems from here on? And other than that, in 2019, $400 billion deal with China up to 2045 that the Chinese will help upgrade and create and revamp their army, navy, and air force of Iran. So there are no guarantees.
Right.
So this is only going to get more murkier if USA and the West falls for this peace trap. It is all related to Al-Taqiyya. They're fooling the adversary. They are buying time. They're buying time so that they can get more potential weapon systems so that they can hit back even more hard. So I think the menace has to stop. The IRGC has to be, disarmed, disbanded. And what about the 25,000 protesters which died? What about them? So is this regime still going to be in place? Is that the motive and the objective that this war began for?
If you really want to disarm the entire IRGC, how can you do it without ground operations? And if you analyze, you need more than 2 lakh boots on ground. There will be casualties in thousands. That's something that Donald Trump cannot afford. He can continue bombing Iran in this case.
It's taken 12 years and 20 days. That is the gap between Desert Storm 1 and Desert Storm 2. In Desert Storm 1, in the first 30 days of war, Americans lost 41 aircrafts. But, that's a tactical loss. I mean, in the initial phase of war, the enemy is also determined and fresh. It has its stockpile ready. Same is the case with the attacking formation. Both of them have their stocks replenished, they're fresh troops, they're ready to go to battle.
You're saying a ceasefire is not a good idea at this stage?
What I am saying is, what about the objectives? They still remain.
Right.
None of the mission or the objectives have been met. They still have the IRGC in place. They still have the, rogue regime in place. They have the proxies in place. I mean, where is the threat? How is it reduced? What has changed?
Right, Major, I think that's the question we will, in fact, continue to ask at this point also. What was the objective with which this war began with, and how did they take a pause? Because we're not looking at any of the objectives being fulfilled at this stage. Mr. Shakid is also with us. Shakid, I want to ask you what happens now about the way forward. Now, we have Trump's 15-point plan and Iran's 10-point plan. Both of them are in complete contradiction, but in negotiations, we always have give and take. So how do you think they will be reaching a middle ground if they can? And what possibly you think is going to happen in the coming 2 weeks?
Yes. Before I start, I just want to mention that I heard major tour here, and if you were to ask any Israeli in the street, he would probably echo a lot of the sentiments that were shared here. And I was actually it was actually very, very interesting to hear that perspective. As it pertains to a potential deal, I mean, it's very important to understand.
Just interrupting you in between, Mr. Shakir. So you don't want a ceasefire? You agree with Major Tur? So there shouldn't be a ceasefire right now, or we should wait and completely finish off all of the IRGC and then go for a ceasefire?
I tend to agree that at this point there is no possibility for a ceasefire because the gaps are so deep. So even though there was a tactical pause where some interests were met on both sides, one in terms of the temporary cessation of hostilities, the other in terms of opening the strait. And keeping the global supply chains relatively in order for the time being, it's not something fundamental that the Americans and the Iranians were able to reach. The whole point of this pause is to allow them more time to actually reach negotiations. If you would ask an Israeli decision maker or the common Israeli on the street, they do not believe that any kind of agreement with the current regime is a framework that is satisfactory. Because just like they lied and did not abide to the JCPOA, the 2015 Iran deal, they're only bound to lie again and not enforce the commitments that they would put on themselves. But even on the declarative symbolic level, the Americans and the Iranians have not yet reached a point where they can even symbolically agree on a framework. So I don't believe if the Trump administration does in fact move forward with the Israeli assurances of committing to remove all of the enriched materials. I speak, of course, of the 441 kilograms of enriched materials, of up to 60%, making sure that the ballistic missile project is eliminated, making sure that Iran would not be able to possess the nuclear weapons, making sure that the proxies that Iran would stop the support as the largest state sponsor of terrorism to its proxies in the Gulf and beyond. If the Trump administration does hold on to these, there is a very high likelihood that there would not be an agreement and that hostilities would continue.
All right, Mr. Shakir and Major Tur, thanks so much for joining us on Republic, sharing your inputs on this ceasefire, 2-week pause that's now been announced by Donald Trump. We're looking at negotiations still underway, Shivam, and of course we'll have to see how this pans out and whether or not peace will hold in West Asia.
Yeah, definitely. And the statement by Caroline Levitt also hailing Operation Epic Fury, saying that we have achieved our objectives, military objectives, but our guests, they beg to differ from their statement, and they say the objectives have not been achieved and a ceasefire at this point should not have taken place because their primary objective was to make sure that Iran does not reach to a point that it is prepared to enrich uranium or recover from the losses.
Right, we are now slipping into a very short break, but don't go anywhere. On the other side, we'll continue our rolling coverage on Donald Trump's announcement of a 2-week pause in this conflict. All right, viewers, coming up on the other side, all the market reactions, what US and Israel are now saying on the 2-week pause and whether or not there will be in-person talks taking place between Iranian and US delegation.
Three, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of execution systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way that the astronauts will be stuck because of the the execution issues And what they have reported now, even we were going through and seeing, it is something to do with the wall which is to operate for section of the
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way that the astronauts will be stuck because of the the excretion issues. And what they have reported now, even we were going through and seeing, it is something to do with the wall which is to operate for section of the excretion, which looks to be needing attention. But the crew in Artemis, they are well trained to handle such type of situation. And also, in case if the main chain of the excretion system doesn't respond, there is always a way of
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way that the astronauts will be stuck because of the the excretion issues. And what they have reported now, even we were going through and seeing, it is something to do with the wall which is to operate for section of the excretion, which looks to be needing a
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way that the astronauts will be stuck because of the the excretion issues. And what they have reported now, even we were going through and seeing, it is something to do with the wall which is to operate for section of the
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome viewers, you're watching Republic and we have rolling coverage on Donald Trump's announcement of 2-week pause in the ongoing conflict with Iran. Now we're looking at Donald Trump and Iran both claiming this as success for them, but the big question, will the peace hold in West Asia? My colleague Shehbaz also joins me on this.
Yeah, there's now an official reaction from Mujtaba Khamenei, also the supreme leader, who has asked to stop firing at United States of America's military assets. Now, does this completely mean an end to war? This is a 2-week pause, but definitely a ceasefire as we speak. But if Iran follows all the points in the plan, we'll get you all the updates on this. But we have a big breaking news development that we are getting right now as we speak. Breaking news development on your screens. in a short while. All right, US President Donald Trump has announced that the United States and Iran have agreed to a 2-week ceasefire in their ongoing conflict, suspending bombing and other military attacks as part of a temporary double-sided truce aimed at advancing broader negotiations. Ishita.
Right, of course. So that's a statement coming in from the U.S. President, who goes ahead to say that the deal has been agreed just hours before the self-imposed deadline by the U.S. President. It's now tied to Iran's commitment to fully and safely reopen the strategic Strait of Hormuz. So we're looking at some conditions and now coming in from both the sides. Donald Trump clearly mentioning that right now the 2-week pause is subject to the condition that Iran will immediately open the Strait of Hormuz.
Yeah, he also adds that with regional mediation playing a role and global markets reacting with a sharp drop in oil prices, though the situation remains fluid and subject to further diplomatic development. So this should be underlined, and this should be the point we should be careful about, that subject to further diplomatic developments. So this is a very big development. Trump says the ceasefire is subject to Iran opening the Strait of Hormuz. So this is official. This is official confirmation. Iran has also agreed to the 2 weeks pause, but it has also given its 10-point plan on how the ceasefire should look like and what the conditions have been put by the Iranian regime in this case. But definitely they are agreeing to the ceasefire, the pause that was very much needed during the course of action, during the 39 days of action of war that was ongoing between Iran and Israel and United States of America. Big development. Many points have been raised, and Iran says that the US has agreed to commitment to non-aggression, continuation of Iran's control over the Strait of Hormuz, acceptance of uranium enrichment and lifting of all primary sanctions. All right, we have guests with us in the studio and joining us live from other parts, from California also, Ishita.
Right, of course, we're being joined by Vibhuti Jha, former Republican candidate, joining us live from California. And we also have Colonel Shailendra Singh. He's a defense expert with us in our studio. So thank you to both of you for joining us. Coming to you, Vibhuti, first. Now, US is claiming that it's a success for them, that the conflict has been paused for 2 weeks. Strait of Hormuz has been opened. And they claim that all the military objectives have now been achieved in just about 38 days. Your first reaction on this?
Thank you very much for having me. 2 points are very important here. The war would not have happened if Iran had actually committed to nuclear non-proliferation and nuclear weaponizing of its own country and enrichment of uranium. If Iran had signed on that dotted line, we would not be in this clash as of now. What was Mr. Trump's most important point was that for the last 47 years, Iran has been playing footsie with America, and all American presidents had caved in one way or the other. Mr. Trump's primary requirement is that Hormuz and other things are incidental to the whole cause. So this is the important point here. The second element, equally important, is that Iran never submitted 100% to IAEA investigation either. So their 10-point plan, which Trump has said he has received, makes no sense to me. If it doesn't make sense to me, I do not know if it makes sense for Mr. Trump either. Right. That you ask for reparations and enrichment of uranium and whatever else. So you have seen Takia play its own role. And, the famous statement made by many Iranian supporters have been that, Khamenei had said that their religion doesn't allow nuclearization. Right. Well, if that was religion was the cause for non-nuclearization promise, then how come Pakistan has a nuclear power? So you are seeing contradictions playing into the whole process. There is one more important part that we must bear in mind. Many people they say we have a 5,000-year-old civilization. It can't be. The original civilization there was Zoroastrianism and Persian cultures. They were destroyed by the current dispensation of the faith that dominates. And this is not a 5,000-year culture. It is a 1,400-year-old established religion. So these are contradictions that we have to live with. And I think Iran has been a master negotiator or master deflector of things against us. If I were the president, I would not accept the 10 plans, including enrichment of uranium. And these ceasefires and this break that has happened, well, how long it will hold, I do not know.
Yeah.
But this is very important. If I'm the negotiator, I'm going to ask to Iran to completely abrogate and withdraw from the deaths to America or the Satan attack that they do on America all the time.
Yeah.
Will they shake hands with Israel? If they don't shake hands with Israel, where is the friendship? So where is the sincerity of purpose in it? And I think Mr. Trump had one deep understanding that the rest of the world was suffering because of the oil scenario.
But a section of Iran, people in Iran are calling it a surrender. They're calling it a surrender of Donald Trump, and a section in America is calling it a surrender for Iran. So both are claiming victory, but we'll have to wait and watch who exactly has been victorious. So stay with us. We have another guest with us. We have a defense expert, Colonel Shailendra Singh. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us in the studio. But what's your reaction? Everybody is talking about the objectives. Donald Trump is claiming that the objectives have been achieved. What exactly were the objectives? Was it about the nuclear weapons or the ICBMs or the regime change? Because he gave a statement that regime change was not in the plan. But initially, when the protests were happening, he was hinting that keep fighting, help is coming, we are on the way. So do we rule out regime change was one of the objectives? And there were other objectives. You can clarify what the objectives really were for the American government, for POTUS, for Donald Trump.
Jai Hind, Namaskar. If you see this ceasefire, the brightness of your face and your co-panelist face is quite evident that we all are happy about it.
Even your face, sir.
I'm actually in a problem because now we have to evaluate whether this happiness is short-lived, long-lived, permanent or not. So that responsibility comes, which is a big one. Now coming down to our panelist educating us on a lot of good things, I do agree with it. Iran was never, Iran cannot be given that benefit of doubt that they were too good about the uranium. But at the same time, we need to see the things in reality, the day or the way they were. As on 25th and 26th of February, the official declaration of Oman and IAEA is that they were very close or had already closed the issue of uranium, whether it is to be handed over, downgraded, upgraded, whatever graded. But that talk on uranium was definitely making some sense to Oman and IAEA. There cannot be a super umpire called as US to take a decision on every nuclear terrorism. I'm using the word nuclear terrorism because if there is a nuclear terrorism as an agenda point of US, then well, I do have one in Asia. Would you like to handle that also? Coming down to specifics, Iran is guilty, I'll allow that because it has been supporting the terrorism of Houthi, Hamas, Hezbollah.
Yeah.
We have sat down in the same studio to talk about it last year when their nuclear things was to be dismantled. But then the Americans will have to accept it that were they lying last time? Were they unaware last time that the complete uranium has been destroyed or the uranium facility has been destroyed? Why do you require that to be coming up now? Coming to, 10 points or shake hand. Let Israel extend that hand. I'm a fan of Israel, by the way.
Yeah.
But when it comes down to peace, if you will start looking for who won, who lost, who has surrendered, who has bowed down, then the diplomacy won't work. The diplomacy works that you keep all this aside, concentrate on those 10 points. Out of 10 points, you may agree to 2.
I completely agree with you, Colonel, but the kind of statements which are being released by Donald Trump also do not add up to diplomacy. The kind of warnings and threats, back-channel talks, and then he warns them that you go for a ceasefire, otherwise I'll bomb your power plants, I'll bomb your key bridges. Now let's sit on the table and have a ceasefire. So on one side he's talking about diplomacy, and on the other side he's claiming that I'll wipe out the civilization. Just imagine me and you talking and having a cup of tea, and I'll warn you, you agree to me, or I'll bomb your home, and then we agree on the ceasefire terms. Can that be possible?
You see, this is called as military diplomacy, that you want to have a talk or diplomacy from a position of strength. That is what exactly even Iran is doing.
That's bullying, is what sir. That's sort of bullying, I believe.
Oh, no, the language of US has always been bullying. Yeah. Whom have they not bullied? Yeah. They have been bullying their own European Union partners. Yeah. They have also been bullying even, I'll put it like that, Greenland. They have been bullying Venezuela. They have been bullying and getting away. So let's not get into that when it comes down to a war. Then the bigger point which has to be seen is that whether we are able to talk out to stop a war, to have a ceasefire, develop on that. That is how diplomacy works. Military power has already worked. You have actually destroyed Iran. There is no denial. I'll go by that. But within that destruction of your so-called declared 90%, 95% of Army, Navy, Air Force of Iran having been eliminated, decimated, I don't know which word to use or not, which has been used by them. But even with that weakness of 5%, they are still able to hold on to Hormuz. If there is no Navy, why are you not walking in? And why are you blaming Hormuz? Why are you not blaming yourself? Why did you attack on 28th? Hormuz is a sub-product of that. You didn't think about it? You didn't know about it? Yeah. Were you not advised about it? The way your chief has advised that boots on ground is suicidal. Yeah. You have finally conceded. You have made him resign. You have sacked him. You have sacked 8 of them. I don't know which regime change are we talking. Are we talking about the regime change of Iran? Or are we talking the regime change of the US Army? You have to see it. You see, you set your own objective, you set your own goal, and you set your own decision making that I have achieved it. Well, yes, you have achieved it. If you have achieved regime change in Iran, where lakhs and lakhs of people are coming under that flag and rejoicing, well, congratulations to you. That country has stood together much stronger. I am not a fan of Iran. I am then saying, you have to do an analysis unbiased. Yeah. And in that, you definitely find that within that weakness of Iran, which you have declared, Iran has emerged quite strong within that weakness.
Right. Colonel, I sort of agree with you on the points that you have raised. Iran, despite the damage to its military infrastructure, despite the damage that's been caused to its top leaders, it has emerged sort of more resilient than the United States. And it also seemed, sort of towards the end, the US was more desperate. It was looking for an off-ramp, trying to give more extensions to Iran to have this conflict somehow settled. In fact, we're now taking a look at what Prime Minister of Pakistan posted. Now, viewers, if you go through the edited version of the text that Pakistan's Prime Minister posted on X, it looks like there was a draft sent to him by Washington, and he posted that by mistake with a header as well, that it's a draft to be put up by Pakistan's Prime Minister on X, and then he later edited that version. So, it looks like Pakistan acted like a US puppet all along the negotiation, just putting up a draft sent to him by Washington. So, when you talk about the role of the negotiations that have been going on, how do you look at it, sir? Right.
You're asking me?
I'm so sorry. Let me tell you one thing. When you are talking about Pakistan, let me give out facts to you. I'll congratulate the world if Pakistan has been able to establish this peace. I'm one of them that yes, peace by even Nepal, if is initiated, India will always welcome it. So I am very clear on that part of it. But more important would be what? The more important is that is he actually able to? Because when it came down to the Prime Minister of Pakistan giving out that statement or coming out with that written statement that we offer. Well, offering is a good thing. But who appointed you? Number one. Number two, your own Deputy Prime Minister, Mr. Dar, he said, what are we doing? We are only passing one message to another. Okay. These are all recorded statements by the Pakistani. How much are they playing? Well, if they are playing, very good. And by the way, world over, I'll ask you only, world over, who will establish peace? Who is credible on peace? Who is reliable on peace? Who has got the economic and the world standing in the world to establish peace? So on all these parameters, I at least find Pakistan is very much eligible. But they are
Pakistan
eligible. But they are eligible only for terrorism.
Yeah.
They are very credible on terrorism. Yeah. They are very consistent on terrorism. I don't know which peace are they going to establish when they can't do it in their own country.
Yeah, definitely, sir. Definitely, sir. That's why I raised the question, the concern that when it comes to America, why does America trust Pakistan more with nuclear weapons rather than trusting Iran with nuclear weapons or with nuclear arsenal? All right, we have Mr. Vibhuti Jha also with us. Mr. Jha, was it just about the nuclear targets, the nuclear weapon in this case? And also, have the objectives been achieved by the United States military in this case, by Donald Trump? That's why they're going for a 2-week pause, or there was a miscalculation of the war? Because this time, Iran also continued its targeting of the assets of US, whether it be Middle East or other parts in the nearby area. Was there a miscalculation or the objectives were achieved, sir?
Thank you. That's a great question, actually. I must say this. Military-wise, in terms of pure destruction-wise, Iran has been decimated. So when Trump threatened, and I think I agree with Colonel Shailendraji on the points that he commented upon Pakistan and the military objectives, that yes, militarily, America showcased the extent of damage that it can do to Iran. That is no doubt about that. One of the things that happens is, what is your own internal injuries? And that's where the aircraft shot brought down and the pilot rescue became a big issue for America. Because America, I've met if you have seen the movie Behind Enemy Lines over Kosovo, I have met that pilot. And his only statement was that this is the great strength of America, that if a man is left behind, they will do whatever it takes to rescue that man. So this was playing out in my mind when this was happening. And that must have taken Trump by surprise that it happened. And he was ready for that. That's why he's seizing the scenario to make an assessment. And now, here is very important part that Trump can definitely, you said about, destroying, sending the country to Stone Age. Now, the important part here is that he was using every single terminology which Kautilya said. Sam, Dam, Dand, Bhed.
Okay.
Think about it from that perspective. He is using every tool available in his kitty to use it. Whether you accept it or you fight against it is a different matter altogether. These 10 points, which the whole world now knows that Pakistan just acted on it as an American ally, whose defense minister is on record saying that we have been doing the dirty job of America and the West for last 30 years. This is yet another dirty job that they have done of succumbing to being the, in-between, go-between guy. I'm using a respectable word for that. But the point of the matter is that this country, as Shailendraji very correctly pointed out, has no locus standi to talk about peace. So, the country that is killing its own people, where minorities are decimated, and they have put carefully, if you look at those 10 points, you will not, no sane man will accept that. If Donald Trump accepts that, I guarantee you, I will not vote for that, for him in this upcoming midterm. Because those points are points designed, laid out to reject. That's the game. That's the whole thing here.
So we'll have to wait for a complete ceasefire then, Mr. Vibhuti.
I think so. You can't be halfway pregnant, right? Either you have the ceasefire or you don't have the ceasefire. And these are not matters of trivial interest for, talking about it on the television by you, me, or anybody else for that matter. War is a serious event. It's a serious issue between nations, between people. And you end up as a last resort. And I say it again, if tomorrow Iran just issues the farman, if I may say so, that we will not have nuclear weapons, we will no enrichment of uranium, we are willing to accept peaceful usage of nuclear power, I'm fine with that. That's the point which I'm trying to say is the most important one here.
Yeah, they already have a farman, they already have a statement that has been released. Ishita is also with me. Ishita, there was a statement that was given by Pezeshkian. He said that a nuclear weapon is something that we are not planning for.
Right.
As per the supreme leader, but we shouldn't trust Iran. Colonel Shailendra doesn't seem to agree with me, doesn't seem to agree with Iran also. But Pezeshkian clearly mentioned that this was something against Islam as it was conveyed by the supreme leader. But America doesn't seem to trust the statements of the previous supreme leader, and it doesn't seem to trust the present supreme leader also, Ishita.
Right, of course, and that's the big question now. Mr. Vibhuti Jha also talked about this fact that there are 10-point plans submitted by Iran, and it's designed now to be rejected by the United States. But the big question, as negotiations continue between the two sides and there will be some give and take, what are the 10 points according to Iran that it has proposed to United States? Let's break it down for our viewers. Now, they've called for non-aggression by US and Israel. That's the first demand. The second demand is their continued control over the Strait of Hormuz. Now, that's, in fact, it could be a deal breaker for the United States. The third demand is regarding the acceptance of their right to enrich uranium. Now, remember, Donald Trump started the war with this point. So, again, it's all been designed to be rejected by the United States. The fourth point is about lifting of all the primary sanctions. Now, remember, Iran remains one of the most heavily sanctioned countries around the world. And another point also talks about not just the primary sanctions, they also want the secondary sanctions to be lifted up. Now, they're also talking about termination of all the UNSC resolutions that have been put forward and also passed by the UN against Iran. And they also talk about a termination of not just a UNSC, but also the International Atomic Energy Agency's resolutions passed against Iran. Now, the eighth demand is regarding the payment of compensation to Iran. This is regarding all the damage that has been incurred on their country. We have seen several universities, several military infrastructure, schools, all coming under attack in the last 40 days. And they're also talking about a US withdrawal. It's combat forces, not just from Iran, but also from all across West Asia. And the last point, they're calling for the cessation of war on all fronts, including Lebanon. Now, we have seen Iran's proxies becoming active in this conflict. You have Houthis in Yemen and Hezbollah fighting IDF in Lebanon. Now, they're calling for the war to come to an end on all fronts. Back to you, Shivam.
Yeah, definitely. This was the complete explanation of the points that were made. All right, Colonel Shailendra is also with me. Colonel Shailendra, we'll go to Colonel Shailendra also and Mr. Vibhuti Jha also. But the thing is, it is a temporary pause. It is a temporary ceasefire. Has to become a complete ceasefire after all the terms are agreed. But definitely a 2 weeks pause. Colonel Shailendra, the statement that I just gave of possessing nuclear weapons, and Mr. Jha was asking they should release some sort of fatwa or farman. I just researched, there's already a fatwa that we won't be developing nuclear weapons. Now, this was from Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Do you trust the statements by the Iranian regime in this case, or do you think they will definitely make nuclear weapons? And even though after the ceasefire, do you think there will be a stop? There will be a halt in enriching nuclear assets to a level to create nuclear bombs?
I'm not against Iran. So my statement should be taken on the factually correct, facts. Whether Pezeshkian says anything or Khamenei Saab says anything, you have to see it, that what is happening on ground. 60% enriched uranium they have said it to UAE and Oman in the talks which were taking place in February. This is their statement. Now, I want to know, the world, we all are quite educated enough, you can Google it also. Why do you require 60% enrichment? Which electric power you are going to produce with the peaceful use of 60% enrichment? Your already Bushehr plant is using the nuclear power to generate electricity. What is the percentage of enrichment there? It is always 8 to 12%.
Right.
That is world over. This is not my saying, this is world over. Okay. Now, when you are reaching 60, what for are you reaching? You see, I am prepared to grant US that Iran is also not that innocent. I'll go by that. At the same time, I would also say that if Oman and UAE are prepared to give out this, that they were agreeing to hand over / degrade it back. And they will go, they will do away with the enrichment. No, that is all what. But then the point comes, no, you have to be without missile, you have to be without drone, you cannot have this, you cannot have that. You tell me one thing, the US also, like you said, objective. If the objective was that you want to eliminate Khamenei, he got eliminated.
Right.
Now your objective was regime change. I said that very clearly. Regime change did not take place. You may keep assuming it took place, but it effectively brought the Iranians together under their flag.
Yeah.
And today they are celebrating this so-called ceasefire. And when we come down to ceasefire, this is not a ceasefire. This is the initiation of ceasefire. On Friday, they are likely to meet maybe one-to-one, maybe through anybody. That's a minor part of it, because if at all they meet one-to-one, this will be first time ever that they will be meeting. Even in Oman talks, they were not one-to-one. They were in a different room. You were in a different room. Oman was conveying the messages and was mediating in a way. I'll put it like that. So on Friday, by Friday, there will be proposals, counter proposals to finally decide that yes, are we sitting down or we will talk through somebody. It could be anybody, even for that matter, if it is Pakistan, how the hell does it matter to you and me? To the world, the peace is important. Who comes into it? Well, the world will realize, or Iranians will realize whether Pakistan is reliable or not, or the Americans will realize that Pakistan is taking their side or the Iranian side. Right. So bottom line comes out that it is only on Friday onwards that there will be a progress seen, that whether we are going ahead or not, but there is an environment which is good, that yes, the hostilities come down, they will not stop, because whether you talk of Israel or you talk of Hezbollah, I don't think this is a war which has been initiated here in Iran. This is an age-old war continuing, and Israel gets a chance right now to eliminate or degrade as much of Hezbollah as possible.
Okay.
Right, of course, Mr. Colonel, I agree with you on that point that, there are maximalistic demands being put up by both the sides at this point. And what we're seeing right now could be the first step towards a peace. But here's we're getting some breaking news development at this hour. Now, Israel has announced its support for President Trump's decision to suspend strikes against Iran for 2 weeks, conditional on Iran opening the Strait of Hormuz and halting attacks on US, Israeli and regional countries. Now, Israel also is backing US effort to prevent Iran from possessing a nuclear weapon, missile and terror threats to region as well as globally. We're looking at US assuring Israel of its commitment to achieving all of these shared goals with Israel and its regional allies in the upcoming negotiations. Now, things, in fact, notably, the 2-week ceasefire doesn't apply to Lebanon. Okay, that's the big takeaway we're getting from the Israeli statement. Mr. Jha, coming to you on this point now, Israel has backed the US ceasefire against Iran for these 2 weeks, the pause that we're calling it right now. But it also goes on to mention that this pause does not include Lebanon, which means the fight we're looking at between IDF and Hezbollah, that is likely to continue right now.
Oh, yes. Although Pakistani statement says that including Lebanon, but I don't think Israel is going to accept that. And what is critical here for all of us to consider, the element of, what Iran was trying to do here. Iran is not liked by Saudi Arabia or the other GCC countries.
Right.
They all have military bases run by America. The point of the matter is that all these countries mistrust Iran's intentions. So when they say that it is our religious doctrine that we don't have nuclear, that itself is a lie. And that's what one has to recognize.
Right.
That these people have tormented their own people. So the celebrations that you see on the streets, it will be the regime people. But we have also, I live in New York, not in Los Angeles. You guys made a mistake there, but not important. In my neighborhood where I live, there is significant amount of ex-Iranians living here. They were in a remarkable mood of upliftment that Trump will do something about this entire matter. They were looking forward to, change of regime in a manner that their old faith of Zoroastrianism and Persian came back. And this regime of terror that has tormented their lives of people who they kill, I mean, you know that, and we all know that. So how many people were killed by the regime when they protested against the regime here? So the question here is very important, that these people are being shot dead.
I agree with you, and sorry to interrupt you there. I agree with you that there have been a very strong crackdown on the protesters in Iran, about 40,000 killed in the recent protests. But the big question is that when Donald Trump called them to come on the streets, they did not come up against their regime. In fact, they sort of stood with the regime.
Yeah, because America has made a mistake. They did not. These people had big hopes from Mr. Barack Obama that he was the champion, and he was understanding of the problems, and he had said they expected America to support. They did not get. Lots of lives were lost. Lots of people were executed. Even in this time, the reports are that snipers are shooting any protester on the street. A 20-year-old wrestler, a 19-year-old girl, they are hanged just because they protested? What kind of society we support that? Regime? No. That's where the democracies are running into problem. And I have come to this conclusion that this regime and the regimes of this kind have configured that the freedom can be used as the fault line of democracy. And that's important for democracy lovers to understand, that those who do not subscribe to democracy, they are preaching freedoms. And Trump did call upon them, but people are afraid. 40,000 people were killed, as you rightly said. People are afraid. It's not that you did a one-on-one fight on the street. They are shot from the rooftops by snipers.
Right.
How brutal can that be? How can any soul support an action where in our societies protest is an absolute freedom? You can always protest, but there can be difference in degree of freedoms. Like in America, burning flag is accepted as a freedom of expression. In India, it is not. So, but we apply freedoms in different standards. But these people abuse freedom for their own gains. And that's where they make you and I feel guilty. And that's what I refuse to accept anymore.
Yeah, definitely. Mr. Jha, one question to you. Who exactly do you think is responsible for whatever is happening in Iran? Historically also, if we can reflect upon the 1953 coup or the 1979 Islamic Revolution, there always has been American intelligence, CIA involved, as some reports suggest. Don't you think US should not be involved too much in countries which are very far away from it, or it has strategic interests? It is actively participating, and we have seen Afghanistan, we have seen Iraq, we have seen Vietnam. Why does US only gets involved in countries where it should not have been involved?
Very valid question, and I agree with you. And I'm of the opinion that United States, I participated in a PBS program about 12 years ago, where there were 4 chief of staff of 4 different presidents, and I opined. And the topic of discussion was exactly this, that do we need to have military presence in so many places in the world around? And I said, in that time, I had said that instead of, we must pull back our military presence. Why are we trying to be a global policeman? And I also suggested in that program, you will be happy to know, that instead of giving F-16s to Pakistan, you should give that same money for doing STEM education in madrasas, if they will do greater good to your ally than otherwise. So I totally agree. But here is a historical element. America recognized that without American participation in Second World War, Europe would be speaking German or whatever, or Italian. It is very important for all of us to configure that European imperialism and European colonialism is at the root of most of the flashpoints in the world today. And after they won the war, Second World War, because of American intervention, America suddenly realized that it had great military capability. But for them, they would not. And that was their bargaining chip. Came the Marshall Plan, pumping of money in Europe, in Japan, rebuilding of Japan. So America became, to use the Hindi colloquial term, a Mai Baap of the whole world. And when you have some power surge, this is the kind of thing that happens. Then everybody was expecting America will do something. Isn't it true that in India also we were expecting for a long number of years that why doesn't America declare Pakistan as a terrorist state? But India would not do so. They were expecting America to do it. So when the world began to look at America as a power center, as a counter to communist Russia and whatever else, then America, it got it in their heads. And because of certain very clever economic instruments brought in, the Bretton Woods agreement went down, gold standard went down, and dollar became the big currency. America managed to have the petrodollar concept. Everybody has to buy. It gave them tremendous economic clout and political power. So when you have the ability to print notes, at some point in time is going to hurt you. And America, Trump as a businessman knows that. His mandate to Secretary Bessent, when he became, and Secretary Bessent said this in a show, and I heard it myself, were two. Secretary Bessent had two mandates. Do something about the deficit without affecting the dollar. Because he also noticed that a move against dollar was going on. So you are right. When you are very powerful, you try to protect all your power centers. And that's why America gets engaged in wars, which never wins, never intends to win. It only wants to show that I can whip your butt when I want to.
Mr. Shah, Donald Trump
That's
also talked about not meddling in other wars, about taking U.S. troops back. But eventually, when he came to power, he did the opposite. Now, Colonel Shailendra, looping you into the conversation as well, I want to ask you, Trump was emboldened by what took place in Venezuela. He took out the leader and suddenly he could negotiate for oil very easily. He also expected something similar could happen in Iran after the killing of Ayatollah Khamenei. So do you think there was, some miscalculation? They underestimated how Iran would react given the scale of this conflict and the intensity of the attacks that have come in from Tehran?
Definitely, we can say it with a lot of authority because and a lot of understanding. Iran is not Venezuela. Right. There is just no two-way comparison that you can do this. That yes, you can treat every country like Iran. India is not Iran. India could fight back the tariffs. World has seen it. The world was finding that there is a tariff bomb being dropped by US everywhere in the world. India is the one who started it, and you found there were so many people, so many countries who followed it, that no, we don't have to accept it. We can talk about it. We are not fighting it, but we will defend ourselves. Now, same goes for Iran and Venezuela. Venezuela cannot be taken, and by the way, Venezuela and Iran otherwise are also not comparable. The situation
except
is not
for oil, sir. Oil.
I was about to say that. So effectively it comes out that you want a total domination on oil. You want the world to only follow petrodollars.
Right.
You want, when we are saying that what all good the US is looking for, let me tell you, the way I said for Iran, even US is not very innocent on all these subjects. Who made nuclear Iran? US, you made it.
Who was involved in the coup?
No, I'm coming one by one. Now, coming down to any point regarding that Islamic revolution. Well, what happened in 79? You have woken up now. What did you do at that time? Is it your business? That time you said it's a country's business. Today it becomes your business that no. Coming down to even the point that a few thousand people got killed. Very bad. Iran should have never killed those protesters 3 months back. I'll agree on that. But if the killing of protesters is non-democratic, if it is, then tell me one thing, 70,000 killed in Gaza, is it that much acceptable? So you are having double standards. Coming down to another one, somebody said a child got hanged and whatever. You tell me what is happening in the Pakistani strikes in Afghanistan. Is that justified? 22 kids died.
Also what happened in Iran, Minab school got attacked, 160 schoolgirls were killed.
I'm coming one by one, this is what I'm saying. So you have to apply the same parameter for understanding. I think my foreign minister was very right. When there is a terrorism in US, it becomes a world terrorism. But when it is a terrorism anywhere else in the world, then it is their business. It is none of our business. This we have said it very point blank. And I fully agree on that yes, you are being selective on terrorism. Your definition of terrorism is not same for the world. You cannot see the terrorism done by Pakistan.
Yeah.
You are able to see the terrorism done by Iran. You have been able to see that Maduro was kind of doing narcotic terrorism. These are the words used.
Yeah.
There are, you come down to Pakistan, I'll gift you more narcotics than anybody else.
Definitely.
So I find very amusing actually that here is a Pakistan chief being appreciated by a US White House that he has brokered the peace. The army doesn't, that means that army is not doing its job. It is only brokering peace outside. Is he a diplomat? Is he got that kind of standing?
He's on a payroll, sir. He's on a payroll.
So then if
That's
we
his
say
duty.
he's on payroll, then Pakistan ko bura lag jata hai. Phir unko bura lag jata hai.
Both of them are on payroll. The PM also, Shehbaz Sharif might be on a payroll and Asim Munir will be on a payroll. That's their job. Pakistan is doing their job. What else can they do? They don't have any other option in this case, Colonel Chalindar.
But at the same time, I would say it very responsibly. Let the whole world encourage this so-called ceasefire getting converted into temporary to a permanent ceasefire, from a permanent ceasefire to a successful talk, to a visible, whether short-term or long-term, solution for this problem, because this problem will come back again. It will haunt you again. Hormuz is going to stay. Bab al-Mandeb is going to stay. The Houthis are going to stay. Iran is going to stay. Hezbollah is going to stay in Lebanon. So we have to look at the wider part of it. The conflict may start from anywhere to anywhere, but it will spread world over and it will affect all of us. I think that is where the point should come, that US needs to review its strategy, that what are you wanting to do? If today China does a 40 days, NOTAM, you have no problems. But if anybody else does, why? Are you doing, NOTAM is issued for 1, 2, 3 days. Because you are doing a testing, you are doing an exercise. Here it's a 40-day. Are you, as a China, are you looking at Taiwan Strait?
Definitely.
As far as I'm concerned, so you see, the world has got this problem that these so-called rich countries, the economically strong countries, are probably dictating everywhere, suiting their convenience, which is bad.
Yeah. China might be thinking that why should I feel left out? Why should we be left out? And we should also engage where Russia is doing, when America is doing. Why not we also get into some war and take over China? That gives them a window while everybody is doing that. Mr. Jha, I hope Mr. Jha is also with us, Mr. Vibhuti Jha. The other question to you, Mr. Jha, would be don't you think that you are leaving Iran with a very strong bargaining point even in the near future, which is the Strait of Hormuz? Now they understand completely how to influence the entire world politics, the global oil prices, and this is the very, the strongest point that we have. We can choke the Strait of Hormuz and make the world follow our terms, and everybody is going to agree with us. Don't you think this is giving a leverage to Iran, the Strait of Hormuz?
The Strait of Hormuz is close to Iran. Iran is claiming that Hormuz must be theirs. It is not. It's international waters, and only the territorially is going there. So the important part here is there are critical international scenarios, transit and transportation, and there is a particular agreement on that. Iran is violating that. It's trying to draw a leverage on that. So the point of the matter is that Mr. Trump recognizes that element. It's out in the open. It will never be, Iran will never be allowed to have a control over the Strait of Hormuz, because that's where it is critical for the supplies to happen. But what I want to say is that, there was a discussion here, which I was a participant in. The world is hating America for being the global policeman. And I also have said America should pull back completely. But there is a debate needs to be had. A serious thinking needs to be had. What will the world look like if America was not there? Think about it, if America just pulls out. People began to accuse Trump of creating a policy of isolationism. What did he say? I don't want to take part in anything else, right? He was wanting to be a president for peace. And, this war was part of his action, that Iran has deceived for 47 years, for all the presidents of America. I'm not going to go into a talk. What is there to talk? Just say no to nuclear. And Iran is not saying that. So this is where the whole challenge comes out. I totally agree with all of you that America is acting like a bully. Yes, I have said so myself.
Yeah.
And as a matter of fact, when he got elected, I told him, you are a super confident man. Make sure they don't end up sounding like a bully. Because even my favorite movie, Back to the Future, nobody likes bullies, right? So and America doesn't like bullies. So I'm of that opinion. And I have said this many times, that because of his words, he makes his supporters' life very difficult on a lighter vein. But be that as it may, he is trying to force a peace. He's trying to protect Israel. Otherwise, a country which is a speck in the entire Middle East map,
Truly.
7 million or 8 million people, that's a problem for the entire Islamic world. Mr. Trump brought Abraham's Accord to bring back, to end the war permanently between the two countries. UAE recognized as Israel, and both of them have diplomatic relationship. These were actual efforts to bring about authentic peace. You have Iran that wants death to America. It calls America the Satan country. I can't accept that. I can't accept it as an American. The other part also is very important. Yes, when you become this global Superman, policeman, you begin to assume power which are kind of tilts in the area of a gray area. If you have read the book, Confessions of an Economic Hitman, please read it, because I read it a long time ago. Okay. So when you do that, then you use every single tool available to have a regime that is more palatable to you. And I have told Republican Party, as well as Mr. Trump conveyed the message, that I agree with you on every single domestic matter. The one issue where I totally disagree with you is, so long as you are sleeping with the snake called Pakistan, I'm a former Indian, and I love my country, Bharat, that I know. Yeah. I will not support that agenda of yours. I said it very clearly. I've said it on many shows.
I agree with you on the point that it does become very difficult to defend Donald Trump at times. And on that point, a last question to, in fact, Colonel Shailendra, who's with us. Sir, talking about what's going to now take place in the coming 2 weeks. Now, we have seen, in fact, Donald Trump, and there could be a possibility of in-person talks taking place between the delegation of US and Iran. Kushner, Witkoff and Vance could be traveling to Islamabad. Do you think, how would they reconcile between Donald Trump's 15-point plan and Iran's 10-point plan? Because they stand in complete contradiction.
What I see is that by Friday, they would have taken a decision whether they can have a direct talk on the table or they will have an indirect talk. Based on that talk, there will be an environment of positivity which will come. If it's a direct talk, then it solves a lot of problem. Even if it's an indirect talk, it can still be progress. 14 days will decide that yes, whether the ceasefire is getting into permanence or not. There will be threats, there will be counter narratives which will be given out, there will be propaganda, there will be political statements coming out. Notwithstanding that, both countries will have to brave it out, and the whole world needs to support it, encourage it, that these talks happen and they happen successfully. Bottom line, I see it, US will come out of this war very easily as a respectable exit. The problem of Iran versus Israel will continue, it will stay, because this is a decades old, number of decades old problem between them. It doesn't get solved in 14 days or 20 days. But I can only see that there will be a respite for the world and to my country, that the Hormuz stays open without any problem, and somebody saying that they will not let it come allow under the control of Iran. Well, let me tell you, this is a good dream. Iran is there on the banks of it. It is on the coast of it. Unless you are occupying it physically, even then I challenge as a military man, I still will have a right as an Iranian soldier that I can strike in Hormuz at will. You can stop me, you can actually persuade me, you can keep yourself as a deterrence, yes. But that one strike capability Iran will always have. You will never be able to say that the Hormuz is under your control. It will stay definitely with Iran.
All right, Mr. Vibhuti Jha and Colonel Shailendra, thanks so much for joining us on Republic, sharing your inputs on Donald Trump's announcement of a 2-week pause in this conflict. And now, viewers, we're slipping into a very short break, but don't go anywhere. In fact, coming up on the other side, as Israel welcomes a decision to suspend strikes against Iran and says it will be backing United States in their operation, while Lebanon will still not be included in this 2-week pause.
All right, viewers, also coming up next, oil prices crashed 14% within minutes as Trump announces ceasefire. Indian markets set to open higher.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
थोड़े में ज़्यादा स्वाद ये ही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा। सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट। 3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion system.
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा सिप। MTH का जलजीरा जीरा सिप।
जीरा सिप, असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
Character, the taste of success.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the...
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये ही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा। सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट।
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान। अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Character, the taste of success.
our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of execution systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also available, and there is no way that
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट अब बताओ स्वाद आया
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात वाओ मामा क्या प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा सिप असली रिफ्रेशिंग असली स्वाद असली मजा
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound.
Hello viewers, a very good morning to you. I am Amrita Chongtham. You're watching live this morning on Republic TV, and we are continuing our coverage on the US and Iran's peace agreement, that is the 2 weeks pause between the two nations that have struck just moments ago on ending some hostilities between the nation, and thereby negotiations of a ceasefire continuing.
Definitely. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta, and we continue our coverage of the on the 2-week pause. Not a complete ceasefire, yes, but it builds up to a ceasefire. There will not be any missile firing or firing of shots, because this was also confirmed by Mujtaba Khamenei as per Iranian press, as per Iranian media reports. We'll get you minute-to-minute updates on the peace plan, on whether both of them will be agreeing to the 10-point plan and 15-point plan. But first up, let's have a look at the top headlines of the hour. A say after Trump's wipeout threat and over a month-long bloodbath and Middle East havoc, Trump announces temporary and conditional ceasefire.
Both US and Iran forces halt all offensive operations after Trump's conditional ceasefire announcement.
Iran claims achieving historic win by forcing US to accept its 10-point plan for ending war, calls for acceptance of uranium enrichment and removing all US sanctions.
Israel welcomes the decision to suspend strikes against Iran, but says the 2-week ceasefire does not include Lebanon.
And also, the markets have started reacting. Oil prices crashed 14% within minutes as Trump announces ceasefire. Indian markets set to open higher.
Pro-government demonstrators in Iran, civilians across the country celebrate the defeat of United States and Israel.
And draft tag in Sharif's X post raises questions after social media users flag what appears to be an edited post on social media platform X. All right, viewers, let's begin with the first big breaking news of the bulletin, where the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's office has officially welcomed the US-Iran ceasefire agreement, the pause, the 2-week pause, but clarified that it doesn't apply to Lebanon. Now, the statement supports President Trump's decision to suspend the strikes against Iran for 2 weeks, conditional on Iran reopening the Strait of Hormuz and stopping attacks on the US and Israeli ships, and also attack on US, Israel and regional countries. Now, Israel also backs the US effort to prevent Iran from posing nuclear, missile and terror threats. Now, this is the assurance that was given, and these are the points of discussion in the peace plan. Amrita.
Yes, in fact, Israel, backing the US's effort to pause the 2-week agreement, to reach a 2-week agreement on the pause of strikes. But again, Israel says that Lebanon is not included, which in fact is one of the key one of the points in the 10-point agreement posed by Iran, saying that all hostilities against Lebanon be ceased as well. So this is incoming as Israel's first official statement on the ceasefire, at least the 2-week pause that Donald Trump has agreed upon, as the United States and Iran has come to an agreement that there will be a 2-week cease, that is pause on the strikes, as negotiations will continue for a complete ceasefire, while Israel is still backing United States decisions, still says that this does not include Lebanon, saying that strikes may still continue against Lebanon. Shivam.
Yeah, definitely. The 10-point plan, which clearly highlights that they will continue with the uranium enrichment. This is by Iran. This also raises the serious questions whether the objectives have been achieved or not. Let's once again reflect upon the 10-point plan, which was Iran says that the US has agreed to. Number one was a commitment to the non-aggression, which is very important, the commitment to non-aggression, and other point was the continuation of Iran's control over the Strait of Hormuz. That was one of the other points, very important, and acceptance of uranium enrichment. All right, see, First point, non-aggression by US and Israel. So they are not asking for a temporary ceasefire, Amrita. They want a complete ceasefire, complete cessation. And number two is also important, Iran's control over the Strait of Hormuz.
Yes, in fact, Iran still claims and to maintain maintaining control over the Strait of Hormuz, which was again one of the key contentions between US and Iran. And again, a lifting of all primary sanctions is one of the key points, as we all know that Iran has been heavily sanctioned for many years now. Also for lifting of all the secondary sanctions against Iran as well. And Iran is now also proposing for the termination of the United Nations security resolutions and also including the IAEA resolutions that were resolved against Iran since the past month. And also Iran is demanding the payment of compensation of whatever attacks that had occurred to the regime in the past month. And the ninth point, Iran says that there will be a complete withdrawal of all the US combat forces. And also one key important thing incoming here is of the cessation of war in Lebanon as the key point here, Shivam, that now Israel is saying that this agreement, although they are backing Donald Trump's decision that the cessation of war in Lebanon. So this will be one of the key factors that will induce these talks in whatever way it swings. And also, Mojtaba Khamenei's side, Iran has also said that Donald Trump has in fact agreed to all the 10 points. And now there may be a fracture now between US and Israel as well at this point. Now, we are now joined by Major General Bishamber Dayal, retired defense expert, joining us from Delhi. Sir, my question to you is that is there a fracture since US has agreed to the 10-point plan posed by Iran, which includes cessation of hostilities in Lebanon as well, while Israel is still maintaining that even though they are backing the agreement between US and Iran, this 2-week pause will not include Lebanon. Your initial reaction, sir?
See, if Israel completely does not agree to the stopping the operations in Lebanon, firstly, I think there will be no lasting peace. I mean, this is a truce which has been reached for 15 days, and both sides have realized, and it will give both sides a lot of opportunities to see their own damage. I mean, Iran would also realize within these 15 days how much actual damage has it suffered. In war, rhetoric is one issue, but actually assessing the damage and taking control of your country and visualizing how much it will take to rebuild is other aspect. Similarly, America will also realize how much it has been dented. And it cannot happen that Israel continue with this war and they keep negotiating. If they've agreed to come to a negotiating table, both sides have shown maturity and melt down. And somewhere, it will be very initial stages to say Iran starts looking and celebrating at victory, so does America starts. No, it is actually a narrative which America and Israel had built around a legitimacy of war against the action which Hamas, Houthis, and these the Houthis and the Lebanese. I mean, these sections, whatever they were creating in this, America was taking it a legitimate action to start a war against Iran. That narrative is defeated today. And if that narrative has lost the war, it is good for the world. And there will be better options. So to say that Israel will try and take in the next 24 hours or so, take maximum advantage that it can take. But I think beyond that, I don't think Israel is in a position to go all alone and continue with it. He has agreed to this broad plan of the Americans. So let's not take this one incident for next 24 hours because it takes time for leaders to agree, but it takes longer time for the forces which are dealing with tactical situations to also agree. See, we have to realize this war was more of destruction, not of a decisive decisive victory, because it was a conduit war. So it was a conduit war means it was a standoff war. There were no troops, there was no defined military objective in terms of geographic terms. It all was a stated aim of a country which kept shifting its goalposts, that is America. And yes, the Iranians will claim victory, so would the Americans claim victory. But I think ultimately the world opinion, public opinion, that because of economizing the Hormuz Strait, because of using it as a weapon during the war, is causing the world a lot of problem. And it was well known actually for all these years. We had known all this. So that is
definitely. Now, Major General, what exactly do you think were the objectives of US military, of Donald Trump when he started the war? Because his statements previously about regime change were different after the war started. He said that regime change was never in the list, was never an option for us. But when the protests were happening, he was saying that keep on protesting, help is on the way, we are coming. He was maneuvering his aircraft carriers and trying to prove that we are very near to start the war. And the talks were happening, and Donald Trump betrayed the Iranian regime and started a war. But what exactly was the objective? Is there some hidden motive? Was it about protecting Israel against future threats? Was it about nuclear enrichment? What exactly do you think is the reason?
No, I don't think any of those were the conducive objectives. I mean, the basic objective, I think, was totally control over energy sources from this area. After Venezuela and after putting ban on the Russian oil, he wanted to take control of this so that petrodollar could give back more to the American economy. And in these 15 days, you see, whatever the aim was to contain China and cause Chinese damage to their economy or whatever to isolate Russia, that didn't happen. So, and as far as regime change is concerned, it's a very vague term. You eliminated 50 leaders. So maybe today the regime which is talking for these peace negotiations, maybe once they get 15 days to talk to their hardliners, maybe the hardliners will see their point of view. So we do not know. It's regime change, eliminating uranium enrichment process and this thing. These are all aims. Like I said, today's warfare has changed. It is more about destruction. They have really destroyed a lot of things in Iran, which we will get to see now. Now that there will be a ceasefire for some time, pictures from all over will emerge, clarity will emerge. We all have been only going by what we hear, either on social media or some pictures which are shown by the West, or some pictures which intentionally shown by Iran. So the clarity will come now, and they all have. The Gulf countries have suffered a setback. They have suffered on their infrastructure. They will take time. In any case, if you stop the war now, the economic condition of the countries which were really affected, they have been affected, their supply chain will take time, no? 6 weeks is a big period to destroy things, and then it takes 4 to 5 months. So the impact on the global economy will be there, no doubt about it. So the conducive, to my mind, the objective of the war was to destroy as much as you can Iran, so that it does not continue to be a major player, which I think as an objective they have failed, because narrative-wise, Iran has stood strong. The second probably objective was to have control over the resources, which again I think has not been. And as far as uranium is concerned, on 27th of February, Iran had said we are willing to go with the IAEA inspections, we are willing to hand over, we are willing to do that. So I don't think Iran is anywhere near now in developing a nuclear weapon, to say. And certainly there will be a setback to Israeli hegemony that was going on here. You see, you have left if you leave Hezbollah, Hamas and Houthis, without even Iranian support, well, they know how to exist. So they will continue to exist. So the war has left, whatever the objectives were, war has left the world weaker, this area a little more unstable, there's a little more, the lack of trust. You just see what was the differences between Iran and the other Gulf countries. Because these Gulf countries were not willing to Iran trust. There was a trust deficit. Not that Iran had ever fired directly on them with their missiles or with their drones before this. But they had a inherent suspicion or inherent mistrust on Iran that given a chance, Iran will, destroy them. That trust probably has got a dent again. So these countries will find alternative routes for their oils, for their businesses, and they may find little bit. They will not get rid of America. Will not walk out of this place so soon. Truly. They cannot afford. So they have been largely protected. I mean, there has not been the type of destruction probably which would have taken if American bases were not here, if America had not provided the type of equipment that America has provided to these countries, and if there was not a coordinated defense of these countries. So there could have been larger damage.
Yes.
So what I'm saying is that the world at large has suffered, and there's a lesson for everybody out there.
Yes, definitely, Major General. Do stay with us because we have another major development coming in from the region, because as mentioned by the Israel earlier that Lebanon won't be a part of the ceasefire deal. In fact, Israel has waited no time acting on it now that Israel's air forces have launched an attack targeting an ambulance now in the town of Al-Laila. This one in Lebanon, in fact, in the district of Tyre in southern Lebanon. Now, this is just moments after this agreement has been accepted by the United States between Iran. A painstaking effort after painstaking effort as global crises continue to loom over the oil crisis. And just now we have seen that market have reacted. Oil prices continue to come down. And now, as stated by Israel, that this agreement does not include Lebanon, they have struck an ambulance now in the southern part of Lebanon. Now, Major, again, this would even constitute a part of a ground rule violation. If there is a 2-week pause, there is an agreement in place, there is mediators in place, leaders are talking in, and if Israel says that Lebanon will be continued to be struck, does that leave no choice but for Iran to retaliate again? Because earlier, Iran has made it very clear that any attack on Lebanon is also an attack on Iranian regime as well. What are your thoughts on this latest development?
I think Iran, like I said, that look, the political leadership may have agreed. At present, there is no signed agreement. They may have agreed for a temporary ceasefire based on certain factors and certain some of the agenda that has been put across to them by the people, those who are trying to bring peace in this. And it will take time for ground troops to disengage. This could well be ground troops action. This could well be a ground troop. This may continue, like I said, maximum for 24 hours or so. But then Israel will have to accept it. Otherwise, I'm quite sure Iran will fire back. Iran will continue to fire at Israel, because now he will come openly in support of Houthis against Israel. Till now, he has been accused, and there are enough evidence to say that he was financially supporting, he was providing the moral support, he was providing them critical equipment. All that was known to the world. But if now if Israel continues to do this, and then Iran fires back, that means openly he's firing in support of Houthis. And what can you do? Whatever you want to do with Iran, whatever power America had, destructive power except using the nuclear power, they've used all power, and except going to the ground, which I think is a wise decision. So they have used all their weapons, they've done enough punishment 6 weeks. You can do for another 6 weeks, result will be the same. So there is wisdom. And Israel, I've been saying from day one, Israel is the one who's destroyer of this peace. Israel doesn't want peace. Israel, this prime minister has his got on domestic challenges, his own this thing. He has been the one who has been, promoting war ever since he has come for 25 years. The man has pursued one aim, to regain supremacy, to expand as much as you can. You already have expanded to West Bank completely. Gaza is completely under you, right? And now you want to go to Litani River. So what is that? That is expansionism.
Yeah.
So it is also, this narrative will also fail, no? That you have right to keep expanding your territory in fear of saying that they will do this to me. Well, they did something to you on 7th of October 2023, and friend, you have done enough to them. You have killed, they killed 2,000 people. You have already killed more than 70,000 people. And that also has got large number of children, women, and this thing. So these arguments do not stand when international opinion start building against a narrative which you have created. The international opinion, the governments will stay quiet because governments have got engagements with each other. And post-war governments have to again engage in their purposeful and meaningful, achievement of their goal with the other country.
So
Public
that
opinion,
leaves us
Americans
with a
themselves.
very important question. Is this a ceasefire, this temporary ceasefire, because it's just a 2-week pause? Are you not leaving the Iranian regime with a very strong bargaining point of having control of the Strait of Hormuz? Now, they might have known this earlier, but this got confirmed that if we choke the Strait of Hormuz, we are definitely going to affect the entire globe as we speak. So now in the future wars or any escalation in the coming days, Israel completely understands, and Iran completely understands, US completely understands that Strait of Hormuz is the strongest bargaining point of Iran, and we have made it the strongest bargaining point after escalating the war.
Well, we as military students from last 40 years that one started, 50 years when we started the journey, and whenever one has read this area, Middle East, even in 1991 war, even in 2003 war, we always knew that Hormuz is very critical and strategically, and that's why we always felt, I at least always felt, that America will be foolish to do anything here to create any instability here, because its implications will be long and civil. But let's also look at it like this. Today, Iran, every weapon cannot be used second time. There will be alternative. So Iran must realize, you use this weapon to buy peace. You please concentrate on your development. Wise sense will prevail after they see destruction in next 15 days. So you have used it. So in any case, countries, Gulf countries which are affected, they find alternative ways, alternative routes to take out their oil from here. Maybe new fresh pipelines are laid. Many options. I mean, and maybe, America and Israel and other countries, if next time happen, may have an alternative worked out. May have a strategy if you've been caught by surprise. Israel was caught by surprise on 28. Israel caught you by surprise striking at the Gulf countries.
Yeah.
So maybe now the Gulf countries will be better prepared. They know that ultimately, if ever anything happens like this,
Major General Dayal, Iran has proved that we are stronger compared to the other Middle Eastern countries. Now, this also is, you understand this better than me, that is also about the dominance of the Shia countries and the Sunni countries. And Iran has proved that we are the dominant players when it comes to this entire location, the Middle Eastern region. But coming back to the Strait of Hormuz question, earlier the vessels used to travel from the deeper international waters, and now Iran has forced them to take a circuitous path and move closer to Iran, and the path which will be mandated by Iran, by the IRGC. So can we expect that there will be tolls in the near coming future, because that's also part of the plan? Will Iran be charging ships like $2 million or something of that sort in the near future? Is that possible?
See, Iran will try and do that. And will do that probably because it's on a strong bargaining table. I mean, he's gone there with strength. He's shown resilience. So probably, but I'm sure if China has been backdoor, even China has been involved, then China will make them see this in correct light. If tomorrow India is the largest importer of gas from here, India will make him see the light of the day. I mean, these will be bilaterals also, no, thereafter. So there are wheels within wheels. What Iran would like to do that, he would certainly like to make maximum out of it so that he can get his reconstruction program moving, right? But will the world really, and will the world not find alternatives? If tomorrow he starts charging a fee, which we find is lesser than what costs for gas to come from Russia, yes, or the cost. Why are we importing? Because it is just 3-day journey. Shipping costs are low, insurance costs are low, and if these have to go high, then ultimately the original route, original sea line, through which shipping was taking place, that's the only sea line which does not have any danger. Danger means from within the sea. I mean the way the sea is configured here. The way the bottom of the sea.
But definitely Strait of Hormuz is and remains the strongest bargaining point even for the IRGC, for the Iranian regime.
So if they play beyond a point, like America played their might beyond a point, they will also lose. America has played this superiority and pushing countries beyond a limit. So this Iran, if it plays beyond a limit, maybe 6 months, 8 months down the line, it will lose its relevance.
Definitely. So stay with us.
That's what I...
Yeah, please
And
stay
one
with
thing,
us.
let me tell you, it will bring at least Iran and Iraq
okay.
a little closer, and the all the time.
Yeah.
Yes, definitely, Major General. Do stay with us because we are also joined by Major General G.D. Bakshi now live from Delhi. Major General, thank you so much for joining us on this broadcast. Now, my initial question to you is, sir, that we have now been, this agreement news has now settled in. Now, my initial question to you is that now Donald Trump has initially also wanted to take control of the oil in Iran, saying that the Kurg Island will be completely taken over, and also he was warning of this deadline that all hell will break loose over Iran as well. And now as this peace agreement has been struck, in fact 2-week pause on the strikes, now it seems that all of the 10 points that have been proposed by Iran is now only favoring Iran more than the US. What are your initial thoughts, sir?
It certainly is taco, but I am very, very happy because the entire world needed such a breakthrough, such a peace agreement, because every day that this stupid, needless war of choice was continuing was going to create a disaster for the global economy. You see, if 22% of the oil and gas goes off the line, and then if the Strait of Hormuz was also, not only the Strait of Hormuz, but also the Bab al-Mandeb Strait, the Red Sea was to get blocked. That was another 12%, 32% of the global energy offline. Was an outright disaster. The price of oil was already touching about close to 150 barrels yesterday, dollars a barrel yesterday. And had the boots on the ground gone in, by this morning we would have had the price of oil cross $200 a barrel. That would have been a total global disaster. There durust aaye. I am very glad that all sides have come to this agreement. The world needed it, and we hope this will endure. We hope this will endure. But it is like I was saying, that Professor Robert Pape has said very correctly, America was getting a much better deal on 27th of February than it has gotten now. And Iran is in a position of escalation dominance. Iran was in a clear position of calling the shots.
Yeah.
And it has, because it controls the Straits of Hormuz, as simple as that. And militarily opening the Straits of Hormuz was a near impossibility. Yeah.
Major General Bakshi, the other question to me, this is Shivam Dutt Mehta from the studio. The other question to you, sir, do you think that Iran has now been left at a much more stronger bargaining point before the war started and now? If you can do a comparative analysis, where does Iran, the IRGC and the Iranian government stand now as we speak, opposed the war, if the ceasefire is completely achieved? But definitely we'll have to wait and watch because it's temporary.
Of course. But let me once again cite the very erudite, scholarly, insightful Professor Robert Pape, who has come on your program and on your channel a number of times. He has said that Iran has emerged much stronger. In fact, the moment Iran gets even one single bomb in the basement, it will be one of the 4 major powers of the world, because Iran as a country now controls the Straits of Hormuz, and it has been able to show that this asymmetric control was almost impossible to shake off. It has proved almost impossible for the United States to do it alone. The United States was hollering for the NATO to join, and the NATO had curtly refused They had even refused to provide their airspace and bases for this attack. America is left sans its allies. America is taken the military reputation of the American armed forces as invincible, has taken a great reputational loss. Iran has emerged as a clear winner in this conflict. It has dared and it has won. It has been able to stare down the United States of America and Israel combined. It has suffered massively in the bargain. I am happy that it has been spared a more destructive
All right, Major General Bakshi, do stay with us on this because we have another breaking news coming in at this moment as Pakistan's Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif is facing backlash over an edited post on X showing an earlier version where it was labeled draft Pakistan's PM message on X in quotes as if to give a direction, and it is now sparking speculation over an external influence on scripting on the message. Now, Shivam.
Yeah, definitely. The post, which urged US President Donald Trump to extend the deadline for talks with Iran, has raised questions about Pakistan's diplomatic messaging and whether it's being independently crafted. Social media users are divided, with some joking about the copy-paste error and others suggesting the message was dictated by the US. Major General G.D. Bakshi continues to stay with us. Sir, your take on the role of the Pakistani government, Pakistan PM and Asim Munir in the ceasefire that has been brokered, the 2-week pause that has been achieved. Why is Pakistan involved? General Bakshi.
Pakistan's involvement was because of Asim Munir's, sucking up to Donald Trump in a very major way. And Pakistan had combined with Turkey, had combined with Egypt to try and broker this deal. I understand even Oman has played a part behind the scenes. And to that extent, well, they made that bold gambit. And at the end of the day, well, it has worked. So that's what counts in the day.
And also,
that's
General...
what counts, because we were suggesting, some of us, that it was India that was much better placed to carry out this deal because we had very good relations with all sides. But for some reason, we were surprised to hear that our foreign minister said that India is not a broker nation. The simple fact is, India is the voice of the third world. India is the president of the BRICS. And to that extent, India's stature would have gone up even further had we taken this initiative. I don't know why we ceded this space to a state on the verge of economic collapse called Pakistan. A terror state has stolen the limelight for no rhyme or reason. But in any case, like I said, the world needed ceasefire. The world needed to go back, revert to sanity. And if Pakistan, Turkey and Egypt have helped to bring it along, the simple fact that has brought it along is the military limitations of the United States and Israel, which have been highlighted more than adequately to the whole world. Like I said, this was a seminal conflict which would have either taken the world, let Donald Trump bully the world back to unipolarity, or it would firmly put multipolarity in place. That is so, and you have another major power which has emerged now, virtue its control of the Gulf of Hormuz. Virtue its control of the Gulf of Hormuz, and
Right. Now, Major General, we generally look for a mediator which is a neutral country, can stand on an equal footing with both the countries. But here, Pakistan completely acted like a US puppet, also visible in the tweet put up by the Prime Minister of the country. But last question to you, sir, quick one. In fact, now there could be likely in-person talks between the delegation of Iran and the United States. We could have Kushner, Vance and Witkoff, in fact, traveling to Islamabad. How do you think these in-person talks could go, in fact?
We were initially told, of course, that Vice President J.D. Vance was in Hungary and all set to take part in these talks. There was a view that Iran was sick and tired of this duo of Kushner and Jared Kushner and Witkoff, the golf buddy of Donald Trump. They had no other credentials, no experience. They were not area experts. They were not experts in nuclear negotiations. One was the golf buddy, the other was the son-in-law of the president. And with this president, that counts more than any professional expertise. I'm not sure what this duo will be able to achieve. I do think at some stage more higher level figure would have to step in rather than this duo, which we know what happened to the talks last year in June. We know what happened to the talks on 27th of February this year.
Right.
We hope and pray that the denouement would be better for the sake of the world's economy.
Yes, definitely, General J.D. Bakshi. Thank you so much for joining us on this broadcast, and we will get back to you for more latest updates as well. And now I will cut across to our guest, Major General Dayal as well. He is here with us still. Major General, regarding Pakistan playing the mediator role here, as my colleague has earlier pointed out, now here Vice President J.D. Vance and Jared Kushner and also Witkoff are all in this mediation talks as well, with some elements, with some leaders from the Iranian regime who Donald Trump used to say that they are very reasonable. And now with this new 10-point agreement coming in place and Mujtaba Khamenei also saying that they are saying that US has in fact agreed to all the 10-point plan. Do you think that in fact it was Pakistan who really scripted this 2-week pause coming about, or was there other hands into coming this into effect? What are your thoughts on that?
Firstly, see, me and General Bakshi, sir, you're listening to me. Good morning to you, Jai Hind. See, me and General Bakshi have been quite hardliner against Pakistan on certain issues. We do not give so much leverage to Pakistan as a lot of people give. But let's not put this entire thing as an Indo-Pak and the Pak image and our not. Let's not put it that way. This is a movement which has been reached because of resilience of Iran and because of America somewhere realizing that it is not going to achieve what it wanted to achieve without backdoor channels. And backdoor channels have worked. We do not know. I mean, you see, it will be, we are not doing any great service to focus so much on Pakistan. Pakistan, because of its proximity, on very first day on Mr. Arnab Goswami's show said, which army is closest to the IRGC in the world? It is the Pak army. It is the Pak chief of army staff who can speak to the IRGC at will. Can India speak to them? Can Indian army chief speak to the IRGC? No. Can any other country? They are neighbors. They have differences. They have animosity. They have got clash of interest. But somewhere, as neighbors, they also know how to reach out to each other. So, and the other side is Turkish. Other side is Egyptian. There are interplays, religious interplays, national interest interplays. There are interplays within this world. So let's not put it that way. Let's put it like that, that it is realization on part of Iran, realization in part of America, that this war is not going anywhere as a destructive war. It is not a decisive war, it is just a destructive war. So decisive war cannot be The decisive goals cannot be achieved without causing more damage. Either America puts boots on ground or do something silly or use a nuclear this thing. It was not possible. He had done enough. He has used all his weapons till now. Iran has taken enough punishment. It has shown resilience. So at the end of this, there is a way, there is a hope, which at least I've been talking from last 15 days, that look, there'll be a meltdown on both sides. Look, this cannot go like the Russian and Ukrainian war, because that war is on one corner of the world. This war is the heart of the world. It affects the world trade, it affects the world travel, it affects the world, communication, it affects the world hugely. So there will be a way out. Countries will push back. And I fully agree with Chelbakshi that look, India, they said, India, China, and as BRICS could have, day one, could have been, I'm of the opinion, in the month of January, February, people, wise people, those who say they are the people with all information, they are leaders, they are the ministers, they are the people, those who are in heading different agencies, they should have seen it coming. Commoners don't see things coming. What is the difference between a leader and a commoner? A commoner does not see coming. It has come. He has to face it.
All right, we're getting some breaking news at this hour. Donald Trump, in fact, has put out a tweet regarding the war. He now says a big day for world peace. Iran wants it to happen. They've had enough. Likewise, so has everyone else. The United States of America will be helping with the traffic build-up in the Strait of Hormuz. There will be lots of positive action. Big money will be made. Iran can now start the reconstruction process. We will be loading up supplies of all kinds and just hanging around in order to make sure that everything goes well. He goes on to say, I feel confident that it will. Just like we are experiencing in the US, this could be the golden age of the Middle East. Now, Donald Trump's first reaction post the announcement of 2-week pause in the conflict, he says it's a big day for world peace. He also goes on to add that Iran wants this to happen. They have had enough, and likewise, so has everyone. The US will be helping, in fact, with the traffic build-up in the Strait of Hormuz. There will be lots of positive action. So another major loaded tweet by Donald Trump, big words being used by the US president, specifically mentioning the Strait of Hormuz. Amrita, it seems he also goes on to mention that we will be hanging around in order to make sure that everything goes well, which means US troops, their presence will be maintained to ensure that Iran does open the Strait of Hormuz.
Yes, in fact, this is very interesting because just moments ago when Iran had agreed to this 2 weeks pause, they also said that there will be a safe passage for ships in the Strait of Hormuz, and that will be done with the forces, with the Iranian forces in the region. They're saying that this will still be done on their own terms. But now Donald Trump is saying that they will be hanging around in a way to mention that they will be there to look after the operations, especially the passage of the ships in this region. And this is very interesting coming in because this is the first statement released by the president, and after the ceasefire has been struck and negotiations underway. In fact, the second meet will be taking place on Friday in Islamabad. And now, especially regarding the Strait of Hormuz, Ishita, before, as what I was saying, as Iran was in fact saying that this will be going through the passage of ships in the strait will be going through the Iranian forces, which also includes, like as you mentioned, if the US will be hanging around, there will be troops from both sides in the region, saying that there is no other escalations, but still it can be, we can still maintain it to think that there will be no hostilities for now, since the 2-week pause is in fact in place. So yeah, this is a big
And he also goes on to say, in fact, that there will be lots of positive action. Iran can start the reconstruction process, also hinting at the fact that they could be finalizing the agreement in the coming 2 weeks, because if Iran starts a reconstruction, we cannot be looking at the ceasefire breaking down. So Donald Trump here hinting that both the sides are on board. They're looking for a more finalization of this agreement that could come in about 2 weeks. And right now, according to Donald Trump's recent post, Iran can begin reconstruction process. So it does seem that they are headed towards finalization of their talks. Is some middle ground, both of them trying to reach, as they try to finalize their agreement in the coming 2 weeks. Donald Trump also sounding very confident and declaring that I feel confident it will happen. And just like we are experiencing in the US, this could also be the golden age of the Middle East. So he also goes on to say that this peace is not just important for Iran and the US, but also for the region and for the world at large. When this conflict has ended, we are looking at more economic impact also, because Strait of Hormuz, as we have mentioned, it's a crucial economic corridor. About 1/5 of the global oil passes through it. So as now we're looking at normalization of the traffic along the economic corridor, the world will also, in fact, be feeling the positive action. That's what Donald Trump seems to be hinting at, Amrita.
Yes, definitely. And Donald Trump, in fact, he is saying towards the end of this statement that this could be the golden age of the Middle East. And this is a big statement coming from the US president, because earlier he had made released many statements regarding oil of Iran. Especially, this is a big interesting story because Kirk Island was a key target of the US forces, and he also went on to say many times that the United States will in fact acquire Kirk Island, and saying that the Strait of Hormuz is not that much important to the United States, saying that the other nations dependent on the strait can do something about it. And now he is jubilant on this, especially the reopening of the strait now. Now he is the most jubilant, and even saying that they will help the reconstruction process, and also that this could be a golden age. Well, remains to be seen what the golden age would be according to him. But in fact, the safe passage will in fact be a big relief, as you mentioned, for the economy, for the world. Oil prices now continuing to come down from the earlier $120 per barrel. That was in fact the peak when it started, but now there's a sharp decline in the oil prices as well.
Right, of course, Amrita, we are seeing markets are reacting very positively to Donald Trump's announcement. Oil prices are plummeting. They've come somewhere between $93 to $95 per barrel, and as you mentioned, they had reached about $120 per barrel during the peak of this conflict. So definitely we are looking at positive impact now over oil economy, over markets, ever since Donald Trump announced the ceasefire. Now also he goes on to say that Iran wants this to happen, so sort of indicating that there is willingness on the part of Tehran also to end this conflict, as war fatigue we have seen was growing on both the sides. Both the sides were also stretched thin in this conflict. It was about 40 days. And Donald Trump now saying that Iran wants this to happen, which means there are positive talks now taking place, and there is definitely momentum on those conversations going on between the two sides. And we could be looking at certainly a finalization of these peace talks between the two sides. They could come up with their final agreement, in fact, which settle down this conflict between the two. And now it does look like we are moving towards something more positive in the region, as Donald Trump now hints that this is, in fact, the golden age for the region, and we could be moving towards more positive action. So it does look like that a final deal could be sealed between the two sides, and the talks are now moving in the right direction. Also hints at the fact that there could be in-person talks. Now, there are reports claiming that there could be in-person talks in Islamabad with Jared Kushner and J.D. Vance and Steve Witkoff also traveling to meet the Iranian delegation in the Pakistan's capital. So it does look like we are moving towards something positive in this conflict.
Yes, in fact, and also the U.S. administration earlier had mentioned, in fact, that the people that they were talking to in Iran are quite reasonable, and this has been reiterated many times, that the new leaders in the regime, especially in Iran, are quite reasonable, and they are in fact willing to make this work for Iran. And in fact, now Donald Trump saying that on his latest post of the 2-week pause on the hostilities against Iran, saying that it is in fact a big day for world peace. Now he is saying, in fact, it is world peace now that Iran wants it to happen. And he also goes on to add that Iran has had it enough, and he in fact had said many times, Ishita, that Iran has been decimated, completely destroyed. All right, we are now joined by General Rajan Kushan here on the phone line.
All right, yes, Amrita, we're being joined by retired Major General Rajan Kota, who's joining us on Republic TV. Thank you, sir, for joining us. I want to ask you a quick reaction from you on this 2-week pause that we have got in this conflict between US and Iran. Donald Trump now says golden age coming in for the Middle East. How do you decode this?
Thank you and good morning. I think it's a sense of relief to us, all Indians here, and to the world in particular, that this war is slowly coming to an end. And I think this ceasefire will hold for 14 days because Israel is also endorsed this announcement of Donald Trump. So 14 days negotiations will take place, but I think it's likely to get extended because problems are quite complex, and as I visualize, these talks may continue almost up to 2 to 3 months. So we should see a peaceful kind of environment in the Gulf countries for at least 3 months. I think market sentiment is also played up, and today the share market's also doing well. So though stumbling blocks will remain two things. One is the Strait of Hormuz, that what kind of control Iran is going to exercise on that. And second is the enrichment program. So I think that are the issues which will need to be negotiated upon. And security guarantees, I think China and Russia will have to come into play here. And Trump has already made a mention of China. So I think China and Russia would have to stand guarantees in case of any future conflict, because Iran is not looking at the present situation. Iran is looking at the future. And Iran wants assurance from US and Israel that in future no such attacks will take place on Iran. So these are the major concerns, I think. And I'm sure that when they sit down, they'll be able to iron out their differences.
All right. So you say we could be looking at more role by the other countries, including China, in this conflict. But thanks so much, Major General, for joining us on Republic. And viewers, we're looking at a 2-week pause being announced by Donald Trump in this ongoing conflict. And now he says that golden age could be coming in for the Middle East.
Yes, in fact, and do stay with us, taking a short break now. And coming up after the short break, both US and Iran forces halt all offensive operations after Donald Trump's conditional ceasefire announcement. Coming up after the break. Stay tuned.
Three, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of execution systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way that the astronauts will be stuck because of the the execution issues. And what they have reported now, even we were going through and seeing, it is something to do with the valve which is to operate for section of the execution, which looks to be needing attention. But the crew in Artemis, they are well trained to handle such type of situation. And also, in case if the main chain of the execution system doesn't respond, there is always a way of redundant chain and the methodology for execution. And I don't think it is a major issue, but I'm sure it will get sorted out. And of course, there is a redundant chain which can be conveniently operated.
Good luck. Godspeed, Artemis 2. Let's go.
And here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7, RS-25 engines lit. 4, 3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. And liftoff. The crew of Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
first time it was canceled in February 8th. After that March, we make all the plans, we have all the hype, and it was canceled.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Director, the taste of success.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा और मसाला।
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of execution systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way that the astronauts will be stuck because of the
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा सिप, असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
3.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा और प्योर मसाला।
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
3.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Three, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello viewers, a very good morning to you. You're watching Republic TV. I'm Chongtham Amrita and we are continuing our coverage of the two-week war pause struck between US and Iran.
Right, of course, Amrita, we're looking at a major reaction now coming in. Markets reacting very positively to Donald Trump's announcement of the two-week pause in the conflict and also rupee strengthening here. We'll get you all the updates, but first up, a quick check at the headlines. A day after Trump's wipeout threat and over a month-long bloodbath, Trump announces two-week conditional ceasefire in Iran.
Both US and Iran forces hold all offensive operations after Trump's conditional ceasefire announcement.
Iran claims achieving historic win by forcing US to accept its 10-point plan for ending war, calls for accepting uranium enrichment and removing all US sanctions.
Israel welcomes decision to suspend strikes against Iran but says the two-week ceasefire does not include Lebanon.
Oil prices crash 14% within minutes as Trump announces ceasefire. Indian markets open higher.
Pro-government demonstrators in Iran, civilians across the country celebrate the defeat of United States and Israel.
Draft tag in Sharif's X poster raises questions after social media users flag what appears to be an edited post on X. All right, viewers, top focus at this hour, how markets are reacting to Donald Trump's announcement of a two-week pause in the ongoing conflict. Now, D Street opening a strong on ceasefire announcement. Nifty and Sensex are both up by 3.45%. Sensex is now climbing up 2,700 points. Meanwhile, Nifty is up by 800. We are looking at Asian shares zooming and Kospi also, in fact, up by 6%, while oil prices have now plummeted by at least 15%. So oil prices coming down and markets reacting very positively and opening higher, not just in India, but all across Asia. That's the reaction we're getting in from market as Donald Trump has now announced a two-week pause in the ongoing conflict. We're looking at all the markets across Asia opening higher. My colleague Pranav now joins with more details on this. Pranav, markets are reacting very positively, very positive sentiment all across the market as Donald Trump announces a two-week ceasefire.
Well, absolutely. As we speak, in fact, the Indian markets are already up. They opened with a gap of around 3%, and as we speak, Nifty is trading near about 24,000 and Sensex is trading above 77,000. Remember, the markets fell approximately 10%. India has, in fact, been the worst performing market over the past year, thanks to tariffs and now the Strait of Hormuz. But the markets are currently looking at a positive sentiment across the global markets. And yes, as you rightly said, in fact, the Asian markets have also risen. South Korea's Kospi, for instance, has already jumped about 6%. Australia, Japan, Hong Kong, Shanghai, all markets are currently up between about 2 to 6%, and the Indian markets are tracking the positive clues.
Yes, definitely, Pranav, and indeed a very good opening of the market as well. And now, Pranav, do stay with us. Now we have another story breaking coming in as rupee opens higher at 92.64 per Indian rupee. It opened higher by 92.64, 36 paise at 92.64 now per dollar on Wednesday today versus the previous close of 93. This is also another reaction now as a market, as the rupee now reacting to this latest market changes. Now, Pranav, what do you take on that? Now, rupee also opening stronger at 92.64, now down by 36 paise from the previous opening yesterday.
Yes, in fact, the rupee fell about 5%, since the opening of, since the starting of the ongoing war in Iran. But what has lifted the sentiment today is one, the ceasefire, and the second, that the Strait of Hormuz could be opened, as a result of which oil prices have come down. And the reduction in oil prices has buoyed the hopes, because it will definitely reduce India's import bill, because India has been heavily dependent on imported oil, and it will reduce the import bill by a significant amount, as a result of which there is a buoyancy in the positive sentiment, which has lifted rupee. The second is also the dollar is likely to weaken. Overall positive cues coming have lifted the sentiment for the rupee. All eyes are in fact on the Reserve Bank of India's Monetary Policy Committee meeting, which is currently underway. And what we are understanding is that the RBI has right now kept the repo rate unchanged. That's in fact the decision coming in right now that we can break to our viewers, that the RBI has kept the repo rate unchanged amid Donald Trump's announcement of ceasefire. That's the big story that we are getting right now as we speak.
All right, we'll continue to track that as well, all the changes in the repo rate. Thanks, Pranav, for joining us. And now, viewers, moving on to another bigger breaking news coming in at this hour. The first reaction from the U.S. president as he announced the ceasefire. Donald Trump has now announced a 2-week ceasefire with Iran, conditional on Iran reopening the Strait of Hormuz and halting attacks on U.S. and Israeli assets. Now, the agreement follows Iran's 10-point proposal, which includes safe passage through the strait, sanctions relief, and reconstruction efforts. Trump here expressed confidence in the deal, stating that it's a significant step towards a long-term peace in Middle East, and while also predicting a golden age for the region. We're looking at the first reaction coming in from Donald Trump, as he now says that he's positive about the action taken by Iran. He says Iran is also willing for a deal. It has had enough, and we're now staring at a possible golden age for the Middle East region. That's the first reaction we're getting in from the US president post the announcement of a 2-week pause in the ongoing conflict. All right,
yes,
that's
in fact, Ishita, this a big statement and a first reaction from US president coming in as it is a big day for world peace. That's what he is saying, that he has agreed to the 10-point proposal plan posed by Iran. And now he says US will help with the traffic buildup of Hormuz at Hormuz. And he continues to say that there is a lot of positive action and big money will be made, as speaking like a businessman. In fact, Iran also can start a reconstruction process. Those are some of the big words that he has stated. And the US will hang around to ensure that all goes well in the strait opening. And also he mentions that this could be the golden age of the Middle East. And this is a big development as well. Now we are joined by our guest, Colonel Rajiv.
All right, Colonel Rajiv Baga joins us on Republic. He's a defense expert. Thank you, Colonel, for giving us your time. I want to ask you, a 2-week pause has come into the conflict between Iran and the US. Donald Trump calls it a golden age for the Middle East. Your reading of this pause?
Good morning to you all. In fact, it is a very brilliant move. You see, the entire world was setting all the eyes at this particular war. And both sides, or those who were involved in the negotiation, I congratulate to them personally. And for our own country, it is a real fantastic, future, or rather for the time. But one thing you need to understand why this thing has happened, the 14 days conditional ceasefire has been announced so far. And there is some tactical angle also exists. That is, that Trump was definitely wanted a serious stress of the entire America and his own. In return, because Americans were totally on a back foot. And certainly, he was gaining a lesser rating as far when the elections are approaching. And second part is, he was also convinced that any amount of missiles or any type of aircraft strike he can carry out till the time he cannot, till the time he doesn't capture the foothold. And in this particular region, the victory is not going to be counted. So he opted for another option. And suddenly, after carrying out the strikes at Khark, and in fact, that was really moving in the wrong direction, he suddenly realized that must have been advised by his White House advisors and the Pentagon also, look, this is not a real great approach. So this is what exactly as far as the Americans are concerned. If you talk about the Iranians definitely they were going strong, but at the same time, you must have realized yesterday when Americans started smashing their rail lines, that were primarily to stop or abrupt their any move of their troops for the reinforcement in case any ground forces get involved. So let's not talk about the war, that what exactly he has spoken. Still, I personally feel that as a military analyst, that it is a lull in the war. That time is going to speak what's going to happen after 14 days or during this entire course. As far as Israel is concerned, they have already made it very clear, look, anything is acceptable, and that is Lebanon, they are not going to spare. And there are some extent they are correct at their own ground. The reason is this war is not new against the Hezbollah. Basically, they are fighting for more than decades. So there was certainly, and as I was also expecting, they are not going to party to this particular point. However, what exactly Trump has said that he is going to help out to open the Strait of Hormuz, which is definitely a kind of a bone of contention in this entire war. It is a good move, but at the same time, they need to go parallel with a parallel thought with the Iranians, and certainly in a real diplomatic manner, rather than imposing or forcing their ideology on each other.
Yes, in fact, and also Colonel Bagga, do tell us that Donald Trump has also said that the U.S. will be hanging around, in fact, in the reconstruction process of Iran, because we know that just a day earlier when he was issuing the deadline, he said that Iran will be thrown back to the Stone Age by destroying all of its infrastructure, and now U.S. is stepping up now to say that Iran can begin its reconstruction process and that they will be hanging around as well. So how do you interpret these statements? Will this be a reconstruction process with the aid of U.S., or will this be just a personal presence in the region, or is there something else? Do tell us your interpretation on this.
The two connotations comes out of it. Firstly, if Trump is really serious about creating giving a time to Iran to carry out the reconstruction of their losses, that's a good move. But at the same time, he needs to reciprocate in the form he has to withdraw his forces from this region if he's serious. Like one side you say, okay, fine, I'm with you, you continue your normal life, and still you bring that war-like umbrella in that region, that will Iran will be definitely apprehensive. So that's why I earlier said it is totally lull in a battle. It is certainly what exactly happened, as you all know that in past, Donald Trump has all the time made change his statements very frequently. It is basically now he has to prove to the world he is really serious about his version, and that he is totally open to make a peace environment in this region, and which will definitely a kind of a healthy scenario for entire world economy.
And also, Colonel, I want to get back to the 10-point agreement that was agreed between U.S. and Iran. So there's one point where U.S. has agreed. In fact, Iran has said that U.S. has agreed to all of the 10 points. So there's two lines about sanctions, that both the primary and the secondary sanctions be lifted. So how do you see that about happening? Because Iran has been facing a lot of sanctions previously, even before the war has started on February 27 and 28. So do you think that according to you, what kind of sanctions will be lifted in this agreement now?
Iran has spoken about both the sanctions. That is basically the job of a UN Security Council. I personally feel that no country has got any role to impose any amount of kind of bomb on any another country. Yes, if the United Nations Security Council thinks so, that holding a uranium or doing some type of a war type of act is totally kind of alarming to the peace of the world. And Iran should also understand at this time that they have to really mellow down, not at the cost of their sovereignty and the security of their country. If you ask me that who is having a uranium within their own country, I will say that by and large half of the world is holding a nuclear weapon. So why only the Iranians should face this kind of, conditions? So, at this time, what is more important is just pacifying the entire situation. That is the most important, because the world will certainly applaud if both the sides, they understand that this is why and whatever was happening.
Right. Colonel Baga, do please continue to stay with us. We're getting some breaking news. We'll come back to you for the analysis. Right now, the Monetary Policy Committee, in fact, has decided to keep the policy repo rate unchanged, which means it will continue to remain at 5.25% and to maintain a neutral stance, says RBI Governor Sanjay Malhotra, that Indian economy has been performing in a resilient manner despite the global churn. We are looking at all the fundamentals of the economy on a strong footing. This comes as MPC voted unanimously to keep a repo rate unchanged. In fact, the RBI Governor Sanjay Malhotra says heightened uncertainty precipitated by ongoing conflict is weighing on the economic outlook. All right, let's listen into what exactly the RBI Governor has said on this.
The Monetary Policy Committee met on 6th, 7th and briefly today in the morning of April to deliberate and decide on the policy repo rate. After a detailed assessment of the evolving macroeconomic and financial developments and the outlook, the MPC voted unanimously to keep the policy repo rate unchanged under the liquidity facility at 5.25%. Consequently, the STF rate remains at 5% and the MSF rate and the bank rate at 5.5%. The MPC also decided to continue with the neutral stance. The Monetary Policy Committee met on 6th, 7th and briefly today in the morning of April to deliberate and decide on the policy repo rate. After a detailed assessment of the evolving macroeconomic and financial developments and the outlook, the MPC voted unanimously to keep the policy repo rate unchanged under the liquidity facility at 5.25%. Consequently, the STF rate remains at 5% and the MSF rate and the bank rate at 5.5%. The MPC also decided to continue with the neutral stance.
All right, my colleague Pranav now joins me with more details on this breaking news development. Now, Pranav, MPC has decided to keep the repo rate unchanged at 5.25%, while RBI Governor also points out that despite the global churn, Indian economy's fundamentals, they remain on strong footing.
Well, absolutely. In fact, while addressing his RBI Monetary Policy Committee meeting outcome, he said that before the West Asia conflict actually started, India's macroeconomic fundamentals were absolutely reflecting a confidence in strong growth and low inflation. But what the 4 points that he has noted is, one is that the inflation is likely to inch a little higher. Remember, RBI's inflation target has been between 2 to 4%, and it was contained well within that range. But then now, thanks to the West Asia conflict, we are looking at inflation likely to rise. In the first quarter, it is likely to touch 4%, and in the second quarter of FY27, it may touch about 4.4%. Though that's higher than the inflation target that the RBI had. And keeping in mind the inflation is likely to rise, the RBI has kept the repo rate unchanged at 5.25%. It has slashed it by over 1% in the past about a year. So that's the latest development coming in light of the ceasefire and the global geopolitical tensions that have, impacted the Indian economy.
Thanks, Pranav, for joining us with the latest on RBI, in fact, keeping the repo rate unchanged at 5.25% at this point of time.
All right, viewers, now let's move on to another story that we've been tracking for you now. U.S. President Donald Trump has, in fact, agreed to a 2-week notice of ceasefire and a reduction of hostilities of strikes between U.S. and Iran. And after Iran has also agreed to the ceasefire while negotiations are being talked between the two nations. And the two nations has, in fact, called off all offensive hostilities as well. Let's take a look at this full report. U.S. President Donald Trump agreed to a 2-week ceasefire just hours before the deadline he had set for Iran to capitulate, warning that otherwise a whole civilization will die tonight. Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif invited American and Iranian leaders to Islamabad on Friday to further negotiate a long-term peace solution. Trump, in his post, announced that he is holding off to ramp up attacks on Iran and credits the 10-point proposal put forward by the Islamic regime and calls it a workable basis on which to negotiate. The 2-week ceasefire plan includes allowing Iran to charge fees on ships transiting through the Strait of Hormuz, the narrow mouth of the Persian Gulf. With the ceasefire agreement in place, both the U.S. and Iran have ordered its military to halt all offensive strikes in the region. The world watches on as the agreement comes in a time when global oil prices surge and looks on at what the following negotiations will unfold.
All right, we're getting more developments from the war zone areas. Despite Donald Trump announcing a 2-week pause, we are looking at attacks now taking place all across Lebanon, with the recent Israeli strike now killing at least 8 people in the southern Lebanese city. So, although Israel has backed the ceasefire, it has also mentioned that Lebanon is not part of that ceasefire, which means the attacks against Hezbollah will continue. And now we're looking at the attacks causing about 8 fatalities in southern Lebanon's coastal city as well. All right, Colonel Rajiv Bagga continues to stay with us on the broadcast. Colonel, sir, coming to you now on this. Israel has clearly mentioned that despite the ceasefire, despite them supporting the 2-week pause, as far as Lebanon is concerned, they will continue with their attacks.
You see, earlier also I mentioned that Israel has used, it is a historical opportunity for the Israel to crush their enemies, and which he is fighting for past decades. And if the world is expecting that they will pacify, or they will slow down, or they will incorporate this particular point also in the ceasefire, I don't think so. But again, in this in the silver ray, I personally feel that the attacks of Israel on Lebanon, plus Hezbollah or the carrying out technical damage in Lebanon, it will be taken as a very area. This may harm whatever the peace talk or whatever the 14 days truce has been called. This can become a sore issue, and there is a certainly requirement for that President Donald Trump must intervene in this also. If this thing continues, I am very sure, or rather it is likelihood that there will be another type of a front will be opened on that particular issue.
All right. With that, thanks so much, Colonel, for joining us on Republic and sharing your analysis on these latest developments. Now, viewers, we're looking at major developments now taking place as Donald Trump announces a 2-week ceasefire. Markets are reacting positively. We're looking at more development coming in as Donald Trump now says Middle East could in fact witness a golden age.
Yes, in fact, coming up now after the short break, now a day after Donald Trump's wipeout threats and over month-long bloodbath, now Trump has called for a ceasefire with a 2-week conditional ceasefire in the Iran war.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा जीरा सिप
जीरा सिप असली रिफ्रेशिंग असली स्वाद असली मजा
MDH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है अरे मेरी राजा
राजा आरती और मसाला
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of execution systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way that the astronauts will be stuck because of the the execution issues. And what they have reported now, even we were going through and seeing, it is something to do with the valve which is to operate for section of the execution, which looks to be needing attention. But the crew in Artemis, they are well trained to handle such type of situation. And also, in case if the main chain of the execution system doesn't respond, there is always a way of redundant chain and the methodology for execution. And I don't think it is a major issue, but I'm sure it will get sorted out. And of course, there is a redundant chain which can be conveniently operated.
Good luck. Godspeed, Artemis 2. Let's go.
And here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7. RS-25 engines lit. 4, 3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. And liftoff. The crew of Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
First time it was canceled in February 8th. After that March, we make all the plans, we have all the hype, and it was canceled again. And finally it's happening today. So we are going to celebrate a new milestone for everybody, not only for USA, for the whole planet, for the whole humanity.
Good roll pitch.
Roger, roll pitch.
Houston, now controlling the flight of integrity. 50 seconds of mission elapsed time. Standing by for main engine throttle up. Guidance converged.
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
A day after Trump's wipeout threat and over a month-long bloodbath, Trump announces 2-week conditional ceasefire in Iran. Both the US and Iran forces halt all offensive operations after Trump declares 2-week conditional ceasefire. Iran claims achieving historic win by forcing US to accept its 10-point peace plan for ending the war, calls for acceptance of uranium enrichment and removing all US sanctions. Israel welcomes the decision to suspend strikes against Iran but says the 2-week ceasefire does not include Lebanon. Recent strikes kill at least 8. Oil prices crashed 14% within minutes as the Trump announces ceasefire. Indian markets open higher. Pro-government demonstrators and civilians across Iran celebrate the defeat of US and Israel. Draft tag in Sharif's X post raises questions after social media users flag what appears to be an edited post on X.
Hello viewers, we are getting your top updates coming in here and I'm Shivangi. With me I have my colleague Ishita. Ishita, it's a wave of green on D Street. D Street opened strong on ceasefire announcements. Nifty and Sensex up 3.45%. Sensex climbs 2,700 points. Meanwhile, Nifty is up 800 points. Asian shares zoom as well. You know, Ishita, this is a big update coming in because we see that it's good news because the Lal Street, the markets are cheering the ceasefire between US and Iran.
Right, of course, there is a positive sentiment, a wave of green. We are looking at all across Indian markets as well as Asian markets. You know, South Korea's Kospi is also up by 6%. And meanwhile, we're looking at oil prices coming down. Now, Brent crude, in fact, has come down by 15%. It has come down somewhere between $93 to $95. We had seen during conflict, it had reached $120 per barrel. And now to put this into perspective, we are being joined by my colleague Pranav. Pranav, do take us through the latest on the markets. They are opening higher and there is a positive sentiment that's now being reflected.
Well, absolutely. In fact, as you rightly said, we are seeing greens everywhere. The Asian markets are in green and the Indian markets, so to say, have got a double boost because one is, of course, the announcement of ceasefire in the Middle East and the second is the Reserve Bank of India keeping repo rate unchanged. So both these announcements or both these developments have boosted the sentiments on D Street. What we're seeing right now is Nifty, the 50-pack Nifty is trading 3.45% higher near 24,000 level. Remember, markets have been falling for the past 4 consecutive months ever since this year began. In fact, earlier due to turmoil caused by tariffs and now by the war. The Indian market was, in fact, the worst performing market in the year gone by. But now what we're seeing now is that both Nifty as well as Sensex are up. There is an indicator called India VIX, which is the fear index, which has come crashing by 20% in just 1 hour of trading. So it just shows that D Street is positive and cheering the ceasefire announcement.
Right. And Pranav, it's not just the markets. We also see that the oil prices have seen a bit of a relief as well. It's a relief coming in. The prices are lowering. Pranav.
Well,
So this is good news.
Absolutely. In fact, during the peak of the war, oil had in fact touched about $120 a barrel. Iranian officials and authorities were threatening that it could go even higher if Strait of Hormuz or if US continued its attacks and the Strait of Hormuz remained closed. What we're seeing right now is oil has come crashing down by about 15%. Oil is right now trading at $96.87 a barrel, and Brent is trading at $95.37 a barrel. So that's a straight dip of about $14 to $15. This is probably the first time that oil has come below $100. Over the past about few weeks. So yes, positive developments, and thanks to the Strait of Hormuz opening.
All right. Well, thank you, Pranav, for getting us all those details. A wave of green on D Street. Oil prices are falling sharply. Ishita, I think you have more for us on that front.
Right, of course, we're looking at U.S. oil prices falling sharply just as the U.S. President Donald Trump announced a 2-week ceasefire in this conflict against Iran. Now, the ceasefire was put in place with the agreement that the strategic Strait of Hormuz will be opened safely and there will be safe passage for the ships allowed by Iran. More in this report, take a look.
Oil prices plunged sharply after US President Donald Trump agreed to suspend attacks on Iran for 2 weeks in exchange for Tehran allowing safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz. Before the ceasefire, Brent crude futures spiked to about $120 per barrel, and US WTI oil climbed similarly, one of the highest levels since the year 2008. On news of Trump's conditional ceasefire, Brent fell about 14% to a $93 to $95 per barrel, and the US WTI dropped by a similar 14 to 15%, a strong reversal from the recent highs. International benchmark Brent for June delivery lost more than 15% to a $92 per barrel. Iranian Foreign Minister Syed Abbas Araghchi said Tehran will allow safe passage through the strait during the ceasefire with coordination from Iran's armed forces and with due consideration to technical limitations. The president had threatened to bomb every bridge and power plant in Iran if the leaders did not meet that deadline. The US has received a 10-point proposal from Iran that is a workable basis for negotiations, while Iran received a 15-point plan from the US earlier. Trump said the 2-week ceasefire was subject to Iran agreeing to a complete and immediate safe opening of the Strait of Hormuz.
Breaking news coming in. The UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres has welcomed 2-week ceasefire agreement between US and Iran, urging all parties to abide by the terms and work towards a lasting peace in the region. Guterres emphasized the importance of protecting civilians, and we are seeing that they're highlighting the urgency of ending hostilities to alleviate human suffering. A spokesperson stated that the UN chief is committed to supporting efforts toward lasting peace. So big updates coming in here on Republic TV. UN welcomes the ceasefire, urges end to hostilities, and is calling on all parties to abide the ceasefire terms. Very, very big update in terms of the UN. The UN has been always, Ishita, saying that the situation should de-escalate. In fact, many countries are glad that they can see a little bit of a de-escalation here after weeks and weeks and weeks of tense escalation, Ishita.
Right, of course, after 40 days of bloodbath, we're looking at several countries are now coming and welcoming the ceasefire, from Australia to New Zealand to, in fact, the United Nations itself, welcoming the ceasefire, calling for all the parties to abide by this agreement and to ensure that there is a long and lasting peace in the Middle East. We have seen weeks and weeks of conflict, but now we're looking at some relief coming in, and all the major parties also welcoming the ceasefire.
That's right. Okay. And we're getting you more updates coming in. US President Trump has agreed to a 2-week ceasefire on the condition that Iran reopen the Strait of Hormuz. And this agreement comes after the president threatened Iran with the death of its entire civilization Tuesday morning. According to reports, the move follows a last-minute diplomatic intervention led by Pakistan. More in this next report.
U.S. President Donald Trump agreed to a 2-week ceasefire just hours before the deadline he had set for Iran to capitulate, warning that otherwise a whole civilization will die tonight. Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif invited American and Iranian leaders to Islamabad on Friday to further negotiate a long-term peace solution. Trump, in his post, announced that he is holding off to ramp up attacks on Iran and credits the 10-point proposal put forward by the Islamic regime and calls it a workable basis on which to negotiate. The 2-week ceasefire plan includes allowing Iran to charge fees on ships transiting through the Strait of Hormuz, the narrow mouth of the Persian Gulf. With the ceasefire agreement in place, both the US and Iran have ordered its military to halt all offensive strikes in the region. The world watches on as the agreement comes in a time when global oil prices surge and looks on at what the following negotiations will unfold.
All right, viewers, getting some more developments. Pakistan's Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif is now facing a backlash after an edited post on X showed an earlier version labeled Draft Pakistan's PM message on X. Now, this has sparked a speculation about external influence or scripting of the message. So it clearly shows that this message was in fact sent as a script from Washington to Pakistan, and the Prime Minister's handle clearly just copy-pasted the entire message, with the label also showing the edited version. In fact, on your screen, you can see it shows the header, Draft Pakistan's PM message on X. So clearly showing that this message was somehow sent from Washington to Pakistan, and Pakistan being a US puppet and not actually a neutral mediator in this conflict, just copy-pasted, forgetting to even remove the label.
That's right. So what we see is there is this post, and we put out that post for our viewers. And there's a big question, like you were asking there, that, what does this post really show? Because Pakistan PM Sharif's edited X post showing a draft version has sparked questions over Islamabad's Iran diplomacy. And according to reports, Sharif's post sounds less like a leader speaking in his own voice and more like a template which was prepared for him.
Right, of course, Shivangi, it does look like it's a copy-paste error that was made by the Pakistan's Prime Minister. A lot of users on internet have suggested the same, that, the Prime Minister's handle, in fact, whoever's handling it forgot to remove the label and then edited it later. But the edited version clearly shows that there was a label put up showing the message for Pakistan PM. It was a draft message sent by Washington, dictated by Washington, sent to Pakistan and asked by Washington, in fact, to Pakistan's Prime Minister to put up that message.
That's right. So we have put out that post. So we see there were two versions of that post. So what did the Pakistan PM post first? There's the first post that we have put out, that diplomatic efforts for peaceful settlement of the ongoing war in the Middle East are progressing steadily, strongly and powerfully. And then he put out a second post. So this was an edited X post. So slowly we see the edit history of Shehbaz Sharif. And when you click on the edit history of any post on social media, you can see the original post. So when you click on the edit history, a click on the option shows what appears to be an earlier version of the post shared with an extra line, draft Pakistan PM's message on X. It is time-stamped a minute earlier than the latest post on PM Sharif's profile. So screenshots are there on your screens of the original post and the edited version. Ishita.
Right, of course, a terror nation there, not acting as a neutral mediator, but in fact acting just like a US puppet. And now he's moving on, marking a possible end to the 39-day-long war across West Asia. US President Donald Trump has now announced a temporary and 2-week conditional ceasefire. It's struck with Iran already, while the ceasefire, as according to Trump, is broadly conditioned upon Iran reopening the Strait of Hormuz. There's been a lot of talk on how Iran claims that this ceasefire is actually a historic win for Tehran, as it forced the US to cave in to its own demands. Now, while the US has gone on above acknowledging receiving an initiation from Iran, the 10-point proposal, it says that will become the basis for negotiations further. More in this report.
After 39 long days of havoc and bloodbath, part of the Middle East war, US President Donald Trump took to social media announcing a temporary 2-week-long ceasefire. Amidst Trump's ceasefire announcement was one claim that said US had received Iran's 10-point proposal. This claim being something Iran boasted of too, of having Trump's cave in to Iran's demands for ceasefire. Iran's 10-point proposal entailed demands such as Israel and US curtailing its aggression and accepting Iran's control over the Strait of Hormuz. That's not all. Iran also urges for acceptance of uranium enrichment in the Farsi version of its ceasefire plan. Iran pushed for the lifting of all primary and secondary sanctions as was imposed by the US, especially amidst the war-resultant global economic and energy crisis, and termination of both UNSC and IAEA resolutions. Lastly, IRA stressed on how US and Israel must pay and compensate to Iran, while also seeking US combat forces to withdraw and back down. The additional cessation of war in Lebanon was also a demand put forth by Iran amidst the ceasefire negotiations. With this 10-point peace plan reportedly accepted, the US president has stepped down from earlier threats of expanding attacks on Iran, but also maintains this temporary ceasefire to be conditional on Iran honoring the ceasefire and reopening the Strait of Hormuz.
Okay, we are being joined by our guest, Mr. K.P. Fabian, former diplomat. Thank you for joining us, sir, on Republic TV. We appreciate you joining us here. I just want to first ask you about Shehbaz Sharif's edited X post. We were discussing that. So in the edit history, it says that draft Pakistan's PM message on X. So the question that is being raised is this: was this crafted by Shehbaz Sharif or was it influenced by external factors? Would you like to decode this latest development for us? So.
Thank you. I think we have to recognize that Pakistan plays an important role. We know that Pakistan Prime Minister and their Defense Chief, Field Marshal, Munir, had been in touch through the night with Vice President Vance and Iran's Foreign Minister and Argachi. So that is a fact. And in fact, Iran has thanked Pakistan for its efforts. What we have to understand is that President Trump realized at some point of time that by starting this military action to destroy the civilization of Iran, he was making a mistake. And he wanted a way out, and Pakistan came handy by initially, let us understand, Pakistan was only a courier. It was carrying messages from America to Iran and from Iran to America. But this courier also had had access to the messages it was carrying. It was a special courier. Later, Pakistan did actual mediation. And we should all be grateful to Pakistan because if President Trump had gone on with his initial plan, then the whole world would have been facing a big, big disaster because Iran would have hit back Israel and the GCC. And perhaps the GCC countries would have also joined Israel in attacking Iran. And that would have been very, very, what shall I say, apocalyptical. In fact, in America, they speak of Trumpocalyptical. So let us see. Now, whether this will hold, well, we can only pray that it will hold. But it looks to me that it will hold. And don't forget that President Trump has not he has stopped doing the tit for tat. When Iran's foreign minister said that passage through the Strait of Hormuz will be in coordination with Iran's armed forces and that technical limitations will apply, there was no immediate comeback from Washington, which is a good thing. Otherwise, this tit for tat business was hurting the diplomatic resolution of the matter.
Right. Ambassador, I also want to ask you, there are reports coming in that there could be in-person talks between the delegation of United States and Iran, and this could be hosted by Pakistan. So we could have been, Vice President J.D. Vance, Jed Kushner, and of course, Steve Witkoff traveling to Islamabad in the coming few days. So do you see the possibility of in-person talks now taking place?
Yes. Iran has agreed, and there are reports that Washington too has agreed. And my view is that President Trump has realized that he was going in the wrong direction by joining with Prime Minister Netanyahu in attacking Iran and then, sort of threatening to send Iran back to the Stone Age. And if he has recognized his mistake, we should all be grateful to him. In fact, President Trump is a person who appreciates applause. And I think world leaders should phone him up and thank him for, appreciate his decision.
All right. Thanks so much, Ambassador, for joining us on Republic and sharing your inputs.
Right. All right, and Ishita, we will be taking a short break right now. We have a lot lined up for our viewers. This is a rolling coverage. Ceasefire finally, both US and Iran forces halt all offensive operations.
Yes,
but
of course.
It's a conditional ceasefire.
Oil prices crashed 14% within minutes as Trump announces ceasefire. Indian markets open high. We'll get you all the updates from markets to oil prices right after the break.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of execution systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way that the astronauts will be stuck because of the the execution issues. And what they have reported now, even we were going through and seeing, it is something to do with.
All right, viewers, welcome back on to some election updates. Now, as the battle for Assam draws near, Republic manages to get an exclusive interaction with the Speaker of Assam's Legislative Assembly, Biswajit Daimari. Now, he's also the BJP candidate for Tamilpur, and while speaking to us, the BJP candidate touched upon how much of a difference in peace accords have been made for the state. Take a listen.
इस बार बोडोलैंड की राजनीति में सबसे बड़ा फैक्टर जो होने जा रहा है वो क्या है?
नहीं, बड़ा फैक्टर तो बदल में अभी कुछ ही नहीं है। बड़ा फैक्टर एक ही है कि यहाँ की उन्नति। तो हगरामा मोहिलारी जी बीपीएफ की जो सरकार यहाँ पर गठन की है, इसके बाद उन्होंने लग रहा है कि यहाँ की डेवलपमेंट के लिए काम करे और इसके लिए मोदी जी और हिमंत जी के साथ जोड़ जाए। इसीलिए एनडीए में ज्वाइन किया और एनडीए में ज्वाइन होकर अभी भाजपा बीपीएफ एक साथ काम कर रहा है। आजकल यूपीपीएल नहीं है, यूपीपीएल एनडीए में भी नहीं है। तो इसीलिए यहाँ मुद्दा सिर्फ यही है बीटीसी इलाका का डेवलपमेंट।
यहाँ पर यदि देखा जाए बोडोलैंड में एक समय ऐसा भी था कि कई सारे मिलिटेंट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन यहाँ पे एक्टिव था, अल्फा से लेकर के आदिवासी उग्रवादी संगठन तक यहाँ पर एक्टिव था। भूटान बॉर्डर से बहुत ही नज़दीक है। तो अभी लेकिन जो देखने को मिल रहा है, पूरी तरह से शांति यहाँ पर वापस आ गया है। तो ये भी क्या बीजेपी के पक्ष में एक वेव क्रिएट करने में सक्षम रहेगा?
नहीं, डेफिनेटली ये भी होगा, क्योंकि बीजेपी के नेता लोगों ने इनिशिएटिव लेके असम के जितने भी सशस्त्र संग्रामी जो समुदाय है, दल है, उनके साथ बातचीत करके वही लोग जो चाहा उसको कमिटमेंट देके उनके साथ समझौता किया। इसके बाद फुल्ली कॉन्फिडेंट है, विश्वास है और इसके बाद सब अभी उन्नयन के काम में, डेवलपमेंट के काम में लग रहा है। और ये निर्वाचन डेवलपमेंट के लिए है, क्योंकि हम जिनको भी प्रतिनिधि हिसाब से यहाँ से निर्वाचित करके भेजूंगा वही जाके सरकार बनाएगा और सरकार होने से अपना मनपसंद वाले जो प्रतिनिधि है वो जगह में एक साथ मिलकर डेवलप करेंगे। तो इसीलिए सब लोग इस निर्वाचन में, इस इलेक्शन में अच्छी तरह से मतलब साथ दे रहा है, काम कर रहा है। सब भी अपना अपना लीडर चुनने में लग रहा है, प्रतिनिधि चुनने में लग रहा है।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Director, the taste of success.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of execution systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way that the astronauts will be stuck because of the the execution issues.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है? आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट, स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकौड़े थोड़े और परेशान, अरे चंकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
Director, the taste of success.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
Three, two, one. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A day after Trump's wipeout threat and over a month-long bloodbath, Trump announces 2-week conditional ceasefire in Iran. Both US and Iran forces halt all offensive operations after Trump's conditional ceasefire announcement. Iran claims achieving historic win by forcing the US to accept its 10-point plan for ending war, calls for acceptance of uranium enrichment and removing all US sanctions. Israel welcomes decision to suspend strikes against Iran but says the 2-week ceasefire does not include Lebanon. Oil prices crashed 14% within minutes as Donald Trump announces ceasefire. Indian markets open higher. Pro-government demonstrators in Iran as civilians across the country celebrate the defeat of United States and Israel. Draft tag in Sharif's X post raises questions after social media users flag what appears to be an edited post on X. All right, viewers, now US President Donald Trump has announced a 2-week ceasefire with Iran suspending military attacks and bombing just hours before a self-imposed deadline. Now, the deal here ties the ceasefire to Iran's commitment to reopening the Strait of Hormuz, allowing safe passage for ships.
That's right. Iran has presented a 10-point proposal, which Trump considers a workable basis for negotiations, including non-aggression, lifting of sanctions, and recognition of Iran's uranium enrichment program. The agreement has led to a sharp drop in oil prices and a surge in global markets. A wave of green also being seen on the Dalal Strait as markets are cheering this ceasefire. We're getting all these updates coming in here on Republic. Iran and US agreed to conditional 2-week ceasefire amid the opening of the Hormuz. We see that Hormuz has been such a big point here, because Trump says he has agreed to propose 2-week ceasefire if shipping traffic is allowed to move through the Strait of Hormuz. Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi says Tehran will agree to the end in fighting if attacks against Iran are halted. So both the sides putting out their points so there could be lasting peace. Okay, this is a post from US President Trump. Yes, Ishita, what does it say?
Right, of course, this is the latest tweet put up by Donald Trump right after he announced a 2-week ceasefire. He says the golden age will now be returning to Middle East. It's a big day for world peace. Now, he also goes on to say that there's lots of positive action, big money will be made, and Iran can now, in fact, start the reconstruction process. So also hinting that this peace is certainly going to hold in the Middle East, while adding that we'll hang around to ensure all goes well. So we're not looking at U.S. troops immediately, in fact, withdrawing from the region. Some U.S. presence will be maintained to ensure that there is safe passage for the cargo ships through the Strait of Hormuz, and Iran, in fact, is holding up to its part of the agreement as ceasefire now comes into effect. That's what Donald Trump's latest tweet seems to be hinting at, Shivangi, as he also says that it's a golden age right now in the U.S. and that will also now come in Middle East.
Yes, Israel says it supports Trump's decision to suspend strikes on Iran, but the 2-week ceasefire does not include Lebanon, from what we understand. The Pakistan Prime Minister says the opposite, that it does. So we're getting all these updates coming in. Pakistan has been acting as a mediator, has also invited both sides for talks in Islamabad. So the story is not over. We can expect more developments, more negotiations in the coming days. So this is a huge update coming in here. Oil prices drop and stocks rally after Trump's ceasefire announcement. This is also one of the big updates coming in on Republic TV as we keep getting our viewers more updates. US and Iran have agreed to this 2-week ceasefire. However, it does come with multiple conditions. Okay, let's go back to you, Ishita. Ishita, you know, Iran's military will coordinate the passage of vessels through the critical Strait of Hormuz during the ceasefire. So this is what has come in from Iran.
Right, of course, we had seen the first statement that came in from Iran's Foreign Minister, Sayyid Abbas Araghchi, clearly mentioned that as we open the Strait of Hormuz, Iran's armed forces will in fact be ensuring and guarding the strait. So we are looking at IRGC certainly maintaining a considerable presence around the Strait of Hormuz as it will now reopen once the ceasefire comes into effect. In fact, we could be looking at normalization of oil traffic in the strait, but this could now take months and certainly more than weeks, because we're looking at this stretch which is just about 33 kilometers wide at its most narrow point. So we certainly, even to traffic to normalize along the strait, it will take definitely some more months for the oil traffic to stabilize. But we're looking at definitely Iran's presence around that corridor, with Donald Trump also announcing that US troops could be hanging around, meaning to ensure that Iran holds up to its end of bargain, holds up to ensure that there is freedom of navigation in the Strait of Hormuz.
That's right. So Pakistan's Prime Minister has invited a delegation from both Iran and US to Islamabad for talks on Friday. And Lebanon is not included. Israel said it would suspend strikes against Iran, but claimed Lebanon was not part of the ceasefire, according to Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's office. So big updates coming in here on Republic TV, and international reactions to the US and Iran ceasefire are also trickling in. The UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres has called on all parties to comply with their obligations and abide by the terms of the deal. According to a statement from a spokesperson, Guterres underscored that an end to the hostilities is urgently needed to protect civilian lives and alleviate human suffering. Now, Australia's reaction has come in. Prime Minister Anthony Albanese said that the announcement was positive news, and he hopes it leads to permanent de-escalation and end to the conflict. Japan's reaction has also come in. Japan's chief cabinet secretary say that they viewed the announcement by both US and Iran as a positive development during a news briefing. And what is most important now is that the situation de-escalates.
Right, of course. And, negotiations are right now underway between the two sides. And amid that, US, in fact, has been presented by Iran a 10-point proposal. Now, let's break it down for our viewers what exactly the proposal says. Now, the first point is about non-aggression by US and Israel. Iran here is calling out for exactly no aggression coming in from the other side. It's saying that it will maintain control over the Hormuz, while also saying that Hormuz, in fact, will continue to be guarded by IRGC. It's also called for the lifting of sanctions, including both primary as well as secondary sanctions. Now, remember, Iran is one of the most heavily sanctioned countries in the world. So in its 10-point proposal, it has called for all the sanctions to be lifted up. It's also calling for termination of UNSC resolutions along with International Atomic Energy Agency's resolutions as well. So all the resolutions that have been passed against Iran's regime, they're calling for their termination while asking for a payment of compensation to be paid to Iran for all the damage that has been done in the past 40 days. And at the same time asking for the US forces to withdraw from the region. So they're asking for US combat forces to withdraw from West Asia while calling for a cessation of war on all fronts, including Lebanon. Now remember, despite their calling for this, US, in fact, on this agreement, we're looking at Israel having a disagreement, saying that despite backing of the agreement at large, when it comes to IDF and Lebanon, specifically targeting Hezbollah in the country, that will not come to a pause right now.
Right. Okay, we are being joined. Let's go straight across to our guest who's joining us. Major General G.D. Bakshi is joining us live on this broadcast. Thank you for joining us here, Major General, on Republic TV. And okay, so finally, de-escalation. This does seem like good news from what it looks like. Surface level, yes, good news. Oil prices have come down. The markets are doing better. But still, more negotiations definitely are left to be completed. Major General, would you decode where do you see these negotiations and the ceasefire going ahead? Will it be successful?
Look, the simple fact is that Donald Trump cannot afford to continue this war. Israel may be gung-ho, Israel may want to destroy Iran totally, completely, comprehensively, but Israel cannot do it unless the Americans give their, the KC-135 tankers, right? So without that, even Israel cannot continue this war alone. The MAGA base of Donald Trump is getting very restive. He had promised them that there would be no forever wars, no protracted war. Here is a 40-day war already, which was showing no sign of let-up, only signs of intensification. So he's got a midterm election coming in the month of November. The Americans have taken 13 killed, 365 wounded. How many of them have passed away, we don't know as yet. But it has been a heavy price, over 20 aircraft shot down or destroyed on the ground. About $50 billion worth have been expended. They've asked for $200 billion more. It is a no-go. You cannot continue this. And above all, the global economy has taken a very big hit. And it cannot continue forever. You know, Donald Trump has suffered a serious loss of faith. The American armed forces have suffered a loss of prestige. But it was unnecessary, uncalled for. It was a war of choice built on very subjective premises. That 48 days and the war will be over. Iran will be like Venezuela, a pansy state that will roll over and play dead. Nothing of that sort has happened. Regime change, my foot regime change. That regime is strong. Only more radical people have come to the fore. You made it worse than it was before. The IRGC is now in charge in Iran. The IRGC now controls the Strait of Hormuz, period. And militarily, it is not possible to open the Straits of Hormuz unless the United States is prepared to put 200,000 to 300,000 troops on the ground. I mean, those are military realities which were, I can't understand how they were being overlooked. And, we'll do it on the cheap, we'll quick in, quick out. Sir, quick in, quick out does not mean 40 days of attrition, which are only intensifying. So, for the time being, there is peace. We hope it holds, but Israel will definitely is not happy with this situation. But even Israel will have to be cognizant of the fact that the whole world is suffering. And anybody who gets very intransigent on trying to continue this war forever till he feels he's achieved his war aims would make him very unpopular globally. The fact is that if Israel could pursue the war on its own, it would have done so. It cannot because of technical limitations, of lack of adequate number of refuelers.
Right, Major General, I agree with you on that point. This was a war of choice that thrusted upon Iran with no clear goal in sight, and certainly US was stretched thin at this point. I'll come back to you, sir, for further analysis. We're getting some breaking news developments at this hour. Now, Pakistan's Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif is facing a major backlash after an edited post on X showed an earlier version labelled draft Pakistan's Prime Minister message on X. Now, this has sparked speculation about external influence or scripting of the message from Washington itself.
That's right. Another post which urged US President Trump to extend the deadline to talk with Iran has now raised questions about Pakistan's diplomatic messaging and whether it's being independently crafted. Social media users are divided, with some joking about the copy-paste error, others suggesting the message was dictated by the United States. So let's put out both the posts on your screen. This is the first earlier post, left, right is the edited post. So we see that once you click on the edit history, you can see what appears to be the earlier version of the post shared with an extra line. Draft Pakistan Prime Minister's message on X. It's time-stamped a minute earlier than the latest post on PM Shehbaz Sharif's X profile. So let's go back to Major General J.D. Bakshi on this. So, a lot of people are commenting on that post that why was this phrase written, draft Pakistan PM's message on X? So the question that they're raising is that was this message crafted by Shehbaz Sharif or was it influenced by external factors? And we see a lot of traction online on this now, Major General.
Look, the simple fact is Pakistan's role has been that of a post office. The primary, claim to fame is Asim Munir's bootlicking of Donald Trump. In the last 3 months, he has been to Washington 3 times, and traveling like a traveling salesman with a suitcase full of rare earth, metals, copper, tungsten, etc. The Pakistani military especially has a habit of bootlicking the United States and the Western powers, and that has been fairly obvious all along Pakistan's army's history. Asim Munir is the latest one to join the bootlicking bandwagon of eulogizing Donald Trump to the skies, and that is how he has managed to wriggle for himself this role of a so-called mediator. Egypt, Turkey, Iran were also, Oman were also involved, as was China behind the scenes, because this draft was discussed with the Chinese. The earlier drafts, all the peace proposals were discussed with the Chinese, who have played a quiet behind the scenes role, which is pivotal. Pakistan was just taking messages and forwarding them from United States to Iran, Iran to the United States, and the real, I think, heft is come from China, has come from China in this, which was the behind the scenes influencer, because it has influence with Tehran. which Pakistan totally lacks. Pakistan could just bootlick the United States. That was the sole qualification, for assuming the role of a communicator of choice. Not a negotiator, communicator of choice.
Right. Major General, I want to ask you a question about the larger picture that's now emerging. Now, regime change has certainly not taken place. Hormuz is still under Iran's shadow. Now, military capacity for sure has been hit, but not completely erased. And enriched uranium is still present inside Iran. So the big question is, what exactly did US gain out of this war?
That is precisely, Professor Robert Pape, who forecast this conflict, who told you well before it happened that this would happen. And he also told you that if the United States had taken the off-ramp on 28th of February, a peace deal was almost through, brokered by Oman. The Omani's foreign minister had said that Iran had agreed to hand over its enriched uranium to the IAEA. That was, very callously, spurned, and America and Israel attacked Iran even while the negotiations were on. Now today, 40 days after this ridiculous war of choice started, America is worse off than it was at the start of the war. Iran is better off because it did not control the Straits of Hormuz at the start of the war. Opening the Straits of Hormuz is militarily extremely difficult unless America is prepared to put 200,000 to 300,000 boots on the ground for 18 months. And the estimate of Pentagon itself was that it would lead to 15,000 minimum body bags. Can Donald Trump afford that in a midterm election year? Absolute no. So Donald Trump has been forced to accept a deal much worse than what he was getting before he started this war.
All right. Well, thank you, Major General, for joining us here with your perspective and decoding the situation that is playing out in the conflict. There's a ceasefire which has been announced, which is a temporary measure. Thank you so much, Major General. Okay, so we will be tracking more updates coming in. And Ishita, there has been a little bit of a good news. U.S. oil prices have fallen after U.S. President Trump has announced a 2-week ceasefire in the Iran war just hours after this deadline.
Right, of course, Shivangi, the ceasefire was put in place with the agreement that the strategic Strait of Hormuz will be opened and safe passage will in fact be given to cargo ships. Take a look at this report, viewers.
Oil prices plunged sharply after US President Donald Trump agreed to suspend attacks on Iran for 2 weeks in exchange for Tehran allowing safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz. Before the ceasefire, Brent crude futures spiked to about $120 per barrel, and US WTI oil climbed similarly, one of the highest levels since the year 2008. On news of Trump's conditional ceasefire, Brent fell about 14% to a $93 to $95 per barrel, and the US WTI dropped by a similar 14 to 15%, a strong reversal from the recent highs. International benchmark Brent for June delivery lost more than 15% to a $92 per barrel. Iranian Foreign Minister Syed Abbas Araghchi said Tehran will allow safe passage through the strait during the ceasefire with coordination from Iran's armed forces and with due consideration to technical limitations. The president had threatened to bomb every bridge and power plant in Iran if the leaders did not meet that deadline. The US has received a 10-point proposal from Iran that is a workable basis for negotiations, while Iran received a 15-point plan from the US earlier. Trump said the 2-week ceasefire was subject to Iran agreeing to a complete and immediate safe opening of the Strait of Hormuz.
Viewers, much coming right up. Iran claims achieving historic win by forcing US to accept its 10-point plan for ending war, calls for acceptance of uranium enrichment and removing all US sanctions. Stay tuned.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट।
अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
Character, the taste of success.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा
सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Three, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of execution systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way that the astronauts will be stuck because of the the execution issues. And what they have reported now, even we were going through and seeing, it is something to do with the valve which is to operate for section of the execution, which looks to be needing attention. But the crew in Artemis, they are well trained to handle.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला। डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way that the astronauts will be stuck because of the the excretion issues. And what they have reported now, even we were going through and seeing, it is something to do with the valve which is to operate for section of the excretion, which looks to be needing a
Hello and welcome viewers. You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic TV with me, Ishita Mitra. My colleague Sharif is also present with me, and we're tracking all the developments getting in after Donald Trump announced a 2-week ceasefire between Iran and the US. So what's happening to the oil prices, to what's happening on the Dalal Street? We're getting you all the reactions ahead.
Yeah, market seems to be stabilizing. The oil prices seem to be stabilizing because there was a bloodbath when the entire war was on. It was a very long war. It was benefiting no one, and it was a clear miscalculation by the American government on whether Iran will be striking back. And Iran held its ground and was striking the military assets in the entire Middle East. We'll get you all the latest updates on this 2-week pause, not a complete ceasefire, but definitely a 2-week pause, and other national and international breakings. But let's have a look at the top headlines of the hour first.
A day after Trump's wipeout threat and over a month-long bloodbath, Trump announces 2-week conditional ceasefire in Iran.
Both US and Iran forces halt all offensive operations after Trump's conditional ceasefire announcement.
Iran claims achieving historic win by forcing US to accept its 10-point plan for ending war, calls for acceptance of uranium enrichment and removing all US sanctions.
And Israel welcomes decision to suspend strikes against Iran, but says the 2-week ceasefire does not include Lebanon. Recent strike kills 8 people in southern Lebanon.
Oil prices crashed 14% within minutes as Trump announces ceasefire. Indian markets open higher.
And pro-government demonstrators in Iran, civilians across the country celebrate the defeat of US and Israel.
Draft tag in Sharif's X post now raises questions after social media users flag what appears to be an edited post on X. All right, viewers, our top focus at this hour. Now, the US President Donald Trump has announced a 2-week ceasefire with Iran, suspending military attacks and bombing just hours before a self-imposed deadline. Now, the deal here ties the ceasefire to Iran's commitment to reopen the strategic Strait of Hormuz, allowing a safe passage for ships.
Definitely, Iran has presented a 10-point proposal which Trump considers a workable basis for negotiations, including non-aggression, lifting of sanctions, and recognition of Iran's uranium enrichment program. Now, the agreement has led to a sharp drop in oil prices and a surge in global markets. So the markets have reacted, and there's a positivity which has come to the market after a lot of negativity, because markets run on sentiments, and also the prices of oil, the crude Brent, seems to normalize. 14% is a very good number in this case, because there was a bloodbath earlier in the global markets, the Asian markets, and also in the Indian markets, especially because of the ongoing war, because of the Strait of Hormuz being choked by the IRGC, because of the Strait of Hormuz being continuing to be a flashpoint, a war zone as declared by the IRGC. Now, as one of the points is opening the Strait of Hormuz, definitely this will impact the oil prices, and it has started showing up.
Right, of course, and now we're joined by two guests, retired Major General Rajan Kochar, defense expert, who joins us, along with retired Major General G.D. Bakshi as well. Thank you to both of you for joining us on Republic TV. Major General G.D. Bakshi, coming to you first, we were discussing what exactly US gained out of this war. Now, the big question is, if it was not about regime change, what exactly was US objective, and did it achieve that at all?
Look, the objectives stated by the Trump administration were varying from day to day. From day one, they started with regime change, then it went on to nation-state destruction, then it went on to stopping nuclear enrichment, defanging Iran's nascent nuclear program, then it went to missiles. Iran would have to give up its no missiles more than 500 kilometers range. It would have to keep itself totally defenseless against all American and Israeli air attacks. And then it would have to cut off its ties, stop the support to its proxies of Hamas, Hezbollah, Houthis. These were tantamount to surrender, most of these demands, and none of them have been met. There has been no regime change in Iran. To the contrary, the son of the Ayatollah, a much younger, far more hardline person, has taken charge as the supreme leader. If you call that regime change, it is a travesty of the truth. It is a monumental joke. Iran still has 450 kgs of enriched uranium. Iran, above all, has emerged much stronger because it now controls the Gulf of Hormuz. Militarily, it is virtually impossible to open the Gulf of Hormuz unless, as per the briefing given by Pentagon to Donald Trump and leaked to the Washington Post, America is prepared to put 200,000 troops on the ground for 18 months minimum, with estimated loss of about 15,000 casualties, American casualties.
Right, of course. So that's the whole thing that...
This, the simple fact is that this is a midterm election year. This war, especially the idea of putting boots on the ground, was extremely unpopular in the United States. And even the MAGA base, support base of Donald Trump was beginning to show major cracks. And therefore, Donald Trump had to accept reality. He has had to accept conditions which are far worse than what he was getting on 27th of February this year.
Right.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right. Major General Kochar also continues to be with us. Major General Kochar, my question to you would be, what will be the short-term impact and the long-term impact as an outcome of the war that continued? The short-term, definitely the loss of personnel, the loss of stockpiles of the missiles and the drones. But don't you think Iran will come out and emerge as a stronger player in the Middle East? It has proven its ground, and it has clearly proved that it is the ruler of the entire Middle East. It holds command, and it's stronger comparatively to any other Middle Eastern region, and all thanks to United States of America, sir.
That's a very interesting perspective you have brought out in the discussion here, because people must remember that Iran is not alone. And in case the rebuilding process, not only in terms of its own weaponry or military strength, it's also a loss and a destruction of the infrastructure which has been caused, which has to be rebuilt now. Bridges have been lost, hospitals have been attacked, a lot of civil areas have been attacked. There are missile launchers and missile sites, air defense systems, command and control systems. So there has been a substantial loss. So, and that is the reason the Strait of Hormuz has become a center of gravity of this entire war. As a matter of fact, I would call it as a masterstroke of strategy of Iran. Because of Strait of Hormuz, I think the United States has been brought, to its knees. So now we look at the future because the short-term impact has been tremendous. So in the short term, I think possibly the rebuilding process will start, and especially when Iran is going to levy a tax on the movement of vessels in Strait of Hormuz, because that is one way of ensuring that the rebuilding process moves at a faster pace, because you need a budget for that. A second important aspect here is what Iran is actually looking for is the support of China, because China is going to play a very important role in the reconstruction of Iran. And China has the expertise. See, in 3 years, China can build a multi-storied building right from scratch. So that is the kind of expertise China will bring in here. And the entire geopolitics of this region is going to change, because that's a larger impact I see. Because on the Gulf countries, a strong feeling has come that United States is no longer the collective security provider of this region. They will tend to lose the faith in the capabilities of the United States now. And slowly the reweaning of investment, especially in Dubai and all these areas which I see in UAE, a shift will take place. The industries will start moving out over a period of time. Remember, this ceasefire is not a very permanent solution. The problem still remains between Israel, US and Iran. This is only a temporary kind of a reprieve I see. I don't see this panning out to be a permanent solution or a permanent peace in this region, because this region will continue to remain volatile. And my last point is this ceasefire has happened on terms and conditions of Iran and not on the terms and conditions of the United States.
Definitely on the terms and conditions which have been given by Iran. That's why the question is whether it will be a long-term one, whether it will be a complete ceasefire. We have a big breaking news development coming in. This is coming from Israeli opposition leader who has called the ceasefire with Iran a political disaster. The Israeli opposition leader slams the ceasefire, calls the ceasefire with Iran a political disaster. So the opposition in Israel doesn't seem to be happy with the ceasefire. Many experts are also not happy with the ceasefire, because it will definitely make Iran stronger for a comeback and give it a chance, a window for making more weapons, for making more missiles in this case. All right, we have Major General G.D. Bakshi with us. General Bakshi, your take on the reaction of the opposition leader in this case. Should this ceasefire have taken place? It's not yet a ceasefire yet. It's a 2-week pause as we speak, sir.
Yes, it's a 2 weeks pause, but it was a pause dictated by a lot of global pressure onto the United States, more than global pressure, serious domestic pressure to stop this war. Right? So, I mean, you cannot countenance, you cannot take it out of the equation. Yes, there could be breakdowns of the ceasefire months down the line, years down the line, because the situation in the Middle East remains volatile. Israel had started this war because it simply felt that Iran, in its estimate, was at its weakest. And they wanted to, let's be straightforward, destroy Iran as a nation state so that it would not pose a serious life and death threat to Israel. Therefore, they wanted to ensure that no way could it go or acquire nuclear weapons. They wanted to also ensure that its missile arsenal was seriously curtailed and that they would not be allowed to have, missiles more than 500 kilometers range, and that they would have to disown all ties with their proxies of the Hamas, Hezbollah, Houthis. All these were demands tantamount to surrender. Now, the Israelis are one of the best professional militaries in the world. The Mossad is one of the best intelligence agencies in the world. What I fail to understand is how could they have so grossly underestimated the military capability of Iran, its will to fight and stamina, its resilience in the face of regime change. A very serious regime change affects decapitation strikes, right?
Yes.
They had grossly underestimated Iran's resilience, its, mosaic strategy, its decentralization, which enabled it to survive the joint American-Israeli 40 days of the most brutal and lethal bombardment that we have seen in recent military history. But it failed to break Iran's will, and it failed to see how Iran would, horizontally escalate the conflict by widening the ambit to 9 more countries of the Persian Gulf, as far as Cyprus, as far as Diego Garcia. So there was horizontal escalation, but the biggest game changer was grabbing hold of the Gulf of Hormuz. Israel, instead of Israel being the local hegemon now, we are almost at a situation where Iran is the local oil hegemon. It has blocked 22% of the global supplies of the energy to the entire world. That was the game changer, because there was no way that you could militarily open the Straits of Hormuz. The United States by itself lacked the military capacity. It was asking the NATO allies to join in, which they have totally refused, because their simple point was, nobody asked us before starting the war. Our inputs were not taken, our advice was not even sought for, and now we are being asked to commit our troops and to, accept body bags, which they were not prepared to do.
Right. Certainly,
in
sir,
America, there was a strong perception that this is not our war, it is Israel's war. And there was resentment on that score.
All right.
Right, sir. There was certainly miscalculation on the part of US and Israel. They miscalculated, they underestimated Iran's capability in this. And we'll come back to both of you, sir, for further analysis. But we're getting some breaking news. UK's Prime Minister Keir Starmer has welcomed the ceasefire agreement reached overnight. He says this will bring a moment of relief to the region and the world. Together with our partners, we must do all we can to support and sustain this ceasefire, turn it into a lasting agreement and reopen the Strait of Hormuz. So we are looking at more and more world reactions now pouring in on the ceasefire, with this one coming in from UK's Prime Minister Keir Starmer, who has welcomed the ceasefire deal, while also saying that we must do all we can at this point of time to ensure that this turns into a long and lasting agreement between the parties. So that's the statement coming in from Keir Starmer. He's now welcomed the ceasefire deal between Iran and US. Now, Major General Rajan Kochhar continues to stay with us. Major General Rajan Kochhar, I want to ask you, you were mentioning this, that GCC countries, they no longer trust the US as their net security provider. And we have seen after this conflict, Iran has certainly emerged more stronger with Hormuz under its shadow. Now, it knows that this leverage can be used wherever it wants, because it can hold the world economy to a choke point. It can block the Strait of Hormuz just whenever it wants. So in that regard, how do you look at now the change that could come in the security landscape of these Gulf countries? Because like Israel, even they did not want the war to end in this manner.
See, you have to look at things from two perspectives. The first perspective is that what has been the relation of these Gulf countries or these Arab Muslim countries with Iran? It is basically a love-hate relationship, because most of the countries, except for if I can single out Qatar or Oman, none of them actually enjoy a good relationship with Iran. So whenever they decide that they don't need the United States here, they'll have to also consider this big brother attitude here, because these countries are so small that they have hardly any armies of note. You see, at the most, they have the money power, they have the economic power, they can buy the weapons, they can have a good air defense system in the country, but beyond that, they'll not be able to fight in the case of altercation with Iran. So they need some kind of a security in this area, and that's why in the short term, I don't see any of the air bases or military bases of the United States moving out from here. Maybe in the long term, some kind of a solution will have to be worked out by the GCC countries. I am of the opinion that GCC countries must get together, make a security pact among themselves, prohibiting any kind of a war between each other, and security guarantees need to be put in place. Only then I think the Gulf will decide, or the Gulf countries will decide that they don't need the US. Yeah. Second important aspect, which is emerging now is the role of China, because I'm trying to emphasize this again and again, because here is an opportunity which China is sensing now. In times to come, you see, China is already in Gwadar. Chabar port, a portion of the port is with China because it has an agreement with Iran. It is working on a Chabar port. In times to come, I see a greater presence of the PLA Navy as well as the PLA in Chabahar, because that is a very, very strategic move which China will play. China will play this move in parts. First, it will move into Iran in terms of reconstruction of Iran, because a lot of damage has been caused. And secondly, technology. China is already sharing with Iran the Baidu satellite systems and the missile technology and the missile material also to manufacture these missiles. Also, in terms of rare earth elements and magnets and semiconductors, all are coming from China. Yes. So China will like to expand its role in this region, and in times to come, I may be contested, but we can see a similar kind of presence which the US has in the Gulf countries. I won't be very far out to suggest that China also comes up with a kind of a military base in Iran, because if that happens, a kind of a security is there for Iran in case of a US attack, because a moment a US is going to attack, China will get affected, and then I think possibly the larger ramifications of the conflict will come into play. So these are some of the things. It may happen, may not happen. Time will tell, but possibilities are there.
Yeah, definitely.
All right, Major General Rajan Kochar and Major General G.D. Bakshi, thanks so much, sir, for joining us on Republic and sharing your inputs with us.
All right, viewers, we continue our coverage on the ceasefire, which has been achieved, a 2-week pause, which was achieved after a very long war that was fought 38 to 39 days. Now, this is US-Iran.
All right, viewers, now marking a possible end to the 39-day-long war across West Asia, U.S. President Donald Trump announced a temporary and conditional 2-week ceasefire struck with Iran. Now, while this ceasefire, according to Trump, is a broadly conditioned upon Iran reopening the Strait of Hormuz, we are looking at the other side also putting up other claims. Now, in fact, Iran is saying that this ceasefire is a win for their country because of how Trump allegedly caved into their demands. Now, while US has not gone above acknowledging receiving an initiation, the 10-point proposal from Iran. More in this report.
After After 39 long days of havoc and bloodbath, part of the Middle East war, US President Donald Trump took to social media announcing a temporary 2-week-long ceasefire. Amidst Trump's ceasefire announcement was one claim that said US had received Iran's 10-point proposal. This claim being something Iran boasted of too, of having Trump's cave in to Iran's demands for ceasefire. Iran's 10-point proposal entailed demands such as Israel and US curtailing its aggression and accepting Iran's control over the Strait of Hormuz. That's not all. Iran also urges for acceptance of uranium enrichment in the Farsi version of its ceasefire plan. Iran pushed for the lifting of all primary and secondary sanctions as was imposed by the US, especially amidst the war-resultant global economic and energy crisis, and termination of both UNSC and IAEA resolutions. Lastly, IRA stressed on how US and Israel must pay and compensate to Iran, while also seeking US combat forces to withdraw and back down. The additional cessation of war in Lebanon was also a demand put forth by Iran amidst the ceasefire negotiations. With this 10-point peace plan reportedly accepted, the US president has stepped down from earlier threats of expanding attacks on Iran, but also maintains this temporary ceasefire to be conditional on Iran honoring the ceasefire and reopening the Strait of Hormuz.
Coming up on the other side, Iran declares achieving historic win by forcing US to accept its 10-point proposal as Donald Trump declares ceasefire.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Character, the taste of success.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
Three, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundancy.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा सबका राजा और मसाला।
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Shame. Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of execution systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way that the astronauts will be stuck because of the the execution issues. And what they have reported now, even we were going through and seeing, it is something to do with the valve which is to operate for section of the execution, which looks to be needing attention. But the crew in Artemis, they are well trained to handle such type of situation. And also, in case if the main chain of the execution system doesn't respond, there is always a way of redundant chain and the methodology for execution. And
from Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Live Report with me, Shavan said. 39 days into the war, finally a ceasefire has been called by United States of America. But is this going to be a lasting peace to begin with? Iran has already floated a 10-point peace program. Over the next couple of minutes, we're going to take you through all the details, all that has transpired through the night, and how exactly has the ceasefire been reached upon. All this and much more. But up first, let me take you through the headlines we're tracking at this hour. President Trump says golden age for Gulf. This after a ceasefire has been called. Israel calls it a disastrous deal. Opposition leader says Israel was not even on the negotiating table. As two-week ceasefire begins, the focus now shifts to vessels transiting through the Hormuz Strait. World welcomes ceasefire. A battered world finally hopes that this would be a long-standing peace. No direct negotiation between the United States of America and Iran. It is Pakistan which has been sending across messages to United States of America. India calls it that this is the Dalal history of Pakistan. Lebanon not part of the deal. That's what Israelis say as they continue to pound several infrastructure areas and projects in Israel. Eight people killed in Lebanon, this after the ceasefire that has been announced. Israel says Lebanon not a part of the ceasefire deal. After 39 days of war between America, Israel and Iran, with several lives that have been lost, a ceasefire deal has been worked upon. How fragile perhaps is this ceasefire to begin with? This comes at a time when President Trump had put up innumerous deadlines for Iran, hoping that the Strait of Hormuz, the strait that basically controls over 20% of the world oil, will finally be opened up. As markets have been soaring, there has been a response following the ceasefire announcement that has come in from President Trump early this morning. But how long will it really last? And has Iran really accepted the terms? More importantly, will the United States of America really accept the terms that have been set forth by the Iranians? A 10-point peace plan has been floating, has been doing the round, saying that this is coming from Iran. As far as attacks are concerned, it seems that there has been a military pause, perhaps, if not a ceasefire at this stage. While the world has certainly welcomed this move that has been made, but can the Americans really be trusted? And more importantly, what's the roadmap like? The biggest, perhaps the talking point through this entire war has been the Strait of Hormuz. It has perhaps been the trump card for the Iranians, putting pressure on the Americans to take a final call. Given the fact that oil prices have been soaring, Brent crude price has crossed over $100 per barrel, putting perhaps the prices over the top. Now, keeping that in mind, what we have essentially seen is that this has been the negotiating term for the Iranians. Today, the Iranians say that there is going to be a fee that is going to be imposed for all vessels passing through the Strait of Hormuz. Not just that, they also see an opportunity to make the demand that sanctions that were imposed by United States of America, that should be lifted. Will the Americans really accept it? This comes at a time when we have essentially seen that the Americans have been non-stop threatening the Iranians. On the one hand, Vice President J.D. Vance had already indicated that they are negotiating well with the Iranians. You had at the same moment, President Trump using expletives threatening Iranians, saying that if at all there is no deal, then he is going to bomb the hell out of Iran. Not just that, he also went a step further by stating that an entire civilization will die tonight. Now, that is what President Trump had said, but this morning things have changed. A ceasefire has been put in place. For 2 weeks there is a ceasefire. How exactly will the ceasefire really look like? And more importantly, whether at all it is going to hold. First, I want to bring in my colleague Ishita, who's joining us from the studio, to give us a sense of what's the current traffic like. The maritime traffic in the Strait of Hormuz, what has really worked for the Iranians at this stage, and who exactly will be allowed to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. Over to you, Ishita.
Right, of course, so Shravan, we have seen a Strait of Hormuz, which is the economic corridor through which about 20% of the oil passes, has become the bone of contention. But now, as per the agreement which has been struck between US and Iran for this 2-week pause, we're looking at opening up of this Strait of Hormuz. Now, viewers, as you can see on both, this is essentially the Strait of Hormuz. As you can see on both the sides, you have ships which have been stranded there for the past 4 weeks. Now, these ships will be allowed to pass through the Strait of Hormuz, but it could take, if not months, at least several weeks for the oil traffic to now normalize and to go back where it was, in fact, before the war began. Now, you can see Iran's coastline along the Strait of Hormuz, and this is why, essentially, why IRGC will be maintaining, in fact, effective control over this economic corridor, while according to the latest Trump statement, he also says, quote unquote, that US, in fact, will be hanging around to ensure that this goes well, which means we will be looking at US troops presence as well to ensure that there is safe passage through Strait of Hormuz. Now, one important point is the fact that this is essentially the Strait of Hormuz, and at its narrowest point, it's just about 33 kilometers wide, which means even if it is open immediately, the traffic, the time it will take for the traffic to mobilize or to stabilize, in fact, for that matter, it will take several months for the oil flow to go where it was before the war began. Back to you, Shravan. Shravan.
1 year. 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 1 Well, in fact, that's the condition right now at the Strait of Hormuz. I'm going to now take you through what many would say is the rhetoric of President Trump. Several deadlines. We have seen several deadlines being imposed by President Trump threatening Iranians that they need to open up a Strait of Hormuz, and that has certainly changed. On your screens right now, I'm going to take you through all the deadlines that were basically brought in by President Trump, which essentially started from 21st of March, where he had basically threatened to hit power plants in 48 hours if Hormuz wasn't opened. 12 hours before the deadline, he ended up saying that very good and productive conversations were taking place. Let's move to 26th of March. 26th of March, he said that they better get serious. There is no turning back. Now, on 26th of March itself, just about a few hours later, he extended the deadline to 10 more days. Then comes 30th of March, when he said, open Hormuz immediately or we'll blow up plants. Now that is on 30th of March. Let's move to 30th of March where he said that. And there was nothing that really happened thereafter. And 2nd of April, he said time left for Iran to make a deal before it's too late. Now that's what he said on 2nd of April. Then he goes on 4th of April, time is basically running out, 48 hours before hell rains down. That was on 4th of April. Let's move on to 5th of April when he said, open the strait or you will be living in hell. Then on 6th of April, he said the deadline of 7th of April is final. Iran can be taken out in one night. And finally, 7th of April, when he said, make a deal or whole civilization will die tonight. What do we really make of this? Ambassador Prabhu Dayal is joining us on this broadcast. Ambassador, thank you very much. First, I want to begin by asking you, what do you really make of this announcement? A 2-week, many would say this is more like a military pause. Help us understand, can this so-called ceasefire really hold?
Well, I agree with you that this is just a temporary truce. It can't really amount to a treaty or an agreement to end the war. But nonetheless, there are signs that there are possibilities of diplomatic negotiations which will take place, and therefore there could be some opening of the doors. Nonetheless, at the moment, the negotiations which will take place appear to be facing a very challenging road ahead. This is because there is a huge difference between the respective points of view of the United States and Iran. Now, you referred to the 10-point plan which Iran has put forward. Now, this plan includes certain conditions which the US is not likely to accept. For instance, the plan speaks of security guarantees. It says that what Iran wants is a formal commitment from the US to ensure that there are no further acts of aggression against Iran. Now, the US is not going to accept that. Then, the second point there is the permanent peace aspect, because what Iran wants is a permanent end to the war rather than a short-term ceasefire. This, again, is something that the US is not going to agree to. The war was waged to curb Iran's nuclear capability. And the third point in the plan which the Iranians have put forward is that the US should recognize Iran's right to uranium enrichment under the NPT. I don't think the US is at all inclined to agree to let the Iranians enrich uranium at all. Then there is, of course, this requirement which the Iranians have posed of lifting primary sanctions. They want all primary sanctions on Iran to be lifted, as also the secondary sanctions, which have been affecting third parties. Now, I don't think the United States is going to lift these sanctions. Then again, the Iranians have demanded that there should be the termination of all UN Security Council resolutions against Iran, as also the termination of all International Atomic Energy Agency Board of Governors resolutions. I don't think this is going to happen at all. The US is not going to agree to these resolutions being terminated. Then, of course, Iran has been damaged considerably. It has suffered a colossal amount of damage. And so one of the conditions it has put forward is that there should be the payment of damages or compensation by the US for reconstruction costs, which will be incurred. I don't think the United States will be paying reparations or giving compensation to Iran. Of course, one important point is the US withdrawal. The US withdrawal from all regional bases. Now, the Gulf Arab states may try and pressurize the US to wind up its bases because in this particular conflict, they got embroiled just because the US has bases and used them to attack Iran. But nonetheless, I don't think the US will be at all willing to wind up its bases. Then above all, the most important point is regional de-escalation, because Iran wants the hostilities to stop across all fronts, which includes the Israeli strikes in Lebanon. Now, Israel is not a party to these negotiations or the ceasefire. In fact, Israel has continued to attack Iran and vice versa. So the question of ending the strikes in Lebanon against the Hezbollah is something that Israel will resist strongly. So as I see it, there are very big challenges ahead, but nonetheless, it's a welcome sign that there have been some positive developments and that there is a strategic pause because of which there is at the moment a prevention of further escalation. There is the reopening of the energy supply routes. There is the opening of the diplomatic pathway. And there is something that gives some sort of relief or financial relief to the world, because as I observed from the media reports, the stock market prices have gone up, which shows that the sense of global disappointment in what was happening in the financial world seems to be easing, and the financial world is hopeful of better times.
As far as objectives are concerned, perhaps military objectives may have been fulfilled. The political objective hasn't been fulfilled as yet. Keeping that in mind, and also the situation that we see right now, particularly with the markets in complete doldrums, do you believe that this is more of a strategic pause to get things reset so that the Americans can regroup and perhaps carry out what many believe the final assault?
That is what the Iranians are thinking. In fact, their media has been speaking about this matter, that Iran should be very careful, because while the Americans may be talking in terms of a 2-week ceasefire, but going by past experience, it is difficult to believe them. Moreover, President Trump has become quite well known for saying something one day and doing something quite different the next day. So there is a lot of unpredictability which comes into play, particularly everything to do with Donald Trump remains very unpredictable. So I don't know whether this ceasefire will hold or whether it will break very soon. But at the moment, there does seem to be some degree of hope in what is happening, because particularly the reopening of the Hormuz is something that everybody wants very dearly.
Ambassador, I just want to put out some information that we got by speaking to the Iranians earlier today. And as I understand that even today, there is no direct negotiation between the Iranians and US. As far as Pakistan's role is concerned, it more acts like a catalyst at this point in time, sending across messages. So it seems that a final messaging was essentially done by the Iranians through Pakistan and to United States of America. So even today, as I understand, this so-called ceasefire does not have both the warring parties on the negotiating table. Israel was not even on the negotiating table. So at least some of the key stakeholders are concerned, they were not even on the negotiating table. Pakistan is essentially trying to project themselves that they've been able to get the warring nations together, but it seems that they've only been the messenger, the pigeon here sending one message to the other. And that's the latest details that we are putting out. Ambassador, if both the nations, the warring nations, have not been on the negotiating table, then what kind of a ceasefire are we really talking about?
Well, as you mentioned, Pakistan has been a messenger. It's been like a postman. And if we look carefully at the tweet by Pakistan's Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif, it opens with the word draft. That indicates that it is a text which was sent to Pakistan by someone, and who else is that someone but the Americans? So Pakistan is clearly acting at the behest of the Americans. It's trying to send across a message which the Americans want to Iran, and probably relaying the messages back from Iran to America. But nonetheless, we come to the question which you mentioned, the one pertaining to Israel. Now, there is no trust whatsoever between, firstly, Israel and Iran, and secondly, also between Israel and Pakistan. You know, Pakistan has not recognized Israel. Pakistan does not have diplomatic relations with Israel. And the Israelis have no trust whatsoever in anything which the Pakistanis are trying to do in regard to this particular conflict. So, will the Israelis play along? I very much doubt so. However, there is also some degree of distrust between Iran and Pakistan. Because if we recall, Pakistan signed a mutual defense agreement with Saudi Arabia last year. And Saudi Arabia has also got embroiled in this conflict. It is now a party to the conflict. So what the Pakistanis are trying to do is being viewed with some degree of caution by the Iranians, because they don't trust the Pakistanis so much. Of course, if the Pakistanis are trying to mediate in the sense that they are trying to convey messages from America to Iran and vice versa, then probably that degree of mediation is acceptable. But it doesn't mean that Iran is going to let Pakistan decide the terms or try to influence it in any manner whatsoever. Because, as I said, there is a lot of mistrust, firstly, between Iran and Pakistan. There's also a greater mistrust between Israel and Pakistan. And Israel is a big party to this conflict. Israel has not agreed to the ceasefire.
Ambassador Dayal, thank you very much for putting this into perspective. It does appear to be a fragile ceasefire this moment, but one will have to wait and watch to see how the world really responds. So far, in terms of the responses that have really come in from the world, they've all welcomed the fact that at least there is a strategic pause at this stage. Whether at all this is going to last for long is something that one has to wait and watch. But the markets have already responded. In fact, it is doing much better than what we have seen in the last few weeks. We'll go to the market numbers in a short while from now. But I want to now take you through how exactly has the world really responded. A world which has been maintaining that this is a war of the Americans, not a war for them. Starting from Britain to all the way to Australia, all of them had one thing to say: this is not our war. This is how the world responded.
Nations across Asia and the Pacific are welcoming the announcement of a 2-week pause in the war between Iran and the US. Just before Donald Trump's deadline came to an end. In Australia, Prime Minister Anthony Albanese and Foreign Minister Penny Wong issued a joint statement saying they welcome the agreement and have a long call for de-escalation. The Australian government stressed its continued collaboration with international partners to ensure the safe flow of critical supplies to those most in need. Japan also expressed optimism with its chief cabinet secretary, describing the ceasefire announcement as a positive development. While in New Zealand, Foreign Minister Winston Peters welcomed the effort to end hostilities. Peters noted that while the news is encouraging, significant work remains in the coming days to secure a lasting ceasefire. Regional governments are closely monitoring the situation, emphasizing diplomacy and stability in one of the world's most critical energy corridors. The two-week pause now offers a window for negotiations that could ease tensions and stabilize energy markets.
Facing the mighty army of United States of America and Israel was Iran. In fact, many thought that Iran is going to collapse like a pack of cards, but that did not happen. In the last 39 days, if one thing has certainly emerged is that of a resilient Iran. Whether at all there has been a regime change or not, it is for everyone to witness. There hasn't been a regime change. Has the military been battered? Yes. The top IRGC commanders and the political leadership in Iran has certainly taken a hit. But despite that, Iran continued to respond to all the threats that came in from the United States of America as well as Israel. Where do they really stand as far as this war is concerned? Now, with large number of their infrastructure taking a massive hit, Iran still continues to fight. This is how Iran responded to the ceasefire announcement.
After being on the receiving end of US and Israeli strikes for 40 days, a two-week peace plan is now in effect across Iran. However, hours after the ceasefire was made public, thousands of Iranians turned up on the streets of Tehran on Wednesday morning. They raised slogans in Farsi and Arabic. They shouted "Death to America," "Death to Israel," and "War until victory." They also raised placards while crowding Tehran for a protest, one of which read, "No compromise, no apology, battle with America." Iranians remain apprehensive and skeptical of the two-week peace deal. They demand a Security Council resolution.
قابل اعتماد نیست. قابل اعتماد نیست. تا قطعنامه نشه شورای امنیت تصویب نکنه و این خسارات واده نشه اصلا قابل اعتماد نیست. نه بنده نه ملت ایران این قبول نداره.
The protesters also burnt American and Israeli flags. The loud chants by the protesters sparked concerns even among the organizers, who tried to calm the protesters, but in vain. The United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres also welcomed the peace deal. He called on all parties to abide by the terms of the ceasefire in order to pave the way towards a lasting and comprehensive peace in the region.
Whoa.
After being bombarded for 40 days, Iranians get a two-week reprieve for life to return to normal.
That's all that we could pack in this edition of Live Report. News and updates continue on the other side of this commercial break.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
वाह वाह मामा क्या स्वाद है अरे मेरे राजा
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Bartimus 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of execution systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way that the astronauts will be stuck because of the the execution issues. And what they have reported now, even we were going through and seeing, it is something to do with the valve which is to operate for section of the execution.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Director, the taste of success.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जल जीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Bartimus 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of execution systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way that
Donald Trump terms the peace deal as the beginning of golden age for the entire Middle East. Israeli opposition leader criticizes the deal, terms it as a political disaster. As two-week ceasefire begins, the focus now shifts to vessels transiting the Hormuz Strait. And also, nations across the globe welcome peace deal on Iran. Pakistan's role in peace deal between US and Iran emerges as Islamabad is set to hold a high-level meet. Israeli PM says Lebanon not part of peace deal. Israeli PM has said Lebanon not part of peace deal as strikes across southern Lebanon continues. 8 killed in southern Lebanon as strikes continue to escalate. We're getting a big breaking news development, and now this is from RBI reality check on Iran war. Inflation creeps in, growth slows as war impacts economy. This is from the Reserve Bank of India. Now, against the backdrop of an uncertain geopolitical scenario, now this is the reality check. RBI offers the reality check on US-Israel-Iran war. That was ongoing, but there is a temporary 2 weeks pause, a temporary ceasefire. Against the backdrop of an uncertain geopolitical scenario, the RBI prudently chose to be patient instead of being reactionary in its policy today, kept in stance and the policy rate unchanged. There's the very big development that is coming in from the RBI. The policy tone was balanced and wait and watch, abstaining from indicating any hawkishness. Now, as we expected, no extreme or out-of-box measures were announced at this meeting, at this point. RBI MPC meeting 2026, where Reserve Bank of India Governor Sanjay Malhotra-led Monetary Policy Committee has kept announced that repo rate has been kept unchanged at the present 5.25%. Now, let's listen in to the governor.
And the disruption in global supply chains. Before the outbreak of the West Asia conflict, India's macroeconomic fundamentals exuded confidence, with buoyant growth and low inflation. Conditions, however, turned adverse in March with the widening of the conflict zone and its intensification. The fundamentals of the Indian economy are on a stronger footing at the current juncture than it was in previous crisis episodes, as well as relative to many other economies. Today, and the disruption in global supply chains. Before the outbreak of the West Asia conflict, India's macroeconomic fundamentals exuded confidence, with buoyant growth and low inflation. Conditions, however, turned adverse in March with the widening of the conflict zone and its intensification. The fundamentals of the Indian economy are on a stronger footing at the current juncture than it was in previous crisis episodes, as well as relative to many other economies.
All right, we have Pranav joining us from the digital newsroom for more updates on this. Now, this was definitely an RBI reality check on the war. There is a temporary ceasefire, Pranav, not a full ceasefire. There is a 2-week pause, and RBI chose to wait and watch and be prudent. No change in repo rate. More details, please.
Well, absolutely. In fact, RBI said that the stance going forward is neutral, and it has kept the repo rate unchanged while revising some of the forecasts, some important forecasts, such as inflation forecast to 4.6% and GDP growth forecast to 4.9%. Remember, India's GDP was expected to grow between about 6.5 to 7.1%, but it's now on the 6.9%, which is towards the lower end of the spectrum, given that the West Asia conflict has hampered supply routes and oil prices. In fact, the Reserve Bank of India governor specifically mentioned, even in the press conference that he just addressed a few minutes ago, that Indian economy's fundamentals are strong. India's numbers are resilient, and more so when compared to its global peers. So yes, the confidence in Indian economy is reflected, the confidence in Indian numbers are reflected, but then numbers are obviously tweaked. Remember, RBI's inflation outlook, or the target for inflation, was between 2 to 4%, but what we could be staring at is 4.6%, and that's primarily one of the reasons why RBI has kept the repo rate unchanged.
Yeah, definitely. Pranav, if you can do a comparative analysis, with the global markets, how they reacted to the entire war scenario and how India reacted. And also, inflation is creeping in not just for India, but for the global markets. The threat is looming for the global scenario for all the countries across the globe. Where is India placed? A comparative analysis on that, please.
Well, if we talk specifically about the markets, Indian markets are quite in line with the global peers. In fact, all the Asian markets are currently up. As far as the Asian markets are concerned, Australia is up, Nikkei is up, Hong Kong, Shanghai are both trading up in the range of about 2 to 6%. So Indian markets are quite in line with the global peers. As far as inflation outlook is concerned, in fact, India was one of the hardest hit economies given its over dependence on oil coming from West Asia. Remember, the input costs are likely to affect the oil costs, in fact, are expected to affect the input costs of India Inc. As a result of which, in fact, the RBI governor also said that the shock could be felt over the next few months as oil prices normalize. So we are looking at a big decision boosting the confidence of Indian investors, Indian policymakers, but at the same time, the impact is likely to be felt in the next few months, and it's far from over as far as that is concerned.
Yeah, Pranav, so this should be considered as something of something temporary in this case. Won't be having a long-term impact. And primarily this was due to the high energy costs because there was a virtual blockade in the Strait of Hormuz. Now, this has not just impacted India, but impacted China and all those countries who were dependent on oil that passes through the Strait of Hormuz. So should we consider this is something that is temporary and will recover in the coming days, in the coming months?
Well, we spoke to a few analysts today, and what we are understanding is that currently the market is looking at it in a positive way. Whether this sustains remains one of the important factors. The second important factor is whether oil prices really hold and they really come down as within the stipulated range or the base range that the RBI considers. And the third most important factor is whether the other costs that have mounted in the in the Strait of Hormuz, primarily the insurance costs, if they come down over the next few months, we will have to wait and see how these factors play out in order to actually, derive as to whether this move in the markets or this positive bounce in the markets continues or it is just a blip that might reverse with yet another tweet from Donald Trump or yet another decision from the West Asian zone.
All right, thanks a lot for the updates on how the world is reacting, the global markets, the Indian markets, and what the RBI said. The repo rate remains unchanged. Thanks a lot, Pranav. All right, viewers, now let's move on to another big breaking news development that we are getting right now. And this is from the Middle East. The key bridge between Saudi Arabia and Bahrain reopens. This is the King Fahd Causeway, a key bridge linking Saudi Arabia and the island kingdom of Bahrain, which reopened on Wednesday morning, that is today, after an hours-long closure over possible incoming fire from Iran because there was a threat from Iran. The King Fahd Causeway Authority said in its announcement on that vehicle traffic has resumed. So vehicle traffic has resumed in that bridge. The King Fahd Causeway connecting Saudi Arabia and Bahrain has reopened following a brief closure. And this is a very big development. It is a critical bridge linking Saudi Arabia to the island nation of Bahrain. And it has been recently reopened. It followed a temporary closure on April 7, 2026 related to regional security. This was reported a very important bridge, key bridge, and it was closed due to threat of an attack, a missile attack, and now this is open. Big development. The bridge remains open now. Opened after a day, the King Fahd Causeway, which connects the Saudi Arabia and Bahrain, has been reopened following a brief closure. There was a brief closure while the rebuild of the Francis Scott Key Bridge in Baltimore is currently scheduled to open at late 2030. Now, this is a very big development. King Fahd Causeway connecting Saudi and Bahrain. The critical bridge linking Saudi to Bahrain has recently reopened, followed a temporary closure on April 7th. Big development and big sigh of relief, and the traffic has resumed. All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top news. Now, US President Donald Trump has agreed to a 2-week ceasefire, a 2-week pause, on the condition that Iran reopens the Strait of Hormuz. Now, this agreement comes after the president threatened Iran with the death of its entire civilization on Tuesday morning. Now, according to reports, the move follows a last-minute diplomatic intervention led by Pakistan. More in this report.
US President Donald Trump agreed to a 2-week ceasefire just hours before the deadline he had set for Iran to capitulate, warning that otherwise a whole civilization will die tonight. Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif invited American and Iranian leaders to Islamabad on Friday to further negotiate a long-term peace solution. Trump, in his post, announced that he's holding off to ramp up attacks on Iran and credits the 10-point proposal put forward by the Islamic regime and calls it a workable basis on which to negotiate. The 2-week ceasefire plan includes allowing Iran to charge fees on ships transiting through the Strait of Hormuz, the narrow mouth of the Persian Gulf. With the ceasefire agreement in place, both the US and Iran have ordered its military to halt all offensive strikes in the region. The world watches on as the agreement comes in a time when global oil prices surge and looks on at what the following negotiations will unfold.
An airstrike in the middle of the road in Al-Duwair, southern Lebanon, has targeted civilians. Now, strikes on Lebanon continues amidst US confirming to Israel that Lebanon was not covered under the ceasefire. This was one of the 10 points which was forwarded by Iran, the 10-point plan, but Israel has not agreed to it. And Israel promptly launched attacks on Lebanon, including bombing an ambulance, as per the claims, as per the reports, where 8 people were killed in that attack. So attack continues, an airstrike in the middle of the road in Al-Duwair, which is southern Lebanon, being targeted, and especially civilians, the casualties involved civilians. Strikes on Lebanon continues amidst US confirming to Israel that Lebanon was not covered under the ceasefire, and Israel promptly launched attacks on Lebanon, including bombing an ambulance, killing at least 8. Now, the opposition leader had also reacted in Israel against the ceasefire. They were not happy with the ceasefire and the terms and conditions of the ceasefire. Most of them are saying that the ceasefire conditions, the 2-week pause conditions, the 10-point plan is favoring Iran more rather than US or Israel in this case, because they will continue to enrich uranium and they will continue their control of the Strait of Hormuz. And also the mention of Lebanon and Hezbollah primarily is a major concern for the Israeli government, and the opposition in Israel has already reacted. And while it was declared, the 2-week pause was declared, the ceasefire was declared, the airstrikes in the middle of the road can be seen. This is the visual, this is the exact visual. First on Republic on your television screen, as you can see, an airstrike in the middle of the road in Al-Duwair, southern Lebanon, which allegedly targeted civilians. Now, strikes on Lebanon continues amidst US confirming to Israel that Lebanon was not covered under the ceasefire, and Israel promptly launched attacks on Lebanon, including allegedly bombing an ambulance, killing at least 8 people in that bombing. These are the visuals which are coming from southern Lebanon. You can clearly see the skyline and the plume of smoke, fire. This happens after the IDF, Israeli Defense Forces, bombs southern Lebanon. Beirut has been targeted. Southern Lebanon has been targeted. Hezbollah, the organization's headquarters have been targeted. The strongholds have been targeted by the Israeli Defense Forces, the strikes which were conducted by the IDF. Now, these are the visuals where there was a strike at the road, in the middle of the road in Al-Duwair, southern Lebanon. Now, allegedly, civilians were targeted in this strike. Civilians include the casualties which have been reported, which includes an ambulance. So as per the reports that we are fetching, allegedly an ambulance was bombed, which killed at least 8. However, IDF refrains from collateral damage and refrains from attacking civilians in most of its strikes, but this has been reported. These are the fresh updates that we are receiving. Allegedly, an ambulance had been struck, killing at least 8 people. All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story. Now, US oil prices fell sharply just as US President Donald Trump announced a 2-week ceasefire in the Iran war, just hours before his deadline. Now, the ceasefire was put in place with the agreement that the strategic Strait of Hormuz will be open and safe passage will be given to ships. More in this special report.
Oil prices plunged sharply after US President Donald Trump agreed to suspend attacks on Iran for 2 weeks in exchange for Tehran allowing safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz. Before the ceasefire, Brent crude futures spiked to about $120 per barrel, and US WTI oil climbed similarly, one of the highest levels since the year 2008. On news of Trump's conditional ceasefire, Brent fell about 14% to a $93 to $95 per barrel, and the US WTI dropped by a similar 14 to 15%, a strong reversal from the recent highs. International benchmark Brent for June delivery lost more than 15% to a $92 per barrel. Iranian Foreign Minister Syed Abbas Araghchi said Tehran will allow safe passage through the strait during the ceasefire with coordination from Iran's armed forces and with due consideration to technical limitations. The president had threatened to bomb every bridge and power plant in Iran if the leaders did not meet that deadline. The US has received a 10-point proposal from Iran that is a workable basis for negotiations, while Iran received a 15-point plan from the US earlier. Trump said the two-week ceasefire was subject to Iran agreeing to a complete and immediate safe opening of the Strait of Hormuz.
All right, viewers, now let's move on to another big breaking news development that we are getting as we speak. Now, India is set to receive Iranian oil this week. Very big development. India will be receiving Iranian oil this week. Its first purchase in 7 years after the US temporarily removed sanctions on Iranian oil and refined products to ease supply shortages. Ship tracking data from Isaac and Kepler showed on Wednesday that India's oil ministry last week said that refiners have purchased Iranian oil amid the Middle East conflict that has disrupted supplies through the Strait of Hormuz. Ladies and gentlemen, as you remember, this was allowed by United States of America, that countries can now buy Iranian oil while they were at war with Iran. And they said that only the oil that was stranded at sea will be allowed to be purchased now. And Iranians also were making fun of the Americans, that there's no ship stranded in the sea. All right, we have Shivangi from the newsroom for more details on this. Shivangi, so the Iranian oil has been allowed by the US that you can purchase Iranian oil. Now, this is the first time that India will be receiving Iranian oil after a very long gap. More details, please.
That is right. This is very important to note, of course. One point is, like you mentioned, it's after 7 years. That means since 2018, 2019, this is the first time that Iranian oil is on its way to India. Also, the bigger context, of course, we saw a global energy crisis all over the world because of the situation in the Middle East, Shivam. So this is a big shift coming in. It's also a big geopolitical shift. But apart from the shipments which will be coming, it's very important to note that how India has navigated this very sensitive time. So India has hedged the energy risk very smartly. We have seen how India has kept its options open now by having different supplies for its energy needs. So that's something we had pointed out. We also see that the disruptions in Hormuz, of course, have created a big risk for India. However, because India has diversified, we see that this is a possibility, that India is keeping all its options open to make sure that its energy supplies are not disrupted. Also, speaking a little bit more about how India has managed, to make sure that it's prioritized its energy security. We have seen that India is making sure that it is negotiating with everybody on the table. We have seen India really maintain that thin diplomatic line. Of course, India is managing the diplomacy with US, with Iran and other players, showing that India keeps its interests first before joining any particular bloc, especially when it comes to its citizens. So this is a very important geopolitical shift. It's a very important shift when it comes to India's energy crisis that we have seen. Of course, now the oil prices are going down. We see a little bit of ease there because of the ceasefire. But as for India, India's played this very well. And now we will see Iranian oil shipments coming through very soon. Well, back to you, Shiva.
All right, Shivangi, thanks a lot for the updates on the story. Now, let's move on and get you another big breaking news development. Ladies and gentlemen, another big news coming in. This is Defense Minister Rajnath Singh to hold a meeting with a group of ministers at around 3 p.m. in Kartavya Bhavan. Big breaking news development. Meeting of the group of ministers will be chaired by Defense Minister Rajnath Singh. The meeting will be held at Kartavya Bhavan at around 3 p.m. This is a very crucial meeting, ladies and gentlemen, following the Israel-Iran conflict, the US-Iran conflict, and primarily the crisis in West Asia will be discussed. This definitely is a big sigh of relief for all the countries across the globe, and especially for India also, because of the rising oil prices and the threat in the entire region as the Strait of Hormuz continued to be a war zone. Now this meeting will be held at 3 p.m. All right, we have Ishan with us for more details in this story. Ishan, if you can put this into perspective, what exactly will be the agenda of discussion? And if you can share more details of the meeting, Ishan, over to you.
This is the third IGOM that will take place. That is the informal group of ministers meeting.
Yep.
Now, the IGOM was formed by Rajnath Singh to keep a close eye and keep a close watch with all the ministries and stakeholders involved to monitor the West Asia conflict. Now, India imports roughly 2 million barrels of oil per day. Most of it transits Hormuz, and that was severely affected by the closure of the strait. India has been navigating the entire thing. And now the informal group of ministers, which is chaired by Minister Rajnath Singh, will meet and discuss the remedies and the current situation. Now, last night we saw that there was an escalation, and now we also saw that now there is a talk of a ceasefire, 2-week moratorium period, and both parties have presented their demands or the list of things that they would like to discuss. And this 2-week period is a ease on the tensions in the Strait of Hormuz. There will be passage of ships, and resources crunch will definitely reduce, and the pressure on the government will definitely reduce. And this will also be a very important for the energy security update. The volumes will increase, and apart from all of this, the most important part is that the 3 service chiefs will report on the force posture and missile defense readiness and contingency plans for protection of Indian vessels and diaspora in the Gulf. And all of this will be discussed during this particular meeting, as was done in the previous 2 meetings. This entire process of discussion is to involve all the stakeholders and keep everybody updated on what the current situation is, so that the government can best tackle the difficulties or the challenges that lie ahead. Back to you.
All right, Ishan, thanks a lot for the details in this story. Well, it fears it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere. Coming up next, Israeli PM says Lebanon not part of peace deal as strikes across southern Lebanon continues. And also 8 killed in the strikes in Lebanon, where an ambulance was allegedly struck.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा और मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल,
बोलो जुबान केसरी। चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट। 3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way that the astronauts will be stuck because of the the excretion issues. And what they have reported now, even we were going through and seeing, it is something to do with the valve which is to operate for section of the excretion, which looks to be needing attention. But the crew in Artemis, they are well trained to handle such type of situation. And also, in case if the main chain of the excretion system doesn't respond, there is
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome. You're watching live and breaking on Republic TV with me, Ishita Mitra. Now, viewers, Donald Trump has announced a 2-week pause in the ongoing Iran conflict, saying that golden age will now return to Middle East. We'll get you all the updates on that and what's happening in the election-bound states. All that lined up ahead for you. But first up, a quick check at the headlines. Donald Trump terms the peace deal with Iran as the beginning of golden age for Middle East. Israeli opposition leader criticizes a US-Iran deal, terms it as a political disaster. As 2-week ceasefire begins, the focus now shifts to vessels transiting to the Hormuz Strait. Nations across the world welcome the 2-week temporary ceasefire deal on Iran. Pakistan's role in peace deal between US and Iran emerges as Islamabad all set to hold a high-level meet. Israeli Prime Minister says Lebanon not part of the peace deal as strikes across the southern part of the Lebanon continue, with the latest killing at least 8. At least 8 killed in the latest strikes conducted in southern Lebanon by IDF. All right, viewers, beginning with the election-bound state of Tamil Nadu, now actor turned politician and TVK chief Vijay is in fact holding a campaign. We'll get you the live visuals of his campaigning as top leaders are now hitting the streets ahead of Tamil Nadu elections. And this time it's the actor turned politician TVK chief of Vijay, who's now in fact holding campaign on the streets. In fact, we'll get you visuals from his campaign that's now intensified. It is the TVK chief and the candidate from Tiruchirappalli East and Perambur Assembly constituency that's now campaigning and hitting the streets. In fact, we'll get you the visuals on your screen. These are visuals from Thoothukudi. This is where actor turned politician and TVK chief Vijay is holding its political campaign. Now we're looking at top leaders hitting the streets as we inch closer to the D-Day in Tamil Nadu. Elections are just around the corner on 23rd April. And ahead of that, we're looking at campaign, in fact, intensifying. All the political leaders hitting the campaign trail, with TVK Chief Vijay also now holding a mega rally, as in fact he's about to contest from two constituencies of Perambur East and Tiruchirappalli. We're looking at the TVK Chief now hitting the campaign trail, with campaigning intensifying on ground as we inch closer to the polling day in the election-bound state of Tamil Nadu. Now, TVK is in fact a crucial player in the upcoming elections. It could emerge as the kingmaker between AIA, DMK as well as a DMK on either side. And we're looking at top leaders including Vijay now hitting the campaign trail, with the on-ground campaigning intensifying as one inches closer to the D-Day. We're getting you visuals of a TVK rally. Vijay, on your screen you can see leading in fact the rally for his party, as he's about to contest from two constituency of Perambur East and Tiruchirappalli. Now viewers, TVK as a player is a crucial one. In fact, in the upcoming election, it could emerge as a third big player and also the kingmaker in Tamil Nadu. Now, if we compare to the last elections, AIA DMK numbers versus a DMK, it was a very close contest. And now TVK, as it enters the Tamil Nadu election in the fray, it could emerge as the third big player. My colleague Shada now joins me. Shada, give us more details about TVK rally, the big rally underway right now, with Vijay in fact leading the campaign.
Well, the last 2 days, TVK's Vijay's campaign was cancelled in the city capital, Chennai, in regards to the time, because the time that they asked for 3 hours and only 1 hour was permission was given. However, a mega rally is being conducted today in the south of Tamil Nadu, the Thoothukudi and the Tirunelveli belt, the delta, below the delta belt, which is mostly consisted of the caste-based votes. While in Thoothukudi now, Vijay, as you see on the visuals, Vijay has just left from the airport on his way, has done a rally and is also reached the location where he is doing a public meet following the road rally. After this, he is also set to go to another parts of Thoothukudi and Tirunelveli. Multiple stops have been planned for the accredited politician Vijay. So TVK is making a mega campaign today after his nominations were selected yesterday in both the constituencies, which is Perambur and Trichy East. So TVK is now going big on the road rallies and the campaigns. Earlier, multiple permissions were cancelled by the Tamil Nadu police. However, now TVK has a plus point with the nominations being accepted. It's only the election commission through the app who has to mention that the permission's been cleared. So now TVK leader Vijay will be going on a campaign all around the state. And as you just mentioned, last time in 2021, it was only a fight between the DMK and the AIADMK. But now TVK is coming in majorly to make a huge break into this traditionally split vote. So whether TVK's Vijay will win in any of these constituencies that he's contesting from, or whether his party will bring in a major share break for both the DMK and the AIADMK, and if there will be a chance for the TVK to enter into the state legislative assembly still remains a question.
All right, thanks Shada for joining us and giving us all the latest about TVK's rally. We'll continue to track all the developments we're getting from the election-bound state of Tamil Nadu. And now viewers are staying with Tamil Nadu. In fact, dynastic politics is now taking center stage in the state. Earlier, DMK MP and senior leader Kanimozi spoke exclusively to Republic. Now she hit out at Union Minister Piyush Goyal over his comment made on dynastic politics. She also claimed that central government was now marginalizing the state, trying to chip away Tamil Nadu's rights. Take a listen.
I feel very, very confident that the DMK is going to be voted back to power and people are with us.
And also, yesterday Piyush Goyal stated that dynasty politics continue in DMK, and he's constantly been pointing out that.
No, Piyush Goyal shouldn't be talking about dynasty politics because he comes from a dynasty himself. And see, when you talk about dynastic politics, it is not that somebody is dropped into a particular place. We are elected representatives. People have accepted us.
Also, you being an MP, being the centre, there's you also being the one who created the manifesto along with the team. The first page of your manifesto is talking about state and autonomy and getting the rights. You've been a person who's been fighting for it for a long time. Do you think that if again elected to power, DMK will make sure that whatever resolution that you pass in the last assembly will you be able to bring it?
See, the union government has made it a point to chip away the state rights in every bill it passes. We are also worried about delimitation now. In the garb of bringing women's reservation, they are trying to take away the number of seats from the states. So everything is against state rights. So it has become a constant battle now to make sure that the rights of the states, not just in Tamil Nadu, for the entire nation, it's protected.
Also now VCK leader Thirumalan withdrew his nomination, and then ADMK leader Edapadi says that it is DMK's pressure that made the VCK leader.
See, he is a very big leader, and I think it is his decision to contest and his decision to withdraw because of some decisions made within the party. I don't think the DMK has any say in it, nor do we believe that we can interfere into another party and ask them to do, because our leader MK Stalin and all of us in the party have great respect and regards for Mr. Thirumavalavan.
And now we are moving on to the election-bound state of West Bengal, where we're looking at the tussle between TMC and the Election Commission now escalating. Now, TMC MP Derek O'Brien shouted at CEC, in fact, to which the Election Commissioner responded saying Derek O'Brien should respect the Commission and maintain a decorum than showing indecent behaviour towards the Election Commission. Now, the four-member delegation was also warned by CEC to not put out intimidating behaviour, and no notice shall be accepted without a proper signature. So we are looking at tussle essentially escalating between a TMC as well as the Election Commission. This time it's Derek O'Brien who in fact is shouted at the Chief Election Commissioner, to which the election, in fact, the Commissioner has now responded very strongly, saying that Derek O'Brien should respect the Commission and maintain the decorum while in fact engaging with the Election Commission. Now, the four-member delegation was also warned by the Chief Election Commissioner to not put out intimidating behaviour, and no notice shall be accepted without proper signatures. My colleague Harsha now joins with more details on this. Harsha, it seems every day we're looking at this tussle between the Election Commission and TMC just intensifying. Now, this time it's Derek O'Brien at the heart of this controversy, with the Chief Election Commissioner strongly saying that he should, in fact, not engage in indecent behaviour.
So what we learned through our sources is that there was a very heated argument in the chamber of the CC Gyanesh Kumar. We saw that today morning there was a four-member delegation of TMC which visited CC Gyanesh Kumar to register their complaint, to give the notice regarding the major deletion in the electoral list till now, and also what they have been stating, that there are few observers against whom the CC should take action who are working in base of the Bharatiya Janata Party. This was their formal complaint and it was without signatures. But what was very surprising in that room where the TMC delegation was, that they all were arguing with CC Gyanesh Kumar, and Derek O'Brien completely lost his control on his behaviour. His behaviour was very indecent, which the CC had to respond to Derek O'Brien by telling him that you have to sit down. Such indecent behaviour and the decorum has to be maintained of the commission and of the chair of the commission as well. Derek O'Brien can't lose his control, can't show the indecent behaviour and lose the decorum in the chamber of the commission, Election Commission. This was what was the response of the CEC when Derek O'Brien stood up from his chair and he started shouting and lambasting at CC Gyanesh Kumar. We all very well know that how TMC has been alleging that CC Gyanesh Kumar, and also there are several election observers and polling observers who are working in behest of the Bharatiya Janata Party, to which each and every allegation has been straightforward, bluntly denied by CC by stating that state election observer and polling observer has been mindfully checked, and after that they have been deputed and deployed in the election-bound states. There were many complaints about the officers of the West Bengal as well, and therefore they were transferred and also now have been deployed in different state elections rather than being deployed in West Bengal. But here, the behavior of Derek O'Brien was very surprising towards CEC Gyanesh Kumar. He started lambasting, he started shouting, he started at the top of his voice. Derek O'Brien was continuously arguing without any facts. What we have got to know from inside the sources of the Election Commission, that there were no facts. All the baseless allegations were being leveled by the TMC delegation on the CC Gyanesh Kumar. They all started shouting, and that very moment CC Gyanesh Kumar had to stop them and tell them to maintain the decorum of the commission and also not to showcase such indecent behavior inside the chamber of CC Gyanesh Kumar. The meeting went on for almost 20 minutes. They all came outside. They spoke to media. They spoke about the 4:30 p.m. press conference of the Indeed bloc leaders against Gyanesh Kumar and against the Election Commission on the deletion and on the several allegations which they have leveled against the commission. Back to you.
Right, of course, Harsha, and also, you know, as you mentioned, it was clearly a very indecent act on the part of Derek O'Brien. Was there any apology issued after the incident, perhaps by the MP himself or by the party? Any words of remorse towards this incident?
No, not yet. We have not heard anything like this from the TMC delegation. Derek O'Brien just came outside. He spoke about what happened in the meeting. He straightforwardly stated that these are the allegations. Our notice was not being accepted. In fact, Sagrika Ghosh, one of the member of the delegation, took to the social media platform. She has completely denied. No remorse, no apologies, no sorry to the commission for the indecent behavior. They in fact went on by stating that this was not what happened in the meeting. The meeting was completely opposite. Gyanesh Kumar is trying to have the benefit of the doubt from the entire meeting, and this was not what happened. Yes, the notice and the signatory issue was right, but then she has leveled again another allegation on CC Gyanesh Kumar by stating that the CC told the TMC delegation to go out of the room. So this is now what the war of words and the heated argument is being stated from the ECI sources and from the TMC side as well. But the reality which has come outside is that no, Derek O'Brien has not apologized, no sorry, no remorse. Yes, but he still behaved very indecently to the commission. He disrespected the chair of the commission. In fact, he went on shouting at CC Gyanesh Kumar inside the room at time when the meeting was underway between delegation and the commission. Back to you.
All right, so no remorse and no apology from TMC right after it acted in a very indecent manner before the Chief Election Commissioner. Thanks, Harsha, for joining us, and we'll continue to track this tussle between TMC and the Election Commission. And now, viewers, shifting focus from Holland to Hyderabad. Iran has been trolling Donald Trump worldwide with viral memes and at times videos as well. Now, this battlefield has shifted to social media. While Trump uses Truth Social to claim military dominance and victory, Iran here is fighting back with a coordinated campaign of memes and AI-generated videos. Now, Iranian embassies around the world are bypassing traditional media to mock Trump's diplomacy. Here's the detailed report. Take a look.
We've done all of it. Their Navy is gone. Their Air Force is gone. Their missiles are just about used up or beaten. Taken together, these actions will cripple Iran military, crush their ability to support terrorist proxies, and deny them the ability to build a nuclear bomb. Our armed forces have been extraordinary. There's never been anything like it militarily. Everyone is talking about it.
Well, it's only good if you win. You know, you can only do. And we've won. Let me say, we've won. You know, you never like to say too early you won. We won. We won the bet. In the first hour, it was over. But we won.
And now, viewers, in a surprising move, President Donald Trump delayed planned military strikes on Iran, opting instead for a diplomatic approach. Now, Trump here agreed to suspend the attacks on Iran if Iran agrees to open the Strait of Hormuz on a temporary basis. Now, Iran, in turn, also proposed a peace plan and a 2-week ceasefire, easing regional tensions and allowing negotiations to now begin. Take a look at this report.
In a strategic redirection, President Donald Trump paused imminent military action against Iran on Tuesday night, preferring a diplomatic solution to the escalating tensions. From "will put Iran into the Stone Age" rhetoric to now hailing a new golden age of the Middle East, Donald Trump has said that it is a big day for world peace and added that big money will be made from the reopening of Hormuz. Trump added that US forces would be hanging around in the region to ensure that the ceasefire was followed. Trump's shifting stance on Iran in less than 24 hours comes as a sigh of relief after 40 days of relentless attacks. Mere hours before the ceasefire deal was put into place, Trump had threatened the entire Iranian civilization. He had said that a whole civilization would die and never be brought back again, sparking fears of a catastrophic escalation. He termed it one of history's most important moments. And now that there is a 2-week ceasefire deal in place, all eyes are now on the Strait of Hormuz and what Iran has planned for it. Trump has said that the US would help with the traffic at Hormuz. However, Iranian officials pledged the strait would be accessible only under their military management. The 2-week ceasefire is temporary, but nations across the world are hoping for a permanent ease in the war and restoration of energy supply routes to normal.
And now, viewers, and now that the US and Iran both have agreed to a 2-week ceasefire, we're looking at global reactions pouring in on these talks, which are set to begin on Friday in Islamabad. Australia, Japan and New Zealand all have welcomed this 2-week ceasefire. And more details you'll catch in this report about how nations worldwide are now reacting to this 2-week ceasefire deal.
Nations across Asia and the Pacific are welcoming the announcement of a 2-week pause in the war between Iran and the US. Just before Donald Trump's deadline came to an end. In Australia, Prime Minister Anthony Albanese and Foreign Minister Penny Wong issued a joint statement saying they welcome the agreement and have a long call for de-escalation. The Australian government stressed its continued collaboration with international partners to ensure the safe flow of critical supplies to those most in need. Japan also expressed optimism with its chief cabinet secretary, describing the ceasefire announcement as a positive development. While in New Zealand, Foreign Minister Winston Peters welcomed the effort to end hostilities. Peters noted that while the news is encouraging, significant work remains in the coming days to secure a lasting ceasefire. Regional governments are closely monitoring the situation, emphasizing diplomacy and stability in one of the world's most critical energy corridors. The two-week pause now offers a window for negotiations that could ease tensions and stabilize energy markets.
All right, that's the latest we could pick up from the war in West Asia and the election-bound states of Bengal and Tamil Nadu. Don't go anywhere. On the other side, we get you all the details about TVK chief holding a vibrant roadshow in Tuticorin. Is set to address now a massive public rally.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Three, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
There is always a redundant chain of execution systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way that the astronauts will be stuck because of the the execution issues. And what they have reported now, even we were going through and seeing, it is something to do with the valve which is to operate for section of the execution, which looks to be needing attention. But the crew in Artemis, they are well trained to handle such.
जीरा सिप असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
There is always a redundant chain of execution systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way that the astronauts will be stuck because of the the execution issues. And what they have reported now, even we were going through and seeing, it is something to do with the valve which is to operate for section of the execution, which looks to be needing attention.
West Bengal CM Mamata Banerjee files nomination from the Bhabanipur seat. Chief Election Commissioner Ganesh Kumar allegedly tells TMC delegation to get lost during a meeting. TMC delegation raises concerns about voter disenfranchisement and alleged biases in SIR. CM at election rally in Cuddalore takes on opposition AIDMK in alliance with BJP, says it has now become a Sangh organization. Assam, Kerala, Puducherry set to vote tomorrow after concluding the campaigning for the assembly polls. Actor Rajinikanth takes an indirect jab at TVK chief. Vijay says youngsters should focus on studying and education and not go behind actors. Okay, viewers, so 2026 verdict. Well, today is 8th of April and tomorrow multiple states will go to polls. So we are getting you all the top updates coming in here on Republic TV, and there's a lot of developments coming in from Assam. It's a big blow to Congress a day ahead of those elections. Congress candidate withdraws self from the election. So big updates coming in here. Breaking news from poll-bound Assam. Just a day before the state was supposed to go for polling, the Congress candidate has withdrawn themselves from the election. That is right. Big updates coming in here. A Congress candidate says Congress betrayed him and he will not contest. A day ahead of the polls, Congress candidate says he is withdrawing himself from the fray. So big updates coming in here, viewers. On Republic TV, more allegations coming in here of a Congress candidate making these allegations, saying very clearly that the Congress has betrayed, and that is why he will not be going ahead and contesting in those polls. So back-to-back updates coming in here on Republic TV. Surain Daimeri is saying that they're going to go ahead and not contest. They will not be contesting in these elections because the Congress has betrayed him. He is a Congress candidate, and we're getting you all these updates coming in as Assam goes to polls. So back-to-back updates coming in here on Republic TV. Let's go to my colleague. We are being joined by Aniruddha. Aniruddha, you know, we're counting down to the very important Assam elections, and how much time is left? Less than 24 hours. But one Congress candidate has withdrawn himself, and he has made a very, very big statement saying the Congress has betrayed him. Now, what was he talking about, and what are the allegations which are coming in from this candidate?
Yes, Sivangi, this is a very unprecedented development. For the first time, such development has been witnessed in the country, where a candidate has declared that he is withdrawing himself from the fray just a day ahead of the poll. Remember, Assam is going to the poll tomorrow and today. Suren Devari, the Congress candidate of Udalguri constituency, has withdrawn himself. He has said that he is not going to contest the election as the party, the Congress party, has betrayed him. He has made some major and startling allegations against the Congress party. He has said that the Congress leadership was not in touch with him till yesterday, till when the campaigning got over. They didn't contacted him. They had betrayed him. This is the allegation that has been leveled by Suren Devari against the Congress party. And he has said that he is not willing to contest the election as a Congress candidate. However, the legal validity, if we talk about the legal validity, Shivangi, it is very doubtful because, as we all know, that the last date of withdrawal of nomination has already passed, and if a candidate cannot withdraw himself from the fray a day ahead of the poll. So in these conditions, it will be very interesting to observe what the election commission will decide on, because as Surendra Mari has himself withdrawn from the contest, but his name is already there in the EVMs. His name is already there in the EVMs along with other two candidates, that is Rihan Doimari of the BPF and Dipen Bodo of the UPPL. So it will be very interesting to observe as what will happen to this particular constituency, because if we go by the procedure of the law, the guidelines that has been laid down by the Election Commission of India, then clearly a day ahead of the polls, no candidate can withdraw self. So in this condition, under these circumstances, what call the Election Commission will take will be interesting to observe.
Right, okay. Aniruddha, I'm really sorry I have to interrupt you. We're getting some breaking news coming in. MEA's statement is out on the recent development in West Asia. Statement on the recent development in West Asia. We welcome the ceasefire reached and hope it will lead to a lasting peace in West Asia, as we continuously advocated earlier. De-escalation, dialogue and diplomacy are essential to bring an early end to the ongoing conflict. The conflict has already caused immense suffering to people and disrupted global energy supply and trade networks. We expect that unimpeded freedom of navigation and global flow of commerce would prevail through the Strait of Hormuz. MEA issues the first statement. Okay, we're being joined by our senior executive editor, Abhishek Kapoor. Abhishek, this is the first statement which has come in, and India has welcomed the Iran war ceasefire.
Well, yes, and rightly so, because our energy security was in jeopardy, getting compromised because of, like for so many others, because of the kind of from West Asia, and with the Hormuz choke, it was affecting India and rest of the world. And just like rest of the world, we also wanted this to end quickly and for peace to prevail. So irrespective of who played a role, because Pakistan has taken an active lead because of the Muslim Brotherhood and the fact that they have an ongoing security pact with Saudi Arabia, and the fact that the Chinese were also comfortable talking to them through them rather than talking to the Americans directly. Pakistan playing the role of a courier between all the sides, and the ceasefire has happened. Also remember that Donald Trump, in one of their statements, has already attributed the initiative to China, so that remains doubtful whether it was Pakistan or China. But irrespective, what is important is that peace is in the larger interest of humanity, peace is in the interest of India. And that's why this Ministry of External Affairs statement, silent on the peace process per se, but welcoming the ceasefire and hoping that this is going to bring in or herald long-lasting, enduring peace, and the Strait of Hormuz would finally open.
That's right. Abhishek is getting us more updates here. Abhishek, now we see it's a big statement coming in. And what also, like you mentioned here, which is very, very important, is the line about Strait of Hormuz. We expect that unimpeded freedom of navigation and global flow of commerce would prevail through the Strait of Hormuz. However, the MEA still says it's a hope, and it's a hope that a lot of countries have, that things should become a little bit easier there because you've seen a huge blockade and a lot of issues for multiple nations.
Yeah, absolutely. So the blockade applied to everyone, maybe a little less measure to India, because we have had about 9 ships come out over the last fortnight carrying LPG and crude for India, and that was a goodwill measure from the Iranians for their long-standing friendship with India and people of India. But still, this was no match to the daily requirement, and the struggle was there. The government has managed to tide over the crisis, but this is coming out as a sigh of relief. And that's why there's hope that the Hormuz should become absolutely normalized as soon as possible time. I also remember that the end of hostilities has been incumbent upon Iran removing the blockade. as per the agreement, it seems, so the contours of which are publicly available, Hormuz would be now jointly managed between Iran and Oman, and that there would be some fee charged which would act as a war reparation for Iran to rebuild. If that understanding is reached, then it applies to everyone. But if the Hormuz does not open, then of course you are back to square one, and the Americans again get an opportunity to escalate. We have in fact already seen, Shivangi, that despite the ceasefire announcement by President Trump, there has been some exchange of missiles between Iran and Israel, for example, and Israel completely refuses to accept one condition of the 10-point charter sent by Iranians, which is that the war in Lebanon has to stop. Iran does not want to do that. So, beg your pardon, Israel does not want to do that. So I think it's a fluid situation, but there is definitely an element of climb down from both the sides, from the Iranians and from the Americans. So President Trump, who was saying that a civilization would be obliterated just last evening, is now saying that, okay, fine, let's pull back. Typically Trump. And, the world is watching. And as the Ministry of External Affairs statement says, we hope that Hormuz is open and the peace that has now been brought in with the ceasefire is enduring and long-lasting.
All right, thank you, Amidst, for getting us all those details. MEA statement on the recent developments in West Asia, where the MEAs welcomed the ceasefire between US and Iran and has, like India has been saying, that they have advocated dialogue and diplomacy in such situations. We're getting some more breaking news coming in. Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif backlash after an edited post on X showed an earlier version labeled draft. Pakistan's PM message on X, sparking speculation about external influence or scripting of the message. The post, which urged US President Trump to extend the deadline for talks with Iran, has raised questions about Pakistan's diplomatic messaging and whether it's being independently crafted. Social media users are divided, with some joking about the copy-paste error and others suggesting the message was dictated by the United States. So we put out that post for you. So this is a message from Shehbaz Sharif urging Trump to delay threats of military action against Iran. After a lot of social media users pointed out there was an earlier version of this post and it appeared to be a draft, because that draft was written there, draft Pakistan PM message on X. The earlier message said draft Pakistan's PM message on X. So that has really got a lot of mockery online and has led to a big controversy. So when Shehbaz Sharif's account shared a message that included the heading draft Pakistan PM message on X, the inclusion of the word draft suggested the post may not have been intended for public release in its original form. And the tweet was edited, removing the draft label but retaining the core content. So there you can see that the original post and then the edited post on your right. So now this entire tweet has really raised a lot of questions. A lot of questions are being raised, and whether Pakistan Prime Minister was the one who drafted that message or was it influenced by external factors. So back-to-back updates coming in. A lot of social media users have also mocked this post of Shehbaz Sharif, raising concerns over the initial post being a draft and also questioning that who was really typing that message on behalf of Shehbaz Sharif. So getting you these updates coming in on Republic TV, there is a new row that you can see because of Shehbaz Sharif's draft post. And remember that Pakistan is trying to position itself as a diplomatic voice in the Iran crisis. And in the backdrop of all this, this is Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif's tweet urging Trump to extend talks with Iran is now under scrutiny after an apparent draft version surfaced online. And the US and Iran have agreed to a 2-week ceasefire with talks to finalize a peace deal set to begin in Pakistan's Islamabad on Friday. Australia, Japan and New Zealand welcomed the 2-week ceasefire in the Middle East. that was reached to negotiate a resolution to the US-Israeli conflict with Iran. More details on how nations across the world reacted to the ceasefire deal.
Nations across Asia and the Pacific are welcoming the announcement of a 2-week pause in the war between Iran and the US. Just before Donald Trump's deadline came to an end. In Australia, Prime Minister Anthony Albanese and Foreign Minister Penny Wong issued a joint statement saying they welcome the agreement and have a long call for de-escalation. The Australian government stressed its continued collaboration with international partners to ensure the safe flow of critical supplies to those most in need. Japan also expressed optimism with its chief cabinet secretary, describing the ceasefire announcement as a positive development. While in New Zealand, Foreign Minister Winston Peters welcomed the effort to end hostilities. Peters noted that while the news is encouraging, significant work remains in the coming days to secure a lasting ceasefire. Regional governments are closely monitoring the situation, emphasizing diplomacy and stability in one of the world's most critical energy corridors. The 2-week pause now offers a window for negotiations that could ease tensions and stabilize energy markets.
Lebanese army has issued a warning to citizens amid the recent ceasefire developments, advising them to exercise caution when returning to southern villages and towns. Warning comes after an Israeli airstrike targeted a building in the Al-Abbasiyah area of southern Lebanon, and residents are urged to steer clear of areas infiltrated by Israeli occupation forces to safeguard their safety, as they may be at risk of ongoing Israeli attacks. The army also reminds residents to follow directives from deployed military units and be vigilant about unexploded ordnance and suspicious objects left behind by Israeli aggression. So Lebanon army calls on citizens to exercise caution at these very, very sensitive times. This is a update coming in from the situation which is evolving in the West Asia region, because also this getting back some details, as this reminding our viewers of some details which had come in earlier, because Lebanon is not included in that ceasefire. But Israel specifically has said this. Israel is carrying out new airstrikes in South Lebanon area, and it's saying that the 2-week ceasefire does not include Lebanon. So after that, the Lebanese army has issued a warning to citizens amid the recent ceasefire developments, advising them to exercise caution when returning to southern villages and towns. Warning comes after an Israeli airstrike targeted a building in the Al-Abbasiyah area of South Lebanon, and residents are urged to steer clear of areas infiltrated by Israeli occupation forces to safeguard their safety, as they may be at risk of ongoing Israeli attacks. The army also reminds residents to follow directives from deployed military units and be vigilant about unexploded ordnance and suspicious objects left behind by Israeli aggression. And let's see what's happening when it comes to the ceasefire. Iran citizens have gathered and raised slogans at Tehran after the 2-week ceasefire was announced. They burned flags on the streets and voiced their anger against USA. The 2-week ceasefire comes after 40 days of war, and it remains to be seen how the deal will play out over the next 10 days. Citizens in Iran remain apprehensive and are expecting the war to continue. More details in this next report.
After being on the receiving end of US and Israeli strikes for 40 days, A 2-week peace plan is now in effect across Iran. However, hours after the ceasefire was made public, thousands of Iranians turned up on the streets of Tehran on Wednesday morning. They raised slogans in Farsi and Arabic. They shouted "Death to America," "Death to Israel," and "War until victory." They also raised placards while crowding Tehran for a protest, one of which read, "No compromise, no apology, battle with America." Iranians remain apprehensive and skeptical of the 2-week peace deal. They demand a Security Council resolution.
قابل اعتماد نیست. قابل اعتماد نیست. تا قطعنامه نشه شورای امنیت تصویب نکنه و این خسارات واده نشه اصلا قابل اعتماد نیست. نه بنده نه ملت ایران این قبول نداره.
The protesters also burnt American and Israeli flags. The loud chants by the protesters sparked concerns even among the organizers, who tried to calm the protesters, but in vain. The United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres also welcomed the peace deal. He called on all parties to abide by the terms of the ceasefire in order to pave the way towards a lasting and comprehensive peace in the region.
Whoa.
After being bombarded for 40 days, Iranians get a 2-week reprieve for life to return to normal.
We're getting some more breaking news coming in. Meeting of the group of ministers chaired by Defense Minister Rajnath Singh. The meeting will be held at Kartavya Bhavan at 3 p.m. and a crucial meeting following the Israel-Iran conflict. The crisis in West Asia will be discussed. So big updates coming in here. What we see, the meeting of the group of ministers will be chaired by Rajnath Singh, and this will be happening around 3 p.m. So this is still around an hour left for that. A crucial meeting following the Israel-Iran conflict, crisis in West Asia will be discussed. The multiple high-level meetings which have been held with Prime Minister Modi and Rajnath Singh, both of them chairing these very important meetings to discuss the situation which is evolving in West Asia. So it's very, very likely around 3 p.m. the Union Defense Minister Rajnath Singh will be chairing a meeting of a group of ministers to review the evolving situation in the region following this 2-week ceasefire between the US and Iran that will be expected to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. The meeting comes in the backdrop of an advisory issued by the Ministry of External Affairs urging Indian nationals in Iran to exit the conflict-hit country. And the ministry has also advised citizens against approaching international land borders without prior consultation. So we have seen Rajnath Singh chair multiple such similar meetings last week to assess the development and chart measures to mitigate the impact on India. Marking an end to a 39-day-long war across West Asia, US President Trump announces a temporary and conditional ceasefire with Iran. Now, while this ceasefire, according to Trump, is broadly conditional upon Iran reopening the Strait of Hormuz, there has been much talk on how Iran claims that this ceasefire as a win because of how Trump allegedly caved into Iran's demands framed in its 10-point proposal. Take a look at this report as we get you the latest.
After 39 long days of havoc and bloodbath, part of the Middle East war, US President Donald Trump took to social media announcing a temporary 2-week-long ceasefire. Amidst Trump's ceasefire announcement was one claim that said US had received Iran's 10-point proposal. This claim being something Iran boasted of too, of having Trump's cave in to Iran's demands for ceasefire. Iran's 10-point proposal entailed demands such as Israel and US curtailing its aggression and accepting Iran's control over the Strait of Hormuz. That's not all. Iran also urges for acceptance of uranium enrichment in the Farsi version of its ceasefire plan. Iran pushed for the lifting of all primary and secondary sanctions as was imposed by the US, especially amidst the war-resultant global economic and energy crisis, and termination of both UNSC and IAEA resolutions. Lastly, IRA stressed on how US and Israel must pay and compensate to Iran, while also seeking US combat forces to withdraw and back down. The additional cessation of war in Lebanon was also a demand put forth by Iran amidst the ceasefire negotiations. With this 10-point peace plan reportedly accepted, the US president has stepped down from earlier threats of expanding attacks on Iran, but also maintains this temporary ceasefire to be conditional on Iran honoring the ceasefire and reopening the Strait of Hormuz.
And viewers, much coming right up. Donald Trump terms a peace deal as the beginning of a golden age for Middle East.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है? आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट? स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Director, the taste of success.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
Three, two, one. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundancy.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of execution systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it is a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way that the astronauts will be stuck because of the the execution issues. And what they have reported now, even we were going through and seeing, it is something to do with the valve which is to operate for section of the execution, which looks to be needing.
From Asia's Asia's largest news headquarters. Setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Very warm welcome. You're watching Republic TV. I'm Yesu Bharadwaj, and US President Donald Trump has announced a 2-week breather in the ongoing West Asia war. He said that he will stop all bombing campaigns against Iran for the next 2 weeks until a peace deal is reached. We're getting you all the details, but first, here's a check on your headlines for the hour. Take a look. Donald Trump terms the peace deal as the beginning of golden age for West Asia. Israeli opposition leader criticizes deal, terms it a political disaster. As the 2-week ceasefire begins, the focus now shifts to vessels transiting the Strait of Hormuz. Nations across the world welcome the 2-week temporary ceasefire deal on Iran. Pakistan's role in peace deal between US and Iran emerges as Islamabad is set to hold a high-level meeting. Israeli Prime Minister says Lebanon not part of peace deal as strikes across southern Lebanon continue. Eight killed in southern Lebanon as Israeli strikes continue to escalate across the region. Viewers, now Pakistan has emerged as a mediator in between the US and Iran in the ongoing West Asia tensions. Now Pakistan's Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif is facing massive backlash after his edited post on X showed an earlier version that was labelled draft Pakistan's Prime Minister's message on X. Now this has sparked speculation about external influence or scripting of the message. Now the post that urged US President Donald Trump to extend the deadline for talks with Iran has had raised questions about Pakistan's diplomatic efforts in the war and whether or not these messaging are they original, whether it's being independently crafted. Now social media users stand divided, with some even joking about the copy-paste era and others suggesting that the message was dictated by the US President Donald Trump himself. That's the latest that we're picking up. Now that was the original tweet on your right that Shehbaz Sharif has posted, and on your left is the draft Pakistan's Prime Minister's message on X. Now this raises pertinent questions on whether or not this was even an original text that the Pakistan's Prime Minister had written himself. In fact, questions are being raised about whether this could have been an initiation by external pressure, by external forces, by showing a draft of the Pakistan's Prime Minister, his tweet on X. That's the latest that we're learning in. Now remember, moments after the ceasefire was announced, Shehbaz Sharif took to X and he said that they have been able to broker a peace deal between the US and Iran. Now, viewers, at the base of this peace deal, the condition is a 10-point deal that Iran has floated. Now, Iran says that nuclear enrichment, uranium enrichment will very much remain a part of the 10-point peace deal. However, Donald Trump says that this deal is negotiable. Now, we're going to take you through what these 10 points are. First is non-aggression by the US and Israel. And this has remained on agenda 1 since
the beginning of the war, since the time that the 10-point plan was floated initially by Iran. The second, Iran's control over the Strait of Hormuz. Now, we already know that Iran has started levying heavy taxes on shipments and on vessels that are passing through the strait. And Donald Trump, in fact, his, State Secretary Marco Rubio also called this illegal. However, they maintain that they will take full control of the Strait of Hormuz. The third point, acceptance of uranium enrichment. Now, the most contentious one for the US to even believe or to become a part of. US has started this war against the IRGC, the Iranian military, their nuclear development and their uranium enrichment programs. Now, the fourth one is lifting all primary sanctions. Now, Iran has been reeling under heavy Western sanctions for yesteryears now. And the fourth demand on the 10-point plan for peace that Iran has put forward to the US President Donald Trump is that all sanctions on Iran must be lifted with immediate effect. The fifth one is of lifting of all secondary sanctions. So 2 points that focus heavily on Western sanctions and the secondary sanctions that have followed on Iran that also curb its exports across the globe. Now, sixth demand is termination of UNSC resolutions. This is a big one. The United Nations Security Council's resolutions are demanded to be terminated by the Iranians. Now, seventh is termination of the IAEA resolution. Now, IAEA is the International Atomic Energy Agency. Remember, while they're closely keeping a track on the attacks that are ongoing in West Asia, they are also becoming a deterrent in Iranian uranium enrichment program. The eighth one is of payment of compensation to Iran in the war that is now extended over 39 days. The lethalities, the killings of people, the damage to civilian and energy infrastructure. Iran says that the US must pay back for every damage that's been caused on the Iranian soil. The ninth point, the second last point, is withdrawal of all US combatant forces. Now, remember, about 50,000 US combatants have been placed across US bases in the Gulf region straight to attack Iran, and they have asked for the withdrawal of all those US combatants in the region. The 10th and the last one is the cessation of war in Lebanon. Now, remember, Lebanon's proxy, Hezbollah, has stood shoulder to shoulder with Iran in the West Asia war. They continue to strike on behalf of Iran amid the ongoing war, and the 10th resolution on their 10-point peace deal plan is to curb down the violence that's ongoing in Lebanon, especially in southern Lebanon, against the proxy group Hezbollah. Now, viewers, in a surprising move, President Donald Trump also delayed planned military strikes on Iran, opting instead for a diplomatic approach. Now, Trump agreed to suspend attacks if Iran opens the Strait of Hormuz temporarily. Now, Iran in turn proposed a peace plan and a 2-week ceasefire. We went through the 10 points of the peace plan right here. That requires for easing of regional tensions and also allows negotiation and talks to begin. Iran has said if the 10-point plan is not agreed with, then there will be no negotiation, there will be no roundtable with the United States. Now, Iranian citizens also gathered and raised slogans in Tehran, but take a look at this.
In a strategic redirection, President Donald Trump paused imminent military action against Iran on Tuesday night, preferring a diplomatic solution to the escalating tensions. From "will put Iran into the Stone Age" rhetoric to now hailing a new golden age of the Middle East, Donald Trump has said that it is a big day for world peace and added that big money will be made from the reopening of Hormuz. Trump added that US forces would be hanging around in the region to ensure that the ceasefire was followed. Trump's shifting stance on Iran in less than 24 hours comes as a sigh of relief after 40 days of relentless attacks. Mere hours before the ceasefire deal was put into place, Trump had threatened the entire Iranian civilization. He had said that a whole civilization would die and never be brought back again, sparking fears of a catastrophic escalation. He termed it one of history's most important moments. And now that there is a 2-week ceasefire deal in place, all eyes are now on the Strait of Hormuz and what Iran has planned for it. Trump has said that the US would help with the traffic at Hormuz. However, Iranian officials pledged the strait would be accessible only under their military management. The 2-week ceasefire is temporary, but nations across the world are hoping for a permanent ease in the war and restoration of energy supply routes to normal.
Viewers, now a very surprising development comes in the war. Now a 10-point plan that we just showed you, we walked you across all the 10 points that Iran has put forward for a possible truce with the United States. That also includes a ceasefire with Lebanon. But on the contrary, the Israeli Defense Forces have said that Lebanon is in fact not a part of the peace deal or the war pause at all, and they will continue to batter southern Lebanon. In fact, strikes were reported just this morning in southern Lebanon on various Hezbollah targets. But regional officials say that ceasefire also includes Lebanon. Now, they said that Lebanon is a part of the 2-week ceasefire that's ongoing between the United States and Iran. Now, this official who has made this statement is also involved in negotiations and spoke on the condition of anonymity. He said that the pause applies, and I'm quoting him, to all fronts, including Lebanon. Now, Pakistan, that remains a key mediator, has also said that ceasefire includes the fighting in Lebanon. However, the Israeli Defense Forces, the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said that the ceasefire will not stop the Israeli fight against Hezbollah inside Lebanon. That's the latest that we're learning in. On one hand, officials say that Lebanon is a part of the truce plan. In fact, Lebanon has also been made a part of the 10-point plan that has been put forward by the Iranians for a truce to even happen between the United States and Iran. But on the other hand, Israeli Defense Forces continue to maintain that their operations in southern Lebanon and across borders in Lebanon will not stop, and they will continue to batter the Hezbollah proxy that sits deep inside the Lebanese territory. Now, in fact, we're also being joined by retired Major General Shashi Asthana, who is a defense expert, to get us more details on the matter. Major General, I want to understand from you, on one hand, the officials are saying that Lebanon is very much a part of this truce. But again, Israeli Defense Forces have continued to strike Lebanon. Today morning also there were strikes that were reported. One is that aspect of the war. Second, yesterday Trump said that this will be an end of an entire civilization, and today morning he wakes up comfortably and says that, there's a 2-week pause mediated by Pakistan. How do we read this? At one point he takes the entire intensity up to the sky and then it drops down back to the ground.
In fact, yesterday itself, I had mentioned that this is going to happen.
Yeah.
And it has happened exactly the way I had predicted. And the reasons are very simple. Firstly, President Trump was trying for an exit, and his threats of yesterday that civilization will die tonight, etc., they were basically maximum pressure and a blackmailing technique to get the best result by today morning. So when he realized that he is not going to get anything more than what has been given to him, perhaps he thought that it is better to pull back and declare a victory and somehow try and get an exit. Now, it was known that as far as this further attacks would be retaliated by Iran. Iran had said in no uncertain terms that the moment their power grid is targeted, they are also going to do a similar attacks on the Gulf countries too. So that was one major issue. Secondly, going beyond that, so many were contemplating regarding nuclear war or something like that. That is beyond, I don't think he has that kind of confidence in him to do such a thing, because there was fair amount of internal pressure too.
Yeah.
Everybody knew that he is going to have the kind of, there was a question of impeachment also somehow. There was question of activating Article 25. People were thinking that such a, the nuclear button under him may be a big problem. So things like that. There was a fair amount of pressure inside as well. So this is one part of it as to why that happened. The second part of the question which you asked was regarding the Lebanon issue.
Yeah.
See, Israel was trying to make the best of it, and this is also I pointed out yesterday when Israel was striking very hard on Iran, because Israel knew President Trump's taco syndrome, that is, Trump always chickens out, and they thought that might as well, before he signs something or before he agrees to something like ceasefire, let's degrade Iran's capability as much as we can. Now, when we come to the Iranian part, they also retaliated even in the morning, even after the ceasefire, because they also had to avenge whatever was done by Israel in last night. As far as Lebanon is concerned, the situation is slightly different.
Right.
Israelis have already entered inside Lebanon, and Israel is threatened, the northern Israel is threatened by Hezbollah's strikes.
Yeah.
They feel that this is an opportunity which they have got, that their troops are already inside Lebanon, so they might as well try and degrade Hezbollah as much as they can.
Definitely.
And therefore,
yes.
They will like to continue a little more than what has been agreed upon. So this Hezbollah, Israel's action on Hezbollah are likely to continue for a little more time unless America puts some pressure on Israel to back off.
Right. Major General Asthana, in fact, continue being with us. We're also getting in some more breaking development now, viewers. Pakistan's Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif is facing a huge backlash after a drafted tweet of his made it online. Now, viewers online are completely divided. They are saying that Sharif's earlier post, the draft that you can see on your left-hand side on the screens, was in fact not written by him. This was not an original deal that was brokered by Pakistan, and that the words were in fact borrowed from the West. And they have also said, people are also saying, and there are contentious assumptions about the tweet where it's said that Western pressure has in fact mediated Pakistan's position in this entire war, and that his earlier tweet, people are questioning whether Pakistan's diplomatic message is true, whether it's being independently crafted or not, or whether it's a meddling by the United States in the message that has been put up. Social media users are completely divided. This tweet has now sparked speculation about external influence or even the scripting of the message. Now, the post urges US President to extend the deadline for talks with Iran and has raised major questions over Pakistan's independence in its diplomatic messaging, especially focusing on Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif's tweet. Now, coming back to Major General Shashi Asthana, who continues being with us on the broadcast. Major General Asthana, since the beginning, we've seen Pakistan is acting as a mediator. Iran has always given a rebuttal to Pakistan, blaming Pakistan of carrying the US's agenda and trying to mediate by not being neutral. And just yesterday, a tweet draft for Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif was floated online, where people are questioning whether or not this diplomatic effort from Pakistanis is even an independent decision that they have made, or are they acting as the West's puppet, the US's puppet?
More than the puppet, I will say that Pakistan was acting like a postman or a delivery boy for the message for America. They were told to do a particular thing in a particular manner, and they have just obeyed what America has told them to do. Pakistan by itself doesn't have the kind of leverage. I don't think Iranians were listening to Pakistan by any stretch of imagination.
Yeah.
The only thing is that they were the conduit to get that message. And the fact that it was a draft given to Shehbaz Sharif seems little more credible because the kind of language which was used, and the fact that by mistake he released the draft, maybe in the exuberance to do it faster, because maybe somebody was putting pressure on him to do so. So that's one part of it. The basic problem is, as far as Pakistan is concerned, they also had a nod from China.
Yeah.
Why I say so is because there were some consultations there. Chinese also had some kind of stake in a manner that initially Chinese did not intervene. And they were also getting benefited in a manner that when America is getting weaker, Iran is fighting them. America is losing reputation, losing material, and losing money. So that was to an advantage of China as far as Cold War 2.0 is concerned, and or competition, strategic competition between China and US is concerned.
Yeah.
But beyond a point, once the cost of oil started rising beyond a point, then I think it does affect China also adversely, and therefore China must have given them a nod. So as far as Pakistan was concerned, it was playing a puppet with two superpowers.
Yeah.
And that is how he managed to deliver a message, and by mistake it came out quite clearly as to what that he was given a text which he was supposed to convey as a postman or a delivery boy. I don't grant them any status more than that, because a mediator is supposed to have some leverage, and he is supposed to have some kind of, shall I say in the matter. They didn't have any say.
Yeah, definitely. And Major General Asthana, also the fact that, you know, the top band of this message says draft for Pakistan's Prime Minister's message on X. That is exactly what, you know, the message quotes on its top band. And that is why speculations are being raised that this message was in fact dictated by the United States and sent to the Pakistani Prime Minister for him to then go on to upload it as an independent diplomatic claim in mediation from the Pakistani side. Your first comments on that also, since it is very clear that Pakistan is not in fact a neutral mediator. Pakistan is in already a defense deal with Saudi Arabia that is being struck by Iran, so they cannot be seen as a neutral mediator at all. Major General Asthana.
Well, certainly, if as far as Iran is concerned, Pakistan had a defense deal with Saudi Arabia. So Iran being suspicious of Pakistan was quite obvious. Secondly, Pakistan was also a route in case US was to launch a major ground operation, let's say hypothetically after some time, then Pakistan was the logistic route. Thirdly, there were instances even earlier, somewhere around June or something, that Pakistan airspace was used when the nuclear sites were targeted. That was earlier part of this year, of last year. So the Iranians believing Pakistan was not a case, and therefore the neutrality of Pakistan was difficult to be assumed. Secondly, there are also suspicion to say that the Chinese help was coming via Pakistan to Iran. That there is also some speculation to that effect in terms of material, in terms of raw material to make drones and missiles. So that also was not very comfortable with United States. There are certain rumors to suggest, we won't know exactly the confirmation part of it, that America had told them that you stop. Initially, America wanted to they told Pakistan to send boots on ground, which Pakistan refused in context of the defense pact with Saudi Arabia and with their sensitivity of the border with Iran. So thereafter, I think they told them that, okay, if that be so, then nothing should move from China to Iran also. So Pakistan was stuck in between, and therefore they were forced to do something which they are not very used to, that is mediation, because they are themselves a problem. They are the only new country which has maximum number of UN designated terrorist entities, and they also have a nuclear weapon. So a nuclear weapon under the hand of terrorist state fits more with Pakistan than Iran, as President Trump was trying to label Iran earlier before this ceasefire happened.
Right, Major General Asthana, it's always a pleasure to have you on Republic. Thanks for such a detailed lowdown on the situation, and of course the conversation will continue. Thank you for joining us on Republic. For now, viewers, shifting focus and taking a look at what's happening in Tehran. Now, Iranian citizens gathered and raised multiple slogans on the streets of Tehran right after the 2-week truce. The 2-week stopping of bombing campaign was announced by US President Donald Trump. Now, people not only said death to America and death to Israel, they expressed their their anger for sure. They also burned flags on the street and voiced their dissent against the American aggression in Iran. Now, the 2-week ceasefire comes after 40 long days of war, while Iranian territories, Iranian energy infrastructures have been completely flattened. Multiple deaths reported all across Iran. Now, much like the rest of the globe, the Iranians also do not trust Donald Trump for his word. He has announced a truce, a pause in the fighting before also, but bombing continued nevertheless. So there are speculations that this war will continue, it will go on, and that is the sentiment with which people in Tehran came out on the streets. Take a look at what unfolded.
After being on the receiving end of US and Israeli strikes for 40 days, a 2-week peace plan is now in effect across Iran. However, hours after the ceasefire was made public, thousands of Iranians turned up on the streets of Tehran on Wednesday morning. They raised slogans in Farsi and Arabic. They shouted "Death to America," "Death to Israel," and "War until victory." They also raised placards while crowding Tehran for a protest, one of which read, "No compromise, no apology, battle with America." Iranians remain apprehensive and skeptical of the 2-week peace deal. They demand a Security Council resolution.
قابل اعتماد نیست. قابل اعتماد نیست. تا قطعنامه نشه شورای امنیت تصویب نکنه و این خسارات داده نشه اصلا قابل اعتماد نیست. نه بنده نه ملت ایران این قبول نداره.
The protesters also burnt American and Israeli flags. The loud chants by the protesters sparked concerns even among the organizers, who tried to calm the protesters, but in vain. The United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres also welcomed the peace deal. He called on all parties to abide by the terms of the ceasefire in order to pave the way towards a lasting and comprehensive peace in the region.
Whoa.
After being bombarded for 40 days, Iranians get a 2-week reprieve for life to return to normal.
Viewers, that's all that we could wrap in this edition of the News Bulletin. But don't go anywhere. On the other side, we bring you all the details from the poll-bound states of Bengal, Tamil Nadu and Kerala, and even the Union Territory, Puducherry, that go to vote on the 9th of April. On the other side, Chief Election Commissioner Gyanesh Kumar has alleged that TMC delegation, he asked them to get lost during a meeting. TMC delegation raises concerns about voter disenfranchisement and alleged biases in the SIR.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला
Director, the taste of success.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग असली स्वाद असली मजा
MTH
Three, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, mass comm, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये हित तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा। सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way that the astronauts will be stuck because of the the excretion issue.
Hello viewers, a very good afternoon. We are live and we are breaking. I'm Shimangi Shukla getting you the latest. Less than 24 hours are left for the crucial assembly polls. We'll get to all the details for the headlines first. Let's get started. West Bengal CM Mamata Banerjee files nomination from Bhawanipur seat. Chief Election Commissioner Ganesh Kumar allegedly tells TMC delegation to get lost during a meeting. TMC delegation raises concerns about voter disenfranchisement and alleged biases in SIR. CM at election rally in Cuddalore takes an opposition. AIADMK in alliance with BJP says it has now become a Sangh organization. Assam, Kerala, Puducherry set to vote tomorrow after concluding the campaigning for assembly polls. Actor Rajinikanth takes an indirect jibe at TVK chief. Vijay says youngsters should focus on studying and education and not go behind actors. And TVK holds mega roadshow and party. Chief Vijay addresses a massive public rally in Thoothukudi. Viewers, the meeting between a TMC delegation and the full bench of the Election Commission on Wednesday culminated on an acrimonious note, with the TMC saying the panel's chief asked them to get lost at the end of the 7-minute meeting, while the EC accused them of shouting. After the meeting, TMC's Rajya Sabha MP Derek O'Brien told media persons that they handed over the letters from the West Bengal CM to the Chief Election Commissioner Ganesh Kumar and also apprised him of the specific instances of poll officials having links with the BJP. Then he said, "Get lost. We have done 8 to 9 meetings with the Election Commission. Apart from the CEC, none of the Election Commissioners spoke." This is what the TMC is saying. So getting you these back-to-back updates coming in here on Republic. We also have a reaction. Let's play it out.
I want to tell you what the election commissioner Chief Election Commissioner told us within 7 minutes of the meeting. Get lost. This is what the Chief Election Commissioner told the Trinamool Congress delegation. Get lost का हिंदी क्या होता है? निकल जाओ यहाँ से. निकल जाओ यहाँ से. ये इलेक्शन कमिश्नर बोला लास्ट में. तो हम निकल जाए. हम लोग निकल आए. We are the second largest opposition party in parliament.
So let's go across. Shambhavi is joining us live from outside the Election Commission office, headquarters. Well, Shambhavi, what really happened there? It was a very short meeting, very tense meeting. And what is the Election Commission saying on that meeting, which turned quite tense?
Well, we know that a delegation from TMC, which included Derek O'Brien, Menika Guruswamy, Sagrika Ghosh and Saket Gokhale, they went to ECI with their concerns. And now this comes just days after where a BJP delegation was also there raising concerns regarding the violence which was there in West Bengal involving the SIR process. And now when the TMC delegation was there, that meeting was indeed a very short one, which started at 10:02 a.m. and ended at 10:07 a.m. As per Derek O'Brien. And then he said that the CEC asked him to get out. Now that there was an escalated situation where they were presenting examples of people who are associated with BJP and are a part of the Election Commission. According to Derek O'Brien, they presented 6 examples, but the entire conversation got heated up and was asked to get out. Now, from what we know that they were also asked to maintain the decorum of the commission to make sure that the sanctity of this entire commission is maintained, but it definitely got heated and they were asked to get out, and that is what you can hear Derek O'Brien saying, that they were asked to get out, they were asked to take the delegation and move out of the Election Commission of India. This comes, yes.
That's right. Shambhavi, I'll play out that statement once more and then I'll come back to you.
I want to tell you what the election commissioner chief election commissioner told us within 7 minutes of the meeting. Get lost. This is what the chief election commissioner told the Trinamool Congress delegation. Get lost का हिंदी क्या होता है? निकल जाओ यहाँ से, निकल जाओ यहाँ से। ये इलेक्शन कमिश्नर बोला लास्ट में, तो हम निकल जाए, हम लोग निकल आए। We are the second largest opposition party in parliament.
Okay, let's go back to Shambhavi, who's joining us live outside the ECI office. Yes, Shambhavi, coming back to you. Now, we know that this delegation was meeting the EC, raising concerns regarding neutrality, fairness, transparency of the electoral process in West Bengal. We have seen TMC raise these issues earlier as well. So just help our viewers understand what really happened inside, because we know only one part. You know, the point is we know only one part. We have Derek O'Brien's statement we heard. But when can we understand what really happened inside that meeting and what happened in that meeting?
See, there wasn't much space for a lot to happen, given that it was a very short meeting indeed. And from what we know, they were on their part, they were presenting certain examples. As they were mentioning that there were 6 examples that they had of people who are affiliated with BJP and they are a part of the Election Commission. And during that, I think that got heated up, and they were also asked to not put out intimidating behavior. They were asked to, they were initially given warning if that is what is we understand. And apart from that, they were also asked that no petition or no notice will be accepted without proper signatures. So this is what was carried out. It was a very short one indeed. As per his own words, it started at 10:02 a.m. and ended at 10:07 a.m. So there was hardly even 6 minutes for that matter. And then they were asked to get out. So there was still some clarity. Even Derek O'Brien openly challenged the CEC to release the video and the audio of what exactly happened in the meeting today. We are yet to hear that what exactly unfolded in ECI, but we know that this comes after a BJP delegation has already approached regarding ECI, regarding the violence which is being carried out in West Bengal. And again, another BJP delegation is set to visit, meet ECI, which included Virendra Kumar, Arjun Ram Meghwal and certain other ministers. We'll see what direction does this take? Back to
all
you.
right, well, thank you, Shambhavi, for getting us all those details. A 7-minute long meeting between TMC and EC, which really turned tense. We also move ahead, viewers, right now. Fresh violence has once again shaken Manipur. Militants from the hill areas dominated by the Kuki launched a bomb attack on a civilian house. Attack killed 2 children and triggered panic in the conflict-prone region. The police have taken 1 suspect into custody for questioning. The Manipur CM is also chairing high-level meetings. This happened yesterday. There's a report here telling you what's been happening in Manipur.
अभी तो कह रहा था कि अभी चीफ मिनिस्टर कह रहे थे, उससे आगे भी सभी लोग कह रहे थे कि मणिपुर में पीस आ गया। ये पीस है क्या? अगर ये पीस है तो हमें ये पीस नहीं चाहिए हमें।
ये बॉम्ब ब्लास्ट 1:05 में हुआ है। उसमें 2 बच्चे का जान गया है। 2 बच्चा, एक 5 साल का है, एक लड़की है, वो तो 5 महीने का है। ये बहुत छह इंसिडेंट है। उसका माँ भी अभी भी इंजर्ड है, हॉस्पिटल में ट्रीटमेंट के लिए घायल तरीके से इंजर्ड है। ये आतंकवादी लोग हम लोग को टारगेट कर रहा है, मैतेई लोग को। इसलिए सरकार से विनती है, जल्द से ये घटना के सॉल्यूशन चाहिए। इसके लिए इंसाफ चाहिए।
अजी कुकी ये बो मामा युम दा तासले मुनाम प्रमाण बिदा असो अपन याव रे हुजे yang tu nama ada nama je ha ini soalnya yang mana ini asok ya ore kan nama tu soalnya orang ni soalnya apa aku kere ini barang ni soalnya semua tu barang ni soalnya 깜짝이야. 어떻게 방법이 좀 어떤 비비오봐. 거기 좀 싸니네가 거기 가면 돼요. 지면 저도 깜짝이야. 어떻게 방법이 좀 어떤 비비오봐.
지통 나올게래.
ये घटना करीब 1:05 में ऐसे होंगे। यही घटना हुआ है। ये अभी ये नॉर्थ साइड में हमारा बहू के साथ दो बच्चा है। वो तीनों एक साथ होता है। इसमें एक घटना हुआ है।
Well, getting you some breaking news coming in. This is in relation with the escalation, the West Asia situation. Israel opposition leader has said that following the government's complete failure to achieve the war's objectives, I will hold a special presser today at 6:10. The press conference is open for coverage and an opportunity for reporters' questions will be provided. So Israel opposition leader is calling the deal a political disaster. So of course, Israel's opposition not too happy with what has happened. A ceasefire which was negotiated between Iran and US. Just giving a context, Iran and US have agreed to a conditional 2-week ceasefire. And Trump announced a 2-week ceasefire between US and Iran if shipping is allowed through the Strait of Hormuz. Iranian Foreign Minister Shehbaz says Tehran will agree to the end of fighting if attacks against Iran are halted. Getting you some more updates coming in on Republic TV. We're getting some breaking news coming in. There are reports of Bahrain media claiming that Patriot missile strike post-ceasefire. And this is a mystery missile strike reported in the Bahrain region. So big updates coming in here on Republic TV. Let's go straight across to the next set of updates. Now we see that scenes are emerging from Bahrain showing the aftermath of a Patriot missile strike with damage reported in the affected area. So we have the picture coming in Okay, you can see there's significant damage after that mystery missile strike which has happened a short while back. This is Bahrain, by the way. So this is Bahrain reports claiming that Patriot missile strike post-ceasefire, and this is the mystery missile, Patriot missile strike reported in Bahrain. So you can see that there's some significant damage which has been made to those buildings, and some parts of the buildings have now caught fire because of that strike. The scenes are emerging from Bahrain showing the aftermath of a missile strike. Let's go to Ishita, joining us from our newsroom. Ishita, yes, go ahead. These are pictures coming first on Republic. So Gulf nations have been struck multiple times, but post the ceasefire, we're coming to know that Bahrain has been struck. So that is raising a lot of questions now, Ishita.
Right, of course. Shvangi, we had seen just 90 minutes before the Trump deadline, there was a 2-week conditional ceasefire agreement that both the sides reached upon. It was from both the sides that they declared they will not be taking any offensive operation against each other. But even despite that, we're looking at Israel continuing its attacks against Lebanon, because it has clearly said that Lebanon is not part of this 2-week conditional ceasefire. But Iran did agree to stop all its attacks against the Gulf nations, and despite the announcement of ceasefire that is currently under effect, we're looking at this US Patriot missile strike being reported in Bahrain. Now, we do not have details as of now whether this missile was fired before the announcement of ceasefire or after it, but right now the strike in fact has been reported, and as we are showing the visuals on our screen, there's been damage as well reported on a building in Bahrain, and this is despite the fact that right now a 2-week conditional ceasefire is underway, where both Iran and the US have agreed to stop all their aggression, stop all their offensive operations against each other. So, of course, we'll have to see whether this missile was fired before the announcement of this truce by Donald Trump or after it.
That's right. Hold on, Ishita. Getting some more breaking news coming in. Iraq has reopened airports and airspace. Iraq's Civilian Aviation Authority chief has said the country's airports and airspace have reopened following the ceasefire between the US, Israel and Iran. He made the announcement just hours after the 2-week succession of hostilities mediated by Pakistan went into effect. Airspace and flights throughout the region have been disrupted by the war. Baghdad and other airports were shuttered, and latter faces threats and attacks. So Iraqi airspace reopened after the ceasefire deal. So we're getting these updates coming in. I think we have Ishita back with us. Ishita, we are trying to get some more updates to understand whether the situation is looking a little bit more normal now. But that's what a lot of countries are expecting. And a lot of countries have welcomed the ceasefire.
Started on February 28th, all the region across the Gulf had been roped into this conflict. We had seen all the airspace getting shut, some for temporary basis, some for more prolonged time. But right now, the latest update we're getting is as the ceasefire has now been announced, we're inching towards some normalization. In fact, we could also see stabilization of oil traffic through the Strait of Hormuz. As far as airspace is concerned, the latest we're picking up is that Iraq, in fact, has now reopened its airports and airspace. Now, remember, this comes right after there was a 2-week conditional ceasefire agreed upon by both the sides, Iran and the US. And Iran, in fact, agreed to stop all its aggression, all its attacks that have been taking place on civilian sites all across the Gulf nations, including sites such as airports. So this time, taking into factor that there is now safer conditions around these civilian sites, Iraq, in fact, has reopened its airspace as well as airports. Now, we also have a statement from Iraq's Civilian Aviation Authority chief, Bankin Rekani, who's now said that the country's airports and airspace have reopened following the ceasefire between US, Israel and Iran. So we are looking at more normalization, more stabilization coming in across Gulf nations.
Now, thank you, Ishita, for getting us all those details. So Republic TV gets you the latest after the ceasefire announcement. And the US and Iran have come to terms for a peace deal now. Now, while both sides claim victory against each other, questions arise over which country played what role in helping US-Iran reach this ceasefire. Among many countries, while Pakistan wants to take credit for the ceasefire, China emerges as a key player in helping in negotiations. Look at this report to understand what role China is playing in this ceasefire.
China is Tehran's biggest trading partner. Reports now suggest that it was China who spoke to the Iranians to get them on board to look for a path to ceasefire. Chinese officials were continuously in touch with Iranian officials as the negotiations were evolving. As per reports, Beijing primarily had been working with intermediaries. China worked with Pakistan, Turkey and Egypt as it tried to use its influence to de-escalate tensions. Earlier on Tuesday, the Chinese Foreign Ministry said all parties needed to demonstrate sincerity and quickly end this war that should not have happened in the first place. China said it was deeply concerned about the impact the conflict has had on the world economy and energy security. On Tuesday, China and Russia vetoed a UN resolution encouraging states to coordinate efforts to protect commercial shipping in the Strait of Hormuz. Both China and Russia termed the measure biased against Iran. The 15-member Security Council voted 11 in favor of the resolution, with 2 against it, being China and Russia. The opening of the Strait of Hormuz is crucial for China. Half of its crude oil imports pass through the Hormuz Strait. China relies on Strait of Hormuz for economic stability as it is the top importer of crude from this route. Roughly 84% of crude oil and condensates passing through the strait go to Asian markets. Over 90% of Iran's crude oil exports go to China, making Iran heavily reliant on China, whereas China uses this to maintain access to oil supplies. As a result, China has become a key diplomatic actor in keeping the strait open. China often utilized its influence with Iran to ensure its tankers receive passage during regional tensions. With a 2-week ceasefire in place, the next focus naturally turns to the Strait of Hormuz.
And the US and Iran have agreed to a 2-week ceasefire with talks to finalize a peace deal set to begin in Pakistan's Islamabad on Friday. Australia, Japan, New Zealand welcomed the 2-week ceasefire in the Middle East that was reached to negotiate a resolution to the US-Israeli conflict with Iran. More details on how nations across the world reacted to the ceasefire deal.
Nations across Asia and the Pacific are welcoming the announcement of a 2-week pause in the war between Iran and the US. Just before Donald Trump's deadline came to an end. In Australia, Prime Minister Anthony Albanese and Foreign Minister Penny Wong issued a joint statement saying they welcome the agreement and have a long call for de-escalation. The Australian government stressed its continued collaboration with international partners to ensure the safe flow of critical supplies to those most in need. Japan also expressed optimism with its chief cabinet secretary, describing the ceasefire announcement as a positive development. While in New Zealand, Foreign Minister Winston Peters welcomed the effort to end hostilities. Peters noted that while the news is encouraging, significant work remains in the coming days to secure a lasting ceasefire. Regional governments are closely monitoring the situation, emphasizing diplomacy and stability in one of the world's most critical energy corridors. The 2-week pause now offers a window for negotiations that could ease tensions and stabilize energy markets.
Breaking news coming in. Explosion has been reported at Iran's Lebanon refinery and the source of the blast remains unknown according to Iran's news agency. So getting you some more breaking news coming in right now on Republic TV. And we will be getting our viewers all these updates. Okay, this is Iran's Lebanon refinery and the source of the blast remains unknown. So another explosion reported at Iran's refinery. Now, of course, we don't know exactly where this explosion has really come from. However, we have the picture for you. So let's put out that picture that you see on your screen. This is explosion which was reported. And you can see that some big plumes of smoke is coming out from Iran's Lavan refinery. Several explosions were reported at a refinery on Lavan Island just after the ceasefire took effect. The cause of the explosion is not clear as of now. So what caused that explosion, we do not know so far. But it's important to tell you that this is happening just after Iran and US agreed to a conditional 2-week ceasefire. So the blast has been reported at Iran refinery. Let's go straight across to Ishita. Ishita, the source of this blast, we do not know what caused that explosion there. However, we do know is that this happened post the ceasefire. So once again, raising questions about what really caused those explosions.
Right, of course, Shivangi, we have seen that hours after Donald Trump declared this 2-week conditional ceasefire on Iran, hours after US President decided to stop the bombing of Iran's energy infrastructure. We are looking at a major attack now taking place on Iran's Lavan refinery. Several explosions have now been reported at this refinery on Lavan Island. Although the source of this explosion has not been established yet, the cause is still unclear, but it is a breaking news development we're getting at this hour. Several explosions are now being reported at Iran's Lavan refinery. Now, remember, this comes despite the fact there is a truce underway right now in effect as both the parties, US and Iran, they've now agreed to stop their aggressive and offensive operations against each other. But despite that, we are looking at several explosions on ground now taking place at Iran's Lavan refinery. This does put the truce at stake, and the future, in fact, of this 2-week conditional ceasefire remains uncertain. And although peace is still holding at the moment, but it is currently a fragile in West Asia.
All right. Well, thank you for getting those details, Ishita. I'm taking a short break right now. We'll be right back with much more coming right up. Donald Trump terms the peace deal as the beginning of a golden age for the Middle East post the ceasefire. All this and much more coming right up. We will continue to be live and breaking on India's #1 news channel, Republic.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundancy.
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा सिप। MTH का जलजीरा जीरा सिप।
जीरा सिप, असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा, आर प्योर मसाला।
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of execution systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also available, and there is no way that.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching Republic TV. I'm Gesu Bharadwaj. Now, viewers, Donald Trump has announced a 2-week pause in the bombing campaign against Iran. But is the truce really in place? Because at least 2 attacks have been reported post the truce announcement. Getting you all the details, but first here's a check on your headlines for the hour. Take a look. Donald Trump terms the peace deal as the beginning of golden age for West Asia. Israeli opposition leader criticizes deal, terms it a political disaster. As 2-week ceasefire begins, the focus now shifts to vessels transiting the Strait of Hormuz. Nations across the world welcome the 2-week temporary ceasefire deal on Iran. Pakistan's role in peace deal between US and Iran emerges as Islamabad is set to hold a high-level meeting. Israeli Prime Minister says Lebanon not part of peace deal as strikes across southern Lebanon continue. At least 8 killed in southern Lebanon as Israeli strikes continue to escalate across the region. Viewers, starting first with a breaking development that comes in from Bahrain, where a barrage of strikes have occurred due to Iranian aggression. A number of houses have in fact been damaged in the Sitra area as a result of shrapnels falling from the interception of an Iranian drone. An Iranian drone that was intercepted by the Bahrainian air defense systems right about now after truce was announced in the ongoing war. Bahrain has in fact now confirmed the strike, and they say that as a result of Iranian aggression, a number of houses inside Bahrain's Sitra area have now been damaged as a shrapnel fell from the sky after an interception of an Iranian drone. Take a look at these visuals. Houses have caught on fire. Residential areas in Bahrain have been struck once again. Just about now, a truce deal was announced in the ongoing escalations in West Asia. Now, Iran maintains that until their 10-point peace deal is not accepted, there is not going to be a ceasefire from their end. Now, Bahrain has confirmed strikes. An Iranian drone that was downed by the Bahrainian air defense systems, and shrapnels then went on to fall on residential areas all across the Sitra area in Bahrain. These are the visuals on your screens. Republic brings you this report first and fastest. Take a look at that residential building burning in Bahrain. This is the Sitra area, a residential area that was struck, that was damaged because of shrapnels falling off an Iranian drone that was dismantled, intercepted by the Bahrain air defense systems. Now, this goes on to talk about the fragility of the ongoing truce that has occurred between the infighting that's ongoing in West Asia in its 40th day now. and in the latest, Bahrain's residential areas in Sitra have been struck by shrapnel that fell over these residences after the Iranian drone was intercepted by the Bahrain air defense systems. Viewers, now marking an end to a 39-day-long war across West Asia, US President Donald Trump announced a temporary yet conditional ceasefire with Iran. While this ceasefire, according to Trump, is, broadly conditional upon Iran's reopening of the Strait of Hormuz, there's been much talk on how Iran claims this ceasefire as a win for themselves because of how Trump allegedly caved into Iranian demands framed in a 10-point proposal that Iran has been peddling since the beginning of the war. Take a look.
After 39 long days of havoc and bloodbath, part of the Middle East war, US President Donald Trump took to social media announcing a temporary 2-week-long ceasefire. Amidst Trump's ceasefire announcement was one claim that said US had received Iran's 10-point proposal. This claim being something Iran boasted of too, of having Trump's cave in to Iran's demands for ceasefire. Iran's 10-point proposal entailed demands such as Israel and US curtailing its aggression and accepting Iran's control over the Strait of Hormuz. That's not all. Iran also urges for acceptance of uranium enrichment in the Farsi version of its ceasefire plan. Iran pushed for the lifting of all primary and secondary sanctions as was imposed by the US, especially amidst the war-resultant global economic and energy crisis, and termination of both UNSC and IAEA resolutions. Lastly, IRA stressed on how US and Israel must pay and compensate to Iran, while also seeking US combat forces to withdraw and back down. The additional cessation of war in Lebanon was also a demand put forth by Iran amidst the ceasefire negotiations. With this 10-point peace plan reportedly accepted, the US president has stepped down from earlier threats of expanding attacks on Iran, but also maintains this temporary ceasefire to be conditional on Iran honoring the ceasefire and reopening the Strait of Hormuz.
Viewers are now shifting focus. The Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian has reacted to the ceasefire and has said that with the acceptance of general principles that were desired by Iran, this is a fruit of the blood of their great martyred leader, Khamenei, and that the achievement of all of those who are present and standing shoulder to shoulder with Iran. Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian's first statement since the ceasefire was posted by US President Donald Trump. Now, Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian has reacted and he says that the ceasefire is a general acceptance of the principles that are desired by Iran. He, in fact, has said that this has only come because of the martyrdom of Iranian slain Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei. Now, he also says that from today on, Iranians will continue to stand together. They will stand as one against all foreign aggression. And he also said that this unity will be seen in fields like diplomacy, defense, and also on the streets and in the field of service. The first statement that comes in from the Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian.
The Brusselian bureaucrats and the European elite said that and somehow made a pressure that not to stop and not to make peace as soon as possible. What do you think? What was the motivations of the Brusselian elite not to make this peace, and how long can it take to make it?
Well, first of all, yeah, the president has said this in the context of the Iran conflict. He said this in the context of some of the negotiations between Russia and Ukraine. As much as we love Europe, and as much as we love European peoples and cultures, I mean, the United States, as you know, is very much a daughter nation of the European continent. We've been disappointed by a lot of the political leadership in Europe because they don't seem particularly interested in solving this particular conflict. And what the president has said is it's the hardest war to solve. In some ways, we thought it would be the easiest, but it has been the hardest. We've been at it for now 14 months, and we're just going to keep on working at it. We have made significant progress. I mean, if you go back to where we were in the beginning, where we couldn't even get the Russians or the Ukrainians to put on paper what is it that you want in order to settle the conflict, we've now gotten that. And we've got pieces of paper from the Ukrainians and pieces of paper from the Russians. We've actually got them to state their positions, and over time, their positions have gotten closer and closer together. Now, obviously, they're not perfectly aligned, because if they were, the conflict would be over. But, we've had a lot of help from some of our friends. I think Giorgia Meloni in Italy has been very helpful. Even some of the Western European capitals have been helpful, at least behind the scenes. But the most helpful has been Victor, because Victor is the one who's encouraged us to truly understand this, to understand from the perspective of both the Ukrainians and the Russians what is necessary for them to end the conflict, and that's why we've made some progress. We haven't obviously made the final amount of progress, but I'm pretty optimistic about this because fundamentally the war has stopped making sense. What I would say to both the Russians and the Ukrainians is that, we're talking about haggling at this point over a few square kilometers of territory in one direction or another. Is that worth losing hundreds of thousands of additional Russian and Ukrainian young men? Is that worth an additional months or even years of higher energy prices and economic devastation? We think the answer is clearly no, but it takes, two to tango. So while Victor and President Trump are going to continue to work towards a peaceful settlement, fundamentally we can only open the door. The Russians and the Ukrainians have to walk through it.
And what do you think about Europe? Europe has several problems if we look on the growth numbers of the European Union, on the competitiveness, on the energy prices. How do you see Europe, and what could be the future for Europe under these circumstances?
Yes, it's very sad because there's so much. I talked about this in my speech last night a little bit. There's so much discussion in the European press. Do Vance and Trump and Rubio, do they hate Europe? Do they love Europe? The answer is we absolutely love Europe. It's an important trading partner, but most importantly, again, like I said, it's an important cultural cousin of the United States of America. The ideas that founded the United States of America were first birthed on the European continent. We're very mindful of that fact. And of course, we love the people, the culture, the everything about this place. But we do have some disagreements with the political leadership. In particular, why have the Europeans, while saying, by the way, that Russia is the biggest national security threat, why have the Europeans made themselves completely dependent on unreliable sources of energy? Like, if you think that Russia, an energy superpower, is the biggest threat, you should do everything in your power to make yourselves economically and energy dominant, like President Trump has done in the United States. Our European friends have done the exact opposite. If you look at the cost of electricity in the United Kingdom, which is way underinvested in their energy resources, UK families are paying 4 times, 5 times, 6 times what United States citizens are paying for electricity. Now, obviously, I care most about America's citizens. That's who I'm elected to represent. But isn't it a scandal that middle-class Brits, that people who are working hard and playing by the rules, can't afford to heat their home, can't afford to transport themselves to work because their leadership has made energy so expensive? Isn't it a scandal that when normal people on the European continent try to talk about what's going on in their governments, they try to criticize their governments, they try to exercise their rights of free speech, those governments then go to American social media companies and say, you must censor the citizens of your own country because we don't want to hear them. We don't want to hear their free expression. We don't want to hear their free speech. There's just so much wrong with the political leadership. And I would particularly say the bureaucratic leadership in Brussels, right? People who aren't elected, who are not responsive to the democratic will, and I think have made the European continent less secure, less free, and less prosperous. The reason why we make criticism of European political capitals is because we want Europe to thrive, and we think they're making a lot of mistakes. You know, I've had a lot of conversations with European friends, with European heads of state and government, and it's always funny. They always say, well, you know, the United States it defies economic logic. You guys just have way higher economic growth. You have way lower energy costs. They say this as if it was something that happened through accident, rather than through the policy choices of the President of the United States. It is not magical that the United States has lower energy costs than the United Kingdom. It's because we've made smart decisions and their leadership is not. They could change course, and we hope that they will.
Viewers, now that was J.D. Vance, the United States' vice president, who goes on to explain how the United States is disappointed in the European leadership as the war continues in West Asia. Now, in a surprising move, President Donald Trump delayed planned military strikes on Iran, opting instead for a diplomatic approach. Trump agreed to suspend attacks if Iran opens the Strait of Hormuz temporarily. Now, Iran in turn proposed a peace plan and a 2-week ceasefire, easing regional tensions and allowing negotiations talks to begin. But for now, we go back to what J.D. Vance has to say as he remains live.
Today has been achieved. And because of that, what the president did is he basically issued an ultimatum to the Iranians. He said, open up the straits, stop trying to hold the world's economy hostage, and we'll engage in a ceasefire. And that's exactly the agreement that we came to last night. The Iranians have agreed to open up the straits. The United States has agreed to stop attacking. And that, not just the United States, but also our allies, have agreed to stop attacking. And that is the basis of this fragile truce that we have, which is now, 8 to 12 hours old. Now, here's what I'll say about this. I've learned a lot about the Iranian system and a lot about the way the Iranians negotiate. As the president told me last night, the Iranians are better negotiators than they are fighters. I'm sure they don't like to hear that, but it's true. But here's a couple things. So, one, just in the response that we've seen from various segments of Iran, you have on the one hand people within Iran who have responded very favorably. The foreign minister who said, look, we agreed to the United States' terms. We'll do a ceasefire, we'll do a negotiation, we'll open the Straits of Hormuz, and then we'll see if we can come to more agreement down the road. So some of the people have responded favorably and have said the right things. And then you have some people on social media within their system who are basically lying about what we've accomplished militarily. They're lying about the nature of the agreement. They're lying about the nature of the ceasefire. And so you have just, even within their system, and this is why I say this is a fragile truce, you have people who clearly want to come to the negotiating table and work with us to find a good deal. And then you have people who are lying about even the fragile truce that we've already struck. And that's just an interesting thing about their system. And the final point that I'll say about this is the President of the United States has told me, and he's told the entire negotiating team, the Secretary of State, the Special Envoy, Steve Witkoff, he said, go and work in good faith to come to an agreement. That is what he has told us to do. If the Iranians are willing, in good faith, to work with us, I think we can make an agreement. If they're going to lie, if they're going to cheat, if they're going to try to prevent even the fragile truce that we've set up from taking place, then they're not going to be happy. Because what the president has also shown is that we still have clear military, diplomatic, and maybe most importantly, we have extraordinary economic leverage. So the president has told us not to use those tools. He's told us to come to the negotiating table. But if the Iranians don't do the exact same thing, they're going to find out that the president of the United States is not one to mess around. He's impatient. He's impatient to make progress. He has told us to negotiate in good faith. And I think if they negotiate in good faith, we will be able to find a deal. But that's a big if. And ultimately, it's up to the Iranians how they negotiate. I hope they make the right decision.
We are here with a lot of talented Hungarian students. You talk a lot about education.
Yes.
How do you see the future of education? In which direction should it be developed? And do you know a bit the Hungarian education system, especially the tertiary education system, our university system? What is your opinion about this, and how will you develop your education system?
Well, I like that the Hungarian university system has...
U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance once again reiterating how the Americans are disappointed in the European leadership since they did not march along with the United States in their incursion against Iran. Now, viewers, the strikes and counter-strikes in West Asia have continued despite the pause on bombing. Now, in the latest, Kuwait says that it managed to intercept drones, some of which in fact targeted vital oil facilities and power stations in the south of the country, causing major infrastructural damage. That's the latest that we're learning from Kuwait. In fact, they have said that their air defenses are dealing with a wave of Iranian drone attacks since 8 a.m. local time. Now, the Kuwait air defenses have been dealing with strikes from the Iranian side since today morning, and now with an intense wave of hostile Iranian attacks, drones have been intercepted that were targeting crucial oil facilities and infrastructure inside Kuwait. This is the latest that we're learning in, as Kuwait now says that it has intercepted drones, some of which in fact were out to target vital oil facilities and power stations in southern Kuwait, causing major infrastructural damage. That's the latest that we've picked up as of now. Even after a truce was announced, Iran continues to batter the neighbors in the Gulf region. After Bahrain, now Kuwait says that their air defenses have managed to strike down a swarm of Iranian drones. Kuwait says that it intercepted Iranian drones that were out to target vital oil facilities and power stations in southern Kuwait. In fact, they've also reported major damage, heavy damage to their infrastructure in the southern part of the country. Now, Kuwait also says that they have been dealing with a swarm of Iranian strikes since early morning today. The Kuwaiti air defenses have also said that there is an intense wave of hostilities that have been unleashed from the Iranian military, and drones have been intercepted that were targeting the state of Kuwait. Despite a ceasefire, attacks on Kuwait, attacks in the larger Gulf region continue as the war now escalates and has surpassed the 1-month mark. Donald Trump, just this morning, he said that there will be a 20-day pause in fighting, a 20-day breather for Iran. Viewers, in fact, quickly cutting across to J.D. Vance, who continues to make some vital points on
Your book is also translated to Hungarian. The Netflix movie about you is also watched in Hungary. You are coming from a more poorer family. Sure. You are coming from Rust Belt society of the United States, and you attended an Ivy League university. You have a degree from Yale. What was the most important that you received during your education?
That's a good question. You know, I mean, I guess the most important thing that I got during my education, at least in law school, is I got a wife because we met in law school, and that's very important. I'd get in trouble if I didn't say that. But she's actually now pregnant with our 4th child, so obviously family is always the most important. Thank you. And thank you. You know, family's the most important, and I do think that, you know, this maybe is going to sound trite, but not just marriage and relationships romantically, but also friendships. Some of the most important things that I got out of my educational experience, and I had a lot of good mentors who said, people don't invest enough in their friendships. This is a great opportunity to build the kind of friendships, if you're a young person, you're in university, to build the kind of relationships that really can last a lifetime. I think it's a very profound and powerful thing. You shouldn't, you know, yes, you want to get an education, yes, you want to get a good job, but you also, you know, you're spending 4 years with people, maybe longer. And I think you should take that opportunity to really get to know what you're interested in, who you are, and who you want to build a life with, because that's one of the best things that I think you can get out of an education. But I think that just, if you set aside the relationships, I think the most important thing that I acquired, if I'm being honest, at Yale Law School in particular, is that I learned how elite social networks actually work. Okay? Like when I looked at this from the perspective of my hometown and I said, why are all the people who have the fancy jobs, why do they have this credential? Or why are all the people who are on the Supreme Court? Or why are all the people who have been in positions of political leadership, why do they all seem to know the same people and come from the same world? And the answer is that, as I think a lot of us know, whether it's in Brussels or Washington, D.C. or New York City, these places become very insular. And there are things about that just are. They're not good, they're not bad. These places are insular. They're built around relationships. They're built around who you know. Many of the most important jobs in American society, I don't like this, by the way, but it's just the truth, are based on who you know. And so it's important to sort of develop those relationships, and it's important for conservatives in particular. I don't like this idea that conservatives shouldn't seek higher education. I don't think that we want to force everybody to go to college, but I think that if you're a conservative in the United States of America and you're interested in running for office or you're interested in being a judge, you do have to get higher education, okay? So we can accept that college isn't for everybody while also acknowledging that for certain jobs and certain professions, college is necessary. But I think the very negative thing that I learned about it is that these social networks, because they're so insular, they also become very self-reinforcing. I think there are people who have political power in the United States of America, and I'm sure in Brussels too, who have no idea what the majority of Americans actually think about a given issue. They've actually never talked to a normal American, an American who comes outside of these social circles. I mean, I would meet people who went to a fancy prep school, who went to a fancy university, who went to a fancy law school, and had never spoken to a person from my home state of Ohio, even though, it's at certain parts it's a 4 or 5 hour drive from Washington, D.C. And so I think one of the fundamental things that has to change, I don't know about the Hungarian system, but about the American system, is that unless we make education unless we make it, frankly, more of a meritocracy, where people can come from all over the country based on merit rather than on who you know, I think the system is fundamentally doomed. And maybe the most important thing about eliminating racial discrimination, particularly against middle-class white kids in the American education context, is not just the moral part of it, okay? The moral part of it I care a lot about. I don't want to discriminate against black kids, white kids, Latino kids. I don't want to discriminate against anybody based on your skin color. I think it's gross and immoral. But a very, very important part of it is that you're going to have actually greater geographic diversity in our universities, because you're going to have people coming from all over the country to study. I think that will make those social networks less insular and less self-destructive.
What would be your... There is a record. What would be your final message to the MCC students? Here are young individuals, 18, 19, 20. What would be the most important that they should be very careful? And if you would be as young as they are now, how would you do your career?
I'd say enjoy your youth while it lasts, because one day you'll wake up and you'll be 41 and you'll have a glass of wine at dinner and wake up with a headache the next morning and be talking to this fine gentleman. So enjoy it while it lasts. But I think the piece of advice I'd give to you, and I give it to American students, American conservatives in particular, is resist the temptation to think that victory is immediate or that we're going to win back our civilization through instant gratification. This institution was founded in 1996. It's far more influential than it was back then, but I think a lot of people, this is particularly true in the United States of America, if they see something that the administration does they don't like, they say, oh, that's not what we voted for, we're going to check out of politics. No. That's the exact wrong response. If we do something you don't like, the response should be to get more involved, to make your voice heard, and to try to push things in the direction that you want them to be pushed. Our civilization was not built overnight. It's not going to be saved overnight. And so what I'd encourage you to do is stay involved, be patient, and don't let disappointment turn to checking out of the system entirely. There's way too much of that, I would say, in the Anglo system and the American system. There's way too much, I didn't like this thing that the vice president said, or I didn't like this thing that the president did, and I'm going to completely check out. We call that blackpilling in the United States of America, and blackpilling is how you give power to the forces that are trying to destroy what our ancestors built. We need to take power back from those people and build the kind of institutions that can actually save our our societies. It will not happen overnight. It will not happen in the term of one prime minister or one president, but it will happen so long as we keep our faith in God and we work hard to achieve it. That's what we have to do.
Standing ovation at MCC. Vice President J.D. Vance, thank you very much, and be a frequent guest at MCC.
Thank you. I appreciate
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you all.
US Vice President J.D. Vance there taking on the European leadership, their political leadership. In fact, he also pointed out the difference in fuel prices as the war raged on between the United Kingdom and the United States. He, in fact, also alleged that the United Kingdom's leadership has not been able to manage their fuel stock or their oil really well. In fact, he also spoke about the ceasefire, the hottest news of the hour, the Iranian ceasefire. In fact, listen in once again to what the US Vice President J.D. Vance has to say. Remember, he's been mum in the entirety of the West Asia war, but today he's spoken about the Iranian ceasefire. Listen in.
What the president set out to do was decimate the Iranian military, decimate their ability to wage conventional war. And that military objective, as the president said yesterday, as I said yesterday, has been achieved. And because of that, what the president did is he basically issued an ultimatum to the Iranians. He said, open up the straits, stop trying to hold the world's economy hostage, and we'll engage in a ceasefire. And that's exactly the agreement that we came to last night. The Iranians have agreed to open up the straits. The United States has agreed to stop attacking. And not just the United States, but also our allies have agreed to stop attacking. And that is the basis of this fragile truce that we have, which is now, 8 to 12 hours old. Now, here's what I'll say about this. I've learned a lot about the Iranian system and a lot about the way the Iranians negotiate. As the president told me last night, the Iranians are better negotiators than they are fighters. I'm sure they don't like to hear that, but it's true. But here's a couple things. So, one, just in the response that we've seen from various segments of Iran, you have on the one hand people within Iran who have responded very favorably. The foreign minister who said, look, we agreed to the United States' terms. We'll do a ceasefire, we'll do a negotiation, we'll open the Straits of Hormuz, and then we'll see if we can come to more agreement down the road. So some of the people have responded favorably and have said the right things. And then you have some people on social media within their system who are basically lying about what we've accomplished militarily. They're lying about the nature of the agreement. They're lying about the nature of the ceasefire. And so you have just, even within their system, and this is why I say this is a fragile truce, you have people who clearly want to come to the negotiating table and work with us to find a good deal. And then you have people who are lying about even the fragile truce that we've already struck. And that's just an interesting thing about their system. And the final point that I'll say about this is the President of the United States has told me, and he's told the entire negotiating team, the Secretary of State, the Special Envoy, Steve Witkoff, he said, go and work in good faith to come to an agreement. That is what he has told us to do. If the Iranians are willing, in good faith, to work with us, I think we can make an agreement. If they're going to lie, if they're going to cheat, if they're going to try to prevent even the fragile truce that we've set up from taking place, then they're not going to be happy. Because what the president has also shown is that we still have clear military, diplomatic, and maybe most importantly, we have extraordinary economic leverage. So the president has told us not to use those tools. He's told us to come to the negotiating table. But if the Iranians don't do the exact same thing, they're going to find out that the president of the United States is not one to mess around. He's impatient. He's impatient to make progress. He has told us to negotiate in good faith. And I think if they negotiate in good faith, we will be able to find a deal. But that's a big if. And ultimately, it's up to the Iranians how they negotiate. I hope they make the right decision. There's so much discussion in the European press. Do Vance and Trump and Rubio, do they hate Europe? Do they love Europe? The answer is we absolutely love Europe. It's an important trading partner, but most importantly, again, like I said, it's an important cultural cousin of the United States of America. The ideas that founded the United States of America were first birthed on the European continent. We're very mindful of that fact. And of course, we love the people, the culture, the everything about this place. But we do have some disagreements with the political leadership. In particular, why have the Europeans, while saying, by the way, that Russia is the biggest national security threat, why have the Europeans made themselves completely dependent on unreliable sources of energy? Like, if you think that Russia, an energy superpower, is the biggest threat, you should do everything in your power to make yourselves economically and energy dominant, like President Trump has done in the United States. Our European friends have done the exact opposite. If you look at the cost of electricity in the United Kingdom, which is way underinvested in their energy resources, UK families are paying 4 times, 5 times, 6 times what United States citizens are paying for electricity. Now, obviously, I care most about America's citizens. That's who I'm elected to represent. Now, here's what I'll say about this. I've learned a lot about the Iranian system and a lot about the way the Iranians negotiate. As the president told me last night, the Iranians are better negotiators than they are fighters. I'm sure they don't like to hear that, but it's true. But here's a couple things. So, one, just in the response that we've seen from various segments of Iran, you have on the one hand people within Iran who have responded very favorably. The foreign minister who said, look, we agreed to the United States' terms. We'll do a ceasefire. We'll do a negotiation. We'll open the Straits of Hormuz, and then we'll see if we can come to more agreement down the road.
Viewers, now getting in some more breaking development. The UAE has now strongly come out to condemn the storming and vandalism of the Kuwaiti consulate in Basra. The United Arab Emirates has condemned and even denounced in the strongest terms possible the storming and acts of vandalism targeting the premises of the Consulate General of the State of Kuwait in Basra, as well as the accompanying blatant attacks that have been rained down on Kuwait. Now, Kuwait's consulate in Iraq has been vandalized. In fact, now UAE has strongly condemned the storming of the Kuwaiti consulate. In fact, they have also stood their ground against the vandalism that the Kuwait's consulate in Basra has been subjected to. Now, the United Arab Emirates has come out strongly condemning and denouncing in the strongest terms possible the storming and even acts of vandalism targeting the premises of the Consulate General of the State of Kuwait in Iraq. In fact, they have also denounced the strikes, the Iranian strikes that rained down on the Kuwaiti airspace that Kuwait's air defense systems managed to intercept a swarm of Iranian drones in the Kuwait airspace. Now, UAE has come out strongly condemning the attack on Kuwait consulate inside Iraq. Meanwhile, viewers, the UAE says that its air defenses are now dealing with missile threat, that they're dealing with a missile threat that's incoming from the Iranian military. Now, this also comes after a ceasefire, a pause of 2 weeks was announced by President Donald Trump. However, that pause does not seem to hold on ground as Gulf remains precarious. It remains on the edge. Now, UAE, after Kuwait and Bahrain, has come out to say that their air defense systems are completely locked in intercepting incoming missile threats from the Iranian military. Now, Iran continues to strike their neighbors across the Gulf region even after a 2-week pause in the war has been announced by US President Donald Trump. Now, Donald Trump said that for 2 weeks, US will stop its bombing campaign against the Iranian territory. However, the truce does not seem to be holding from the Iranian end. Iran continues to strike the larger Gulf region. First it was Bahrain, then Kuwait, and now UAE also says that their air defense systems are active, completely logged in dealing with incoming missile threats. These are the visuals from various locations across Gulf on your screens where attacks have been reported by the Iranian military. Now, in the latest, UAE has been UAE has been dealing with the incoming missile threat from Iran. Their air defenses have been activated. They are logged in and they are busy intercepting a swarm of missile threat that comes in from Iranian military. Viewers, while the truce has been announced specifically between the United States and Iran, there is contention over whether or not Lebanon is a part of this truce. Now, IDF spokesperson maintains that the campaign in Lebanon will continue. The ceasefire does not, in fact, apply to Lebanon at all. Now, the Israeli Defense Forces continue to operate against Hezbollah activities inside the Lebanese territory. Now, they say that we reiterate our calls. The Israeli Defense Forces have reiterated their calls for citizens in Lebanon to evacuate their homes immediately and move northward to the north of the Litani River. That's the latest warning that's been issued by the Israeli Defense Forces as they continue their bombing operations, their ground incursions against the Hezbollah proxies inside Lebanon, largely focused on southern Lebanon, and which is why the Israeli Defense Forces have now directed the citizens in Lebanon to move to their north, to move to the north of the Litani River. That is the latest that we're learning in. As of now, the Israeli Defense Forces now once again saying that they will continue their strikes against Lebanon.
هذا إنذار عاجل إلى السكان جنوب لبنان المتواجدين جنوب نهر الزهراني. المعركة في لبنان مستمرة وحالة وقف النار لا تشمل لبنان. جيش
Viewers, and now External Affairs Minister S. Shankar met with Foreign Minister Khalilur Rahman of Bangladesh and even his delegation just this afternoon. The leaders discussed strengthening of bilateral relationship in its various facets. They also exchanged views on regional and global developments. Take a
रखने आया हूँ इस मुद्दे पर पश्चिम एशिया में जो गतिविधि चल रही है उस पर हम लोगों ने जो वहाँ युद्ध विराम हुआ है उसका हम लोगों ने स्वागत किया है। मैंने ये भी कहा है कि हमेशा से हम शांति के पक्ष में रहे हैं और हम लोग का ये मानना है कि संवाद से, कूटनीति से वहाँ पर शांति का पहल बन सकता है। जहाँ तक और देशों का उनका पक्ष है, उनका पोजीशन है, ये बेहतर होगा कि इन सब चीज़ का खुलासा वो खुद करें। Gauri, to your question on ships, transit of ships, look, we are closely following the developments. We have been in touch with Iran and several other countries and stakeholders to ensure unimpeded transit of our ships. As a result of our efforts, we have had several of our ships which have crossed the Straits of Hormuz. In our statement today that we issued, we have conveyed our expectation that unimpeded freedom of navigation and global flow of commerce would prevail through the Strait of Hormuz. So we continue to be, this is an evolving situation, and we remain in touch with all our partners, stakeholders and countries to serve our interest.
Thank you, Randeep. Now we'll quickly take questions from the fifth row onwards. Yeah. So, regarding refinery production, yes. So I have already said, when I said our refineries are running at optimum capacity, means that they are running at 100 and plus. So we have the refineries which are working at 110% also, 112% also. So I will again reiterate that our refineries are operating at optimum capacities. Somebody also asked me about the LPG production data. I have already said it is in the range of 46 to 47 TFT.
Friends, I have a humble request to make. We have a cabinet briefing at 4, so we will quickly take one question each, starting from the fifth row, 250. He will add to the answers up finally.
Okay. So I think the portion of that question has already been replied by Shri Randir ji. So you asked two questions: when our ships are likely to come back, and then when we are sending back our ships. So again, I'll say that we are in coordination with MEA and our missions, as well as our owners of the ships. We are trying our level best to bring our ships as early as possible, as well as sending vessels again to bring the cargo from that region. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll take questions. 256, 270. We start with the fifth row and all the questions behind that. And please be brief and quick.
Thank you for letting me ask a question. I'm Tuesh Mishra from Economic Times. It seems Iran is going to ask for a toll from any ships that pass through the Strait of Hormuz. So what is the Indian government's position on this?
Yes.
I'm Atul Mathur from the Times of India. My question is for Sujata ma'am. You have informed that 17,000 people have surrendered their LPG connections, but how many new applications have been received for LPG connections since the war broke out? And has the government issued any kind of instructions to OMCs to issue new connections? If yes, how many connections have been issued so far?
271, 194, 252, 128, 200, 243, 249, and 139. That will all we'll take today. Please.
Yeah, this is Shilpa from the Economic Times. My question is for Sanjeev sir. Sir, you mentioned enough coal in the country for NRS as well as power sectors. There is certain grade of coal that is being imported. Are we looking to ask them to blend more domestic coal wherever it is possible? And is the ministry writing to other ministries for the same?
Yes, unke piche.
Hi, I'm Abhimanyu Sharma from CNBC TV 18. I have two questions, one for Sujata ma'am, one for Randhir sir. Ma'am, if you may please answer the steps being taken to increase the production as well as use of compressed biogas to augment the supply of imported products. And to Randhir sir, to you, is there any truth in reports that any fees in yuan is being paid for passage of ships through the Strait of Hormuz?
194 and then 249 will be the last.
Good afternoon. Saptaparna Ghosh from The Hindu. My question is to Sanjeev sir. I wanted to ask about coal gasification. Syngas can actually help in producing base products that would be required for ammonia, that could be utilized for ammonia and urea production. So is the coal ministry considering, this paradigm to further help out the urea and the fertilizer situation? If you could please share some perspective on that.
Yes, 249 last.
Hi, good evening, sir. My name is Danish Anand. I'm from NTV Profit. My question is for Sanjeev, sir. So you mentioned that we have enough coal stock, which is there for continuous electricity generation for 24 days. But is the buffer margin thin, considering that we are just a few months away from the peak summer demand?
Thank you. We'll start with Sujata. Answers.
देखिए, जब हम एनर्जी सिक्योरिटी की बात करते हैं तो वी डू टॉक अबाउट द क्लीन एनर्जी आल्सो, और जो कंप्रेस्ड बायोगैस है इज अ पार्ट ऑफ दैट, और इसमें हमारे टारगेट भी हैं 2025-26 ऑनवर्ड्स 1%, 3%, 4% ब्लेंडिंग इन द पीएनजी. इसके संबंध में भारत सरकार ने एक सतत स्कीम भी है. इसके अलावा सिंक्रोनाइजेशन स्कीम टिल 2047 भी एक स्कीम है जिसमें इंजेक्शन ऑफ सीबीजी इनटू द गैस पाइपलाइन हैज बीन एंश्योर्ड. इसके अलावा मैं आपको बताना चाहूंगी कि अप्रैल 2025 से लेकर फरवरी 2026 तक लगभग 82,000 टन सीबीजी हमारी ऑयल मार्केटिंग कंपनी ने प्रोक्योर किया है, as compared to 42,700 tons during year 24-25. That's from my side. Thank you.
Sanjeev ji.
Viewers, now External Affairs Minister S. Shankar met with Bangladesh's Foreign Minister Khalilur Rahman and in fact also his delegation just this afternoon. The leaders discussed strengthening of bilateral relationship in its various facets. They in fact also exchanged views over regional and global developments. They also agreed to remain in a close touch. The External Affairs Minister S. Shankar meeting with the Foreign Minister of Bangladesh, where the two have now spoken about propelling the ties between India and Bangladesh much further. In fact, the External Affairs Minister S. Shankar also met with Bangladesh's Foreign Minister's delegation just this afternoon. The leaders discussed the strengthening of the bilateral relationship in all its facets. They also exchanged views on regional and global developments. Also, the West Asia war remained at the center of this discussion. Now, they also agreed to remain in close touch. Viewers, now we're also quickly dipping back into the Ministry of External Affairs' oil briefing, the details of which we get you on the other end. India has welcomed the ceasefire, the 2-week pause in the war between United States and Iran, and have said that they are taking full cognizance and rundown over their vessels that are yet to pass the contentious Strait of Hormuz.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
थोड़े में ज़्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा। सबका राजा और प्योर मसाला।
Three, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way that the astronauts will be stuck because of the the excretion issues. And what they have reported now, even we were going through and seeing, it is something to do with the valve which is to operate for section of the excretion, which looks to be needing attention. But the crew in Artemis, they are well trained to handle such type of situation. And also, in case if the main chain of the excretion system doesn't respond, there is always a way of redundant chain and the methodology for excretion. And I don't think it is a major issue, but I'm sure it will get sorted out. And of course, there is a redundant chain which can be conveniently operated.
Good luck. Godspeed, Artemis 2. Let's go.
And here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7. RS-25 engines lit. 4, 3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. And liftoff. The crew of Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
First time it was canceled in February 8th. After that March, we make all the plans, we have all the hype, and it was canceled again. And finally it's happening today. So we are going to celebrate a new milestone for everybody, not only for USA, for the whole planet, for the whole humanity.
Good roll pitch.
Roger, roll pitch.
Houston, now controlling the flight of integrity. 50 seconds of mission elapsed time. Standing by for main engine throttle up. Guidance converged.
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way that the astronauts will be stuck because of the the excretion issues. And what they have reported now, even we were going through and seeing, it is something to do with the valve which is to operate for section of the excretion, which looks to be needing attention. But the crew in Artemis, they are well trained to handle such type of situation. And also, in case if the main chain of the excretion system doesn't respond, there is always a way of redundant chain and the methodology for excretion. And I don't think it is a major issue, but I'm sure it will get sorted out. And of course, there is a redundant chain which can be conveniently operated.
Good luck. Godspeed, Artemis 2. Let's go.
And here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7. RS-25 engines.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है? आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट? स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also available, and there is no way that
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला। चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट। 3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way that the astronauts will be stuck because of the the exclusion issues, and what they have reported now, even we were going through and seeing it is something to do with the wall which is to operate for section of the exclusion, which looks to be needing.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic TV with me, Ishita Mitra. Now, viewers, despite a truce, a 2-week conditional ceasefire coming into effect and being agreed upon by US and Iran, we are looking at constant attacks taking place all across the Gulf nations, from Bahrain to United Arab Emirates. Now, what does this mean for the fragile peace in West Asia? We'll break it down for you in the bulletin ahead. But first up, a quick look at the headlines. Donald Trump terms the peace deal as the beginning of golden age for Middle East investment. Israel's oppositional leader criticizes a ceasefire deal, terms it as a political disaster. As the 2-week ceasefire begins, the focus now shifts to vessels transiting the crucial Strait of Hormuz. Nations across the world welcome the 2-week temporary ceasefire deal.